Chapter 1401 We've Lost. Chapter 1401 We've Lost. However, when Yang Yi arrived where Sky River City had once been, there was no one there. Or it should be said that there was no living person there. There were only some scattered corpses here. They'd hidden themselves. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. He didn't go looking for them, and he just went to the center of Sky River City and stomped his foot against the ground. His figure instantly transformed into a ray of light that shot underground and continued his descent without slowing down at all. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop. There was a huge white dragon not too far away from him, a divine-grade spirit vein. At this moment, the dragon was looking at Yang Yi, and its eyes were filled with fear. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just flashed over to it before his rebirth rank sword intent slammed down upon it. The white dragon was utterly incapable to resist Yang Yi, and it was instantly dragged into the primordial pagoda. Once it entered the primordial pagoda, the slightly furious white dragon was stunned. It sized up the world in the first level, and then it didn't take long for a trace of pleasant surprise to actually appear in its eyes. Yang Yi paid no attention to the white dragon. He just went to another area beneath the ground, and it didn't take long for another divine-grade spirit vein to appear within the primordial pagoda. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed, and there were 5 divine-grade spirit veins added to the primordial pagoda. Sky River City had a total of 5 divine-grade spirit veins, and they were at its 4 corners and center. Yet now, Yang Yi had taken all of them. The spirit energy here naturally suffered a sharp decline when the spirit veins vanished. So, the gray-robed old man and the others who were in hiding were naturally aware that Yang Yi had taken the spirit veins by force. However, no one dared to try and stop him. Their lives were naturally more important to them than those spirit veins. However, their hearts were bleeding. It didn't hurt that much when Sky River City was destroyed, but their hearts absolutely hurt when Yang Yi took the divine-grade spirit veins. If Yang Yi's strength wasn't too terrifying, they would definitely stop him no matter what. After all, those spirit veins were the foundation of Sky River Continent, and it would be easier for the continent to recover when it had those spirit veins present in it. However, now that they were taken away, unless the Alliance of Guardians got replacement, Sky River Continent wouldn't be able to recover from Yang Yi's attack even if it was given 100 years. As for getting new divine-grade spirit veins, there were usually no powers willing to sell them. Because besides geniuses, there was a very important thing which every world needed in order to develop further, and it was spirit veins. Only by possessing sufficient spirit energy could a world draw in more people. After all, would anyone be willing to go to a world that had no spirit energy? So, all large powers usually kept divine-grade spirit veins for their own use. Even if independent cultivators obtained one by chance and wanted to sell it, the price for it would be absurdly high. Tremendous losses. It was truly a tremendous loss. Even if Sky River Stellar Region could kill Yang Yi, its strength would diminish tremendously. Not only had Yang Yi killed 2 deities, he'd killed around 10 semi-deities and countless other voiders and emperors. Now, Yang Yi had even taken 5 spirit veins from Sky River City. It could be said that Sky River Stellar Region would take a few dozen years to recover from the damages Yang Yi had caused. Of course, the precondition was that it could annihilate Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't stop after he took those 5 spirit veins, and he headed to the city nearest to Sky River City. Sky River City was the main city on Sky River Continent, so it had the most divine-grade spirit veins. However, Sky River City wasn't the only city on this continent, and there were more. Moreover, other cities had divine-grade spirit veins too. However, they mostly had one, and some had spirit veins at a lower rank. However, so long as they were spirit veins, Yang Yi didn't refuse any of them. He started plundering them like a madman. Yang Yi raised his speed to its limits so that he could gather the spirit veins as quickly as possible. Moreover, once he finished taking the spirit vein in a city, he didn't waste even a shred of time and immediately rushed to the next city. He didn't kill people because they were all ordinary voiders, so killing them didn't make much of a difference and would just be a waste of time. Of course, he naturally didn't hold back against those who tried to stop him. In less than an hour, Yang Yi had gone to 10 cities, and 5 of them had divine-grade spirit veins while the rest had saint-grade spirit veins. However, Yang Yi didn't stop and continued to plunder the spirit veins through Sky River continent. Just like that, another hour passed, and then Yang Yi stopped. At this moment, he had 11 divine-grade spirit veins and over 30 saint-grade spirit veins. Once all of these divine-grade spirit veins entered the first level of the primordial pagoda, the spirit energy there became absolutely terrifying. At this moment, the spirit energy in the first level was too abundant. Just casually breathing would allow one to breathe in spirit energy. The only sad thing was that he couldn't transform all of it into profound energy. Because the first level was independent, he could enter the primordial pagoda, but he hadn't fully merged into one with it. The primordial pagoda was merely living within him and had formed a certain level of connection with him. So, if he wanted to gain profound energy, he had no choice but to enter the first level and convert it himself. However, if a day came when he was able to merge completely with it, then it would represent that he could convert the spirit energy in the first level at any time. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about not having sufficient profound energy. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and was about to head to the next city. Suddenly, he looked up into the sky, and then 3 extremely powerful auras appeared in the sky above the continent. After that, an invisible barrier appeared in the air above Sky River continent. 3 deities. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth because he'd finally forced the other 3 deities of Sky River Stellar region to return here. However, it was quite troublesome because they joined forces to seal up Sky River continent. So, there was only one way to leave the continent now, and it was to break through the seal. However, doing so would definitely alarm the 3 deities here. 3 deities. That was absolutely not something he could fight right now. So, he couldn't go head-on against them and had to use his brains. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned, and then his figure shook and merged into space. Right after that happened, a wave of divine sense swept through where he'd just been standing. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to walk out from space. That divine sense belonged to a deity. In other words, they'd started to search for him. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot, and then he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A vicious glow flashed through his eyes, and then he immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot underground. After he arrived underground, Yang Yi sped up and shot towards the core of the continent. Around 2 hours later, Yang Ye's figure stopped. There was an earthen wall before him. The wall was completely red, and lava was behind it. He'd arrived deep underground at the core of the continent. Yang Yi looked ahead for a long time, and then a wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of his mouth. "You refuse to let me, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. OM! A sword howl suddenly shot up into the air from underground. It was extremely swift and merely took an instant to charge out from beneath the ground, and then it pierced the sky. Boom! After that, an explosion that shook the continent resounded from deep underground. The ground started shaking violently like an earthquake. It didn't take long for huge expanses of the ground to start collapsing while countless streams of lava shot up into the sky and started flowing towards the surroundings. The ground wasn't just collapsing at one spot. It seemed like a chain reaction was occurring as 2/3 of the continent had started to quake, and then countless streams of lava seeped out from below and flowed swiftly towards the surroundings. Doomsday had arrived. At this moment, countless people throughout the continent were horrified. However, all of this wasn't the end of it. Another sword howl suddenly resounded from the distant ocean. After that, shocking waves shot up throughout the ocean and surged towards the continent. But that still wasn't the end of it. Just around an hour passed before another sword howl resounded from far away in the north. After that, the mountains of snow and ice that had accumulated for countless years were blasted apart by a ray of sword energy. Avalanches rumbled down as the mountains collapsed. It was the end of the world. It truly was the end of the world. At this moment, everyone knew that someone was intentionally destroying Sky River continent. Those 3 deities knew that as well, but they couldn't find Yang Yi. 3 old men stood high above in the high, and they had horrifyingly gloomy expressions on their faces. They were the three deities that had rushed back here from clouds of heaven's stellar region. Elder Song, we can't let him continue. An old man in a luxurious robe spoke solemnly to the leader of their group, an old man who held a pitch-black cane. A moment of silence ensued, and then the old man with the cane shook his head. His skill in concealment is too formidable. My divine sense has swept through the entire continent, but I haven't been able to detect him. The other old man who wore a black robe spoke in a low voice. What does he want? A long moment of silence ensued before Elder Song replied. If I'm not wrong, his goal is to help clouds of heaven's stellar region. The old man in a luxurious robe frowned. He's trying to help clouds of heaven's stellar region? Elder Song nodded. Lady from clouds of heaven's stellar region helped him in the past, so their relationship is definitely not ordinary. So, he definitely launched this surprise attack on our continent to force us back here and alleviate the pressure on clouds of heaven's stellar region. The old man in a luxurious robe gazed at Elder Song. So what do we do now? Do we continue pursuing him? Elder Song looked down at the continent below him, and then he remained silent for a long time before speaking again. Besides a few living fossils, there are no deities in the lower dimensions that are capable of fighting that kid now. We've lost. Chapter 1402, A Hopeless Situation. Chapter 1402, A Hopeless Situation. They'd lost. Indeed, Skyriver Stellar Region had lost. Yang Yi had practically crippled it on his own. Even if they could kill Yang Yi now, it wouldn't change the situation their stellar region was in. Moreover, they might not even be able to kill Yang Yi. Perhaps Yang Yi might even kill them instead. After all, they hadn't forgotten that Yang Yi had the strength to kill deities. Meanwhile, Elder Song said, we have two choices right now. The first is to stop at nothing to kill him. However, it'll definitely end with both of our sides suffering heavy losses. Besides that, we must succeed at killing him. If we fail and allow him to escape, our Skyriver Stellar region will definitely vanish from this universe once he's given time to grow. The old man in a luxurious robe and the black-robed old man fell silent, because they knew that Elder Song wasn't exaggerating. Actually, they were more shocked than furious when they found out that Yang Yi had killed a deity. It was too terrifying. An emperor had killed a deity in an instant. It wasn't normal at all. So, they felt both fear and hate towards Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Elder Song added, the other choice is to let him leave. Stop interfering in clouds of heaven stellar region's business and let him deal with celestial demon stellar region. The black-robed old man said, that's equivalent to giving up on our interests in the conquest of clouds of heaven stellar region. It would be a huge loss to us. If we choose the first option, we might not just suffer losses, we might suffer annihilation. Elder Song took a deep breath and continued, he's an extraordinary genius, and we've missed the best time to kill him. Even if we can kill him now, at least one of us will have to die. Moreover, once we fail to kill him, then once he attains the Voider realm or improves his strength further, then there would probably be no one outside the large world that can fight him. I'm truly quite unwilling to give up just like that. The old man in a luxurious robe spoke, bitterly. However, you're right. His strength isn't the only thing that's terrifying. His potential and natural talent are shocking too. If we continue fighting him, then even if we can kill him, our continent would be crippled or even destroyed. The Alliance of Guardians isn't a single power. It's made up of numerous powers. If we continue fighting him, some would definitely choose to leave our alliance if they can't endure such huge losses. At that time, our alliance would really be finished. A long moment of silence ensued before the old man said, you make the decision. Elder Song nodded, and then he waved his hand. The barrier which covered the sky was instantly dispersed before his voice resounded throughout the continent. Yang Yi, from this moment onward, my Skyriver Stellar region won't interfere in clouds of heaven stellar region's business. If we break this promise, then I'm willing to suffer death. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Song paused for a moment before he added, Yang Yi, I know that you want to save clouds of heaven stellar region, so I advise you to hurry over there. Even though we've left and alleviated the situation they're in, Celestial Demon Stellar Region isn't the only stellar region that's attacking clouds of heaven stellar region. There are others acting from the shadows. As soon as Elder Tsang finished speaking, a point in space not too far away from them suddenly trembled, and then a green-clothed young man who held a sheathed sword appeared before them. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Yi. Their expressions changed slightly when they saw him. They hadn't expected him to have been so close to them. Why was he hiding there? Obviously, it was to assassinate them. Yang Yi asked, "Which other stellar regions are there besides Celestial Demon Stellar Region?" Elder Tsang glanced at Yang Yi and nodded. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is a chunk of juicy meat, so everyone wants a bite. However, Celestial Demon Stellar Region is formidable, so it's impossible for them to get much. But at the same time, Celestial Demon Stellar Region doesn't dare to offend so many powers, so it has agreed to share a little of the benefits from conquering Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. As compensation, those powers that gain from it would have to secretly send experts to assist Celestial Demon Stellar Region. He paused for a moment and continued, "That's why no one is helping them. It's because the situation is too complicated. Presently, Celestial Demon Stellar Region represents a group with vested interests in the situation, so no one dares to offend that group. After all, helping Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region represented that they would offend that huge group, so a single stellar region couldn't afford to offend them." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, he realized that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was in a worse situation than he'd imagined. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something. He gazed at Elder Tsang's group and said, "I'm right in front of you now. Do you want to attack?" They glanced at Yang Yi. In the end, the other two old men's gazes descended onto Elder Tsang. Elder Tsang spoke indifferently, "Yang Yi, I told you before this that we won't interfere in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's business, and you can leave at any time." Yang Yi glanced at Elder Tsang, fell silent for a short while, and then he said, "I'll give you a promise too. So long as your forces don't appear at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region or act against me, then I won't come to Sky River Stellar Region again." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky and vanished. Once Yang Yi left, the black-robed old man suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Why didn't you choose to kill him? Do you think he was afraid of us?" Elder Tsang looked up into the sky and said, "Didn't you realize? His goal was to assassinate us. Since he dared to do that, it proves that he's confident in his ability. Moreover, someone like him definitely possesses other powerful trump cards. If we force him into a hopeless situation, it will definitely end with our mutual destruction." He shook his head and continued, "We missed the best time to kill him." The other two old men fell silent when they heard this. When was the best time? It was naturally all those years ago while Yang Yi was in the radiant dimension. If all of them attacked in unison, then they would have definitely been able to kill Yang Yi. Even if Lady helped Yang Yi would still die. However, how could a half-saint be of any concern to them? At that time, they hadn't no knowledge of what had happened in the radiant dimension, and it had been managed by their subordinates. When they found out about it, it was when Yang Yi had returned from Dark Hell Continent. At that time, Yang Ye's strength was formidable to the point that they were helpless against him. Elder Tsang remained silent for a long time, and then he shook his head. "Retreating now isn't a bad decision for us. He's too terrifying. Perhaps even Celestial Demon Stellar Region would be helpless against him in 2 years from now." The others fell silent. The speed Yang Yi grew at was too heaven-defying, and Celestial Demon Stellar Region might really be helpless against him in a few years. However, all of that wasn't related to them anymore. Now, they had to think about how to help the Alliance of Guardians recover. After he left Sky River Continent, Yang Yi sped up and arrived at the teleportation formation outside it and teleported to Stellar City. Lead and Cloud Store. Yang Yi didn't engage in any small talk upon meeting Yi Luyun, and he immediately asked, "How's the situation at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region?" He hadn't chosen to head straight for Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. His mission wasn't to go meet Lady. It was to think of a way to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region as best he could. Lady didn't lack an expert comparable to a deity like him. After all, he would just be equivalent to a deity if he went there. That wasn't of much help to her. But he could do a lot of things while he remained in the shadows. He naturally had to go see her, but it wasn't time yet. Yi Luyun shook her head and said, I've only just established our intelligence branch, so it's impossible for us to obtain accurate details about the situation there. However, I've asked the eldest young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group to help. But, Yang Yi asked, she has a request? Yi Lu Yun nodded. She wants to see you. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and said, Come, let's go see her. Yi Lu Yun nodded, and then she led Yang Yi out of the store. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Clouds of Heaven Merchant Group. The eldest young miss, Nangong Qin, immediately revealed a brilliant smile when she saw Yang Yi. I know why you're here, so I'll get straight to the point. She spoke seriously. Not too long ago, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region lost 4 more worlds. Now, it only has 3 worlds left. Besides that, Celestial Demon Stellar Region's army has surrounded those 3 worlds. However, the sudden retreat of the experts from Skyriver Stellar Region interrupted their plans, so Celestial Demon Stellar Region has only surrounded those 3 worlds and hasn't launched an attack. She couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi once she finished speaking, because she was very well aware why they'd suddenly retreated, and it was all because of Yang Yi. She knew everything he'd done on Skyriver Continent. It wasn't just that, she knew everything he'd done in the Radiant Dimension and Dark Hell Continent. Terrifying. After she found out about all of that, her evaluation of Yang Yi could be summarized with a single word: terrifying. At the same time, she decided to pull him over to her side at any cost. Yang Yi asked, anything else? She fell silent for a short while before she said, Young Master Yang, according to the information I received, Celestial Demon Stellar Region isn't the only stellar region that's attacking Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. There are around 7 more 2-star stellar regions, but they haven't sent their full forces and are only helping in secret. I presume Celestial Demon Stellar Region promised them some benefits. However, it probably isn't much. So, they've only sent some assistance as a symbol of their alliance. Even then, their forces can't be underestimated. It represents that all of them are bound together. She paused for a moment and continued. Actually, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is in a hopeless situation. Unless a miracle occurs. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. Meanwhile, the space in front of Nangong Qing trembled abruptly, and a short while passed before she looked up at Yang Yi. I just received news that the experts of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region are requesting Zhuang Weiran to marry into Wildland Stellar Region. Moreover, those experts include the previous war god, Zhuang Weitian, and Zhuang Weiran's mother, Qian Yaochan. Chapter 1403 Attack. Chapter 1403 Attack. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. They're forcing her. All of them are forcing her to do it, including her own parents. She had to face pressure from Celestial Demon Stellar Region on the outside, and then she faced pressure internally from the experts of her own stellar region and her parents. It was obvious how much pressure was on her. Just thinking about the situation she was in made Yang Yi feel like needles were stabbing against his heart. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he opened his eyes and gazed at Nangong Qin. Miss Nangong, may I ask you something? Your Azure Cloud Merchant Group should have its own stellar region, right? She nodded. Cloud Merchant Stellar Region. It's a 3-star stellar region. Yang Yi asked, how much authority do you hold in your merchant group? We're a family merchant group, so the entire merchant group is under my Nangong clan's control. My father only has 2 daughters, me and my younger sister, Nangong Yun. My father has left the management of the merchant group to us sisters. So, my authority in the merchant group can be considered to be second in the merchant group. Yang Yi asked, how many deities does your merchant group have? Her eyes narrowed slightly. Young Master Yang, are you thinking of asking my merchant group to assist Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region? Yang Yi replied, I know that isn't realistic. So, I hope to obtain your help. It wasn't realistic to seek help from the entire merchant group, because she wasn't the one that made all the decisions. However, if she was willing to help, then she would still be of great help to him. The smile on Nangong Qin's face vanished. She walked over to the side, sat down, and then picked up a cup and sipped some tea before she spoke again. Young Master Yang, give me a reason. If it was any other person that asked her to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region right now, she would slap that person right there and then. Because wasn't that like asking her to send her forces to their deaths? The situation at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was common knowledge. Gambling on it now would definitely result in a complete loss. Because Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's destruction was set in stone, heading over there right now would be a one-way trip to hell. However, it was Yang Yi who'd asked. She knew Yang Yi wasn't someone who thought the world revolved around him, so she was willing to listen. Yang Yi said, "There's no reward without risk." She shook her head. "Young Master Yang Yi, allow me to be honest. I only see risk and no reward." Meanwhile, Yi Luyan stepped forward. "Big Sister Qin, you're looking in the wrong place. Don't look at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Look at him." She pointed at Yang Yi while she spoke. Nangong Qin asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Luyan combed her hair behind her ears and said, "I understand what you're thinking. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region really does have no hope right now. But just think about it. What if it survived? What if it survived under your help? What would that give you?" Nangong Qin smiled and remained silent. Actually, she'd firmly decided that she would never help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. However, she didn't want to make Yang Yi and Yi Luyan feel embarrassed. She hoped that they would act sensibly and stop speaking about it. Yi Luyan pondered deeply for a moment and was about to speak when Yang Yi grabbed her arm, and he shook his head and said, "Let's go see that second young miss." Yi Luyan glanced at him and nodded, and then they didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. Meanwhile, Nangong Qin's voice suddenly resounded from behind them. "Wait." Yang Yi and Yi Luyan stopped, and then Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Nangong Qin. "Miss Nangong, I know that doing this is a little pushy, and I understand the difficulty you face. So, I won't blame you for it. However, I have to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. So, if you're unwilling to help, then I have no choice but to look for someone else." Nangong Qin shook her head and said, "Young Master Yang, there are many things that are agreed upon through discussion. You want my help, and that isn't impossible. But as I've mentioned before, I hope you can give me a reason to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Moreover, allow me to be honest, if both of you can't convince me, then you probably won't be able to convince my younger sister. Conversely, if you can convince her, then you'll definitely be able to convince me. We know each other well, so isn't it better to work with me than my younger sister? It's great if you're willing to discuss it." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Miss Nangong, you think that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region will definitely lose, but I'm not of the same mind." Nangong Qin asked, "Why?" Yang Yi pointed at himself. "Because of me." Nangong Qin was at a loss for words when she heard how confident Yang Yi was. Yang Yi continued, "Miss Nangong, have you heard of the Stellar Sword diagram?" She nodded. "Of course." Jin Wuji utilized that diagram to fight a mysterious expert in Dark Hell Stellar Region. Its might is. When she spoke up to this point, her pupils constricted slightly. You obtained the Stellar Sword diagram." Yang Yi nodded. He knew that he had to expose some of his trump cards in order to gain her help. Nangong Qin clenched her fists slowly when she saw him nod. After all, the Stellar Sword diagram was something that was beyond the ranking systems of treasures. Moreover, it was a sword diagram while Yang Yi was a peerless sword cultivator. So, even deities would tremble before him while it was in his hands. Nangong Qin remained silent for a long time before she shook her head. "It still isn't enough." Yang Yi said, "Miss Nangong, if you're willing to lend a hand, then your Azure Cloud Merchant Group can open a branch at every single world under Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, and all fees will be waived for 30 years. Besides that, I personally promise you that so long as I'm alive, I'm willing to help you with 3 things." He didn't have any other bargaining chips, so he had no choice but to sell himself. 3 things. Nangong Qin suddenly looked up at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was only an emperor now, but would any deity dare to underestimate him? The most terrifying thing wasn't his strength, it was his potential. If Yang Yi were to do 3 things for her with his current strength, then it would actually not be very useful. But what about in the future? If Yang Yi didn't die, then based on his potential, how terrifying would he be? She was a businesswoman, so she understood that investing in business had far lower returns than investing in outstanding people. Once Yang Yi grew even stronger and attained the Voider realm or even the deity realm, then he would do all sorts of things for her, and the favors he owed her would be much more useful. However, she would suffer a huge loss if Yangyi perished in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Not only would she offend Celestial Demon Stellar Region and the other powers, then Azure Cloud Merchant Group may have to sacrifice her in order to settle the matter with Celestial Demon Stellar Region and the other stellar regions. Even if she could escape death, she could dream of ever holding any authority in the Merchant Group. It came with huge benefits, but the risks were huge as well. Nangong Qing remained silent for a long time, and then she raised 3 fingers. I can mobilize 3 deities. That's my limit. However, they will only follow you in secret. You can't expose their identities or announce that my Azure Cloud Merchant Group is helping you. This is between you, me, and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, and it has nothing to do with Azure Cloud Merchant Group. I hope you understand. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard her. Actually, he didn't hold much hope, but he hadn't expected her to really be willing to help. Regardless of whether she was doing so to gain his help in the future, or because she had other motives, he would still remember this favor. Meanwhile, Nangong Qin laughed bitterly. I hope I won't regret this. The risks were huge. She was betting everything she had, and her own future on Yang Ye's future. It was very risky, extremely risky. Actually, Nangong Qin didn't know that it wouldn't be long before she would feel very lucky that she'd made this decision. Because it didn't just change her life, it changed the future of Azure Cloud Merchant Group. Yang Yi cupped his fist to her and said, Miss Nangong, I'll remember this. Regardless of what happens at Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, I will absolutely not refuse your request if it's within my ability. Of course, even if it isn't within my ability, I will still try my best. 3 deities was a huge help to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Nangong Qin smiled. Even though it's quite risky, being able to become friends with someone like you is worth any risk. If she didn't really attach great importance to Yang Yi in the past, then once she found out what he'd done on Sky River Continent, her evaluation of him had risen to the top. She was willing to become friends with him, no matter the cost. Merchant groups did business, but if they didn't possess formidable strength, then how would they do business? If Yang Yi were to be able to grow, then just a single word from him might be able to change both her and her merchant group's future. It wasn't exaggerated at all because Yang Yi had such potential. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun asked, Are you heading to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region now? Yang Yi shook his head. I'm going to Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Celestial Demon Stellar Region? Both Yi Luyun and Nangong Qin's expressions changed. Meanwhile, Nangong Qin spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, you have to realize that Celestial Demon Stellar Region isn't Sky River Stellar Region. It's heavily guarded and covered in numerous grand formations. Moreover, there are at least 2 deities in its main city. Besides that, they definitely have dimensional teleportation flags. Once anything occurs in their stellar region, it'll only take a few dozen breaths of time for them to return. The Demon Lord is no ordinary deity. Yang Yi nodded. Thank you for the information. But I'm still heading there first. Nangong Qin frowned. Why? Yang Yi replied, If I head to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region right now, it will expose my presence before them and cause me to fall into a passive state. However, if I were to launch a surprise attack on Celestial Demon Stellar Region, then I would hold the initiative. I decide whether we fight. Moreover, Celestial Demon Stellar Region might have not expected that I would dare to launch such a surprise attack on them. So, it's an opportunity for me. An opportunity to put a dent in Celestial Demon Stellar Region's strength. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun said, But it's very dangerous. Yang Yi smiled. Is heading to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region not dangerous? Both are dangerous. Since they are both dangerous, I choose to launch a surprise attack. The morale in Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is definitely really bad. But once I attack Celestial Demon Stellar Region and both of you help me spread the news, it'll definitely rouse their morale and alleviate some of the pressure that Shuang Weiran faces. If he hadn't launched a surprise attack on Sky River Stellar Region, their experts would have definitely not left or promised to not attack Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region again. If even their base of operations was in trouble, how could they have the desire to attack others? But if he chose to head to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, the experts of Sky River Stellar Region would have definitely not retreated. That was the difference. Most importantly, He didn't like to be on the defensive. He liked to be on the offensive. Offense was the best defense. He wanted to attack. He wanted to fight. Chapter 14:04 It's best if we can kill them all. Chapter 14:04 It's best if we can kill them all. It didn't take long for the three deities that Nangong Qin had promised Yang Yi to arrive in the hall. After they found out that Nangong Qin wanted them to help clouds of heaven stellar region, all three of them fell silent. A long time passed before the white-haired old man who led the group spoke solemnly, "Little girl, you know that we think highly of you, and that's why we're standing on your side when it comes to succeeding your father as patriarch. I don't want to question your decision because I know that there's definitely a reason why you've done this. I just want to ask if you're really sure. After all, if we fail, then you won't be the only one to suffer because it's very likely to implicate the entire merchant group." Nangong Qin replied, "Elder Yuan, there's no reward without risk. I want to take this gamble." The three old men exchanged glances, and then they nodded. Elder Yuan said, "Fine, since you've chosen to gamble, then we'll gamble with you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Yang Yi and sized up Yang Yi. "From this moment onward, the three of us will be following you." Yang Yi cupped his fist to them, and then he said, "Thank you for helping me. Let's not waste time and leave immediately." They nodded, and then vanished on the spot. Yi Luyun spoke abruptly when Yang Yi was about to leave. "Be careful." Yang Yi smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'll flee if we're no match for them. You have to be careful in Stellar City as well." He gazed at Nangong Qin and continued, "Miss Nangong, Luyun hadn't established a firm foundation in the city, so please take care of her." "You don't have to tell me that." Nangong Qin rolled her eyes at him, and then she walked over to Yi Luyun and took Yi Luyun's hand. She smiled. "Luyun and I have become sworn sisters. If anyone dares to bully her in Stellar City, it's equivalent to bullying me." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "No matter what, thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately vanished on the spot. Yi Luyun spoke abruptly once Yang Yi left. "Big sister, you're making a huge bet this time." Nangong Qin nodded. "It's really huge." Yi Luyun said, "He won't disappoint you." "I hope so." Nangong Qin replied softly. If Yang Yi died, then her future would be over. Moreover, she might even drag down the entire merchant group. She couldn't afford to lose this gamble. Yang Yi led the three deities through the teleportation formation on Stellar City and arrived at Celestial Demon Stellar region. Needless to say, those teleportation formations were really convenient, as they really shortened the distance between stellar regions. However, it was extremely expensive as well. But it couldn't be helped because they were the only providers of teleportation formations in this universe. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly, "Brother Yang, are you really going to launch a surprise attack on Celestial Demon Continent?" He was naturally aware of Yang Ye's ability because Nangong Qin had given him all the information she had on Yang Yi. That was also the main reason why he decided to make this bet with Nangong Qin. Yang Yi nodded, "But I'll be going myself." The three old men exchanged glances, and then Elder Yuan said, "You don't want us to go with you? Or do you think that we're burdens to you?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I have no intention to look down on all of you. What I mean is that I'll head to Celestial Demon City while you three head to other worlds in the stellar region. Once you get there, plunder all their divine grade spirit veins and saint grade spirit veins. It's best if you don't leave even one behind." Elder Yuan was astounded. "You intend to rob Celestial Demon Stellar region?" Yang Yi nodded. "I'll head to Celestial Demon Continent, and I'll keep them busy there. So, feel free to plunder their spirit veins. But be fast and prioritize plundering the spirit veins. Of course, if it's possible, you can kill a few on your way. However, don't waste time. Right? All of you can keep the spirit veins you gain." They couldn't help but be quite tempted when they heard this. Celestial Demon Stellar Region was a 3-star stellar region. Besides Celestial Demon Continent, which was a medium world, it had many other small worlds, and those small worlds definitely had divine-grade spirit veins. Yang Yi was attacking Celestial Demon Continent, and it was equivalent to keeping most of the experts of Celestial Demon Stellar Region busy. Moreover, those small worlds would have a limited number of experts. In short, Yang Yi was letting them make a fortune. Their impression of Yang Yi instantly became much better. Elder Yuan hesitated for a moment and said, Celestial Demon Continent might have at least 2 deities present there. So, should I go with you? Yang Yi shook his head. We're not going there to destroy them. Our objective is to steal everything they have. So, please be fast, because we have to retreat before their experts rush back. So, we don't have much time. Elder Yuan nodded and said, All right, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them vanished into the depths of the starry sky around him. Once they left, the ancient sheath appeared in Yang Ye's grasp. At the same time, the sword precursor appeared within it. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a short while, and then he vanished. It didn't take long for him to arrive in the sky above Celestial Demon Continent. He didn't enter it directly. Just as Nangong Qin had said, there were powerful restrictions and formations around it, and he would definitely activate them if he tried to enter by force. Yang Yi held the ancient sheath in his grasp as he stood silently in midair for quite some time. Suddenly, his profound energy surged madly. He was waiting. He was waiting for the deities on the continent to come out themselves. Elder Yuan and the others should be about to start plundering the small worlds of Celestial Demon Stellar region. At that time, the deities on Celestial Demon Continent would definitely head out to help, and that would be his opportunity. If 2 came out, then he would let them leave, and then attack the continent once they left. But if only 1 came out, bang! Suddenly, a terrifying aura shot up into the air from below. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that Elder Yuan and the others had started. Yang Yi stared fixedly at the continent below him while he held tightly onto the hilt of his sword. It didn't take long for a ray of light to shoot up from below. A single deity. Yang Yi didn't hesitate at all. Blink immediately appeared on his back, and then he vanished on the spot. He was above the ray of light when his figure appeared once more. You are. A surprised and bewildered voice resounded. Obviously, that deity was quite stunned. Yang Yi would naturally not answer. He didn't waste his breath at all, and immediately drew his sword and swung it. Once he drew his sword, he didn't stop and quickly sheathed it once more, and then he drew it again. 2 true heaven rinds overlapped over each other. Ah! A shrill cry resounded in the sky above Celestial Demon Continent, and it was so loud that it practically resounded throughout the continent. How dare you! It didn't take long for a furious howl to resound abruptly through the continent, and then a beam of light shot up into the air. A black-robed old man arrived where the previous deity had been, but at this moment, he only saw a deity who'd been slashed into 2. The black-robed old man was horrified when he witnessed this scene. A deity had been killed in an instant. Someone had actually killed a deity in an instant. The black-robed old man waved his right hand, and then the space around him instantly started to condense in layers and form a solid spatial barrier. Once he was done with that, his divine sense swept out towards the surroundings and instantly covered a massive area. A short while passed before the old man's face gradually became unsightly because he hadn't noticed anything. Not even 2 breaths of time had passed since that deity had been killed, but the enemy had actually vanished without a trace in just that amount of time. The old man's face grew even gloomier. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before the black-robed old man. The middle-aged man bowed and said, Elder Zun, I just received word that there are experts plundering the spirit veins in the other worlds within our stellar region. Based on our initial estimations, there are at least 3 experts, and all of them are deities. 3 deities. The old man slowly clenched his fists, and he remained silent for a short while before he said, Notify the Demon Lord. Tell him that there are forces assisting clouds of Heaven Stellar region, and we await his orders. The middle-aged man nodded, withdrew a transmission talisman, and crushed it. Around 10 breaths of time passed before the space in front of the middle-aged man started rippling. A moment of silence ensued before the middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. The Demon Lord wants you to ignore the other worlds and just protect Celestial Demon Continent. The black-robed old man asked, The Demon Lord isn't sending back any experts? The middle-aged man shook his head and replied, The Demon Lord said that once clouds of Heaven Stellar region is crushed, These powers that are assisting it in secret will be just like clowns, and we can crush them with ease. The old man asked, when are they launching the final assault on clouds of heaven stellar region? The middle-aged man replied, they've already started. The black-robed old man nodded and said, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced coldly at the surroundings, and then vanished with the middle-aged man. Around 4 hours after they left, Yang Yi appeared there. At this moment, he'd finished recovering completely within the primordial pagoda. He hadn't left just now. So, he'd heard everything the black-robed old man and the middle-aged man had said. Celestial Demon Stellar Region had started the final assault on clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Yang Yi gazed at Celestial Demon Continent for a long time, and then he withdrew a transmission talisman and crushed it. Around 15 minutes later, the space around him trembled, and then Elder Yuan's group of 3 appeared by his side. Elder Yuan was puzzled. Brother Yang? Yang Yi said, I've received news that the Demon Lord has launched the final assault on clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. In other words, they won't be coming back. 2 hours. We only have 2 hours. We're going to kill as many as we can in these 2 hours. It's best if we can kill them all. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly, Brother Yang. What if clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is captured? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's eyes instantly turned blood red. He stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot down towards Celestial Demon Continent. Elder Yuan and the others exchanged glances, and then they charged down towards the continent as well. Chapter 14:05 Fight to the Death. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. It had once been a 3-star stellar region. It didn't just have a medium world, it had over 100 small worlds. Yet now, it only had a medium world and 2 small worlds in its vicinity. Clouds of Heaven Continent, Clouds of Heaven City. Clouds of Heaven City was the main city on the continent, and it was the stellar region's last line of defense. If they lost the city, it meant that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region would vanish from this universe. A woman stood on the city walls with her hands behind her back. She was looking up at the sky with a calm and indifferent gaze. She wore pure white leather armor that wrapped tightly around her delicate figure, causing her figure to seem even more attractive. Her ink-black hair was tied behind her back with a white ribbon. Her hair wasn't very long, and it stopped just at her waist. There was a pure white halberd floating to her right. She was Zhuang Weiran. The sky was densely covered in black clouds, and it was clear that a storm was approaching. Suddenly, a middle-aged man and a beautiful woman appeared on the city wall. The middle-aged man wore golden armor, and his entire body emanated a strand of powerful battle intent. However, his countenance seemed quite pale, and there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. The beautiful woman by his side seemed to be only a little over 30, and her countenance was quite pale just like the middle-aged man. They were lattice parents, Zhuang Weitian and Qian Yaochan. Lady suddenly spoke. The other 2 worlds are gone? Zhuang Weitian nodded. We only have Clouds of Heaven Continent now. Lady closed her eyes slowly when she heard this. Weiran, what exactly do you intend to do? Zhuang Weitian spoke in a low voice. Celestial Demon Stellar Region has 6 deities, yet we only have 3 left. As for semi-deities, they have numerous times more than we have. Moreover, not all the experts they've been hiding have joined the battle. If we didn't have the War God formation on Clouds of Heaven Continent, we would have been conquered a long time ago. Yet now, even the War God formation can't stop them. Lady opened her eyes and gazed at Zhuang Weitian. Then if it's up to you, what should we do in this situation? Merryman Tian from Wildland's Stellar Region. Meanwhile, Qian Yaochan spoke abruptly, Weiran, I wouldn't force you to marry Tian if he was a useless fellow. However, he's a peerless genius whose natural talent is merely slightly inferior to yours. Marrying him isn't a disgrace for you. Qian Yaochan took a deep breath, shook her head, and continued, Weiran, countless people from our stellar region have perished because you insisted on refusing. Now, if you continue, then our stellar region will be eliminated from this world. Even if you refuse to think for your own future, you should think for us, your younger brother, and all the other living beings throughout the continent. Don't tell me that you really want all of us to die in battle with you? Lady didn't speak, but her hands behind her back were slowly being clenched tightly. Qin Yaochan said, wherein Wildland Stellar Region has agreed to step forward and mediate between us and Celestial Demon Stellar Region once you agree. They've guaranteed that if Celestial Demon Stellar Region refuses to spare us, then they'll send experts to help us. Lady said, in other words, everyone's lives are in my hands, right? Zhuang Weitian sighed, wherein I know that you strive to excel, and you're definitely unable to accept something like marrying someone in order to gain peace. However, we have no other choice. The Celestial Demon Lord's strength is at the peak of the deity realm, and he has obtained the help of 2 ferocious celestial demon wolves that are comparable to peak deities as well. If we don't have the War God formation to keep them busy, then we aren't a match for them. Yet now, even the War God formation won't be able to stop them if they attack at full force. Big sister, can you really bear to watch as all of us die? Meanwhile, a voice came from the side, and then a man who looked slightly similar to Zhuang Weiran walked over here. The man pointed at the guards on the city walls and said, Father, Mother, me, them, and all the other billions of living beings throughout our continent might die in the battle that's about to occur. Can you really bear to watch all of us die? Lady didn't speak, but the hands behind her back were clenched tightly. It was so tight that her nails had pierced her palm and threads of blood were seeping out from the cracks between her fingers. Lady remained silent for a long time before she said, the forces of Sky River Stellar Region have retreated. Do all of you know why? She didn't wait for them to speak and continued, because he's helping us. Our Stellar Region isn't fighting alone. We have reinforcements as well. You're speaking about that fellow, Yang Yi, right? Qin Yaochan interrupted her and said, wherein? I've heard of him from Fonsangye. You didn't just give our family heirloom, the War God ring, to him. You even have an agreement with him. Wherein? You're truly foolish. I've investigated him. He really is a genius. But so what? Can he stop Celestial Demon Stellar Region? He can't. She laughed coldly at this point and continued, besides that, he hasn't dared to come here until now. I think he doesn't dare to come here at all. Wherein? Entrusting your hopes to him will only bring calamity to everyone else. Lady shook her head and said, since he said that he would come, then he definitely will. Qin Yaochan replied, wherein? Can't you think about everyone else? And think about your own future too. Zhuang Weitian nodded, wherein? Your natural talent is countless times better than mine, and you've even obtained the guidance of a mysterious expert. Your future is very bright. It wouldn't be worth it to let yourself die here. Marrying into Wildland Stellar Region is beneficial to us and you. So, why be so stubborn? Lady suddenly looked up at Zhuang Weitian and said, Father, you obtained the War God's inheritance before me. Tell me, what is a War God? What are you trying to say? Zhuang Weitian gazed at her with bewilderment in his eyes. Lady grabbed the halberd by her side and said, I met an old man in Taoist robes by chance. That old man told me something. Do you know what he said? He said the War God never makes compromises or speaks about defeat. If a War God goes to battle, the War God fights to the death. That's what a War God is. Zhuang Weitian fell silent. Lady continued, Father, from the moment I took this halberd from you, I took the path of the War God. If I make a compromise, if I speak of defeat, or if I use my body to gain peace, then would I be worthy of being the War God? Would I be worthy of his halberd? As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of dazzling light suddenly erupted from the halberd in her grasp, and then it started trembling violently. Meanwhile, the young man said, Big sister, are you going to let all of us die for that so-called War God you speak of? Lady turned to look at the young man. She gazed at him for a long time, and then she shook her head. You're truly inferior when compared to him. The young man's face instantly became unsightly. He naturally knew who Lady was referring to. The young man spoke coldly, Big sister, you say he's more outstanding than me, but so what? Did he come to help you? Lady paid no attention to the young man. She just gazed at her parents and said, Father, Mother, I think that is the War God clan. Death isn't the most terrifying thing for us. The most terrifying thing is losing our fearless spirit. All of you want me to marry into Wildland's stellar region. Perhaps it can save our stellar region, but it's a disgrace to all of us." As soon as she finished speaking, she gazed at the halberd in her grasp and said, "I would rather die in battle than live in disgrace." "Well said." Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky above the continent. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically upon hearing it. It was the celestial demon lord. It was the demon lord's voice. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man to appear in the sky above the city. The middle-aged man wore a golden robe. His figure was tall and comparable to the height of 2 adults, and he emanated a strand of unparalleled imposing pressure. The demon lord's gaze descended onto Zhuang Weiran. "Zhuang Weiran, I really admire you. How about we do this? So long as you agree to marry me, I'll immediately order my forces to retreat. Moreover, I'll even return the worlds of your clouds of heaven stellar region that I've conquered. Besides that, I can even help you take control of your clan. So long as we join forces, it won't take long for us to charge into the large world." He would naturally not continue the attack if she was willing to marry him, because it would be equivalent to peacefully obtaining clouds of heaven's stellar region, and he would even obtain an extraordinary general. He would gain the stellar region and her. That was the same goal that Wildland's stellar region had. Zhuang Weitian and the others were slightly tempted. They naturally knew what the celestial demon lord wanted, but it was better than allowing their stellar region to vanish. Moreover, if that happened, clouds of heaven stellar region wouldn't be considered to have surrendered. At the very least, it would sound better as it would be called an alliance through marriage. However, it depended on Zhuang Weiran. They wanted to force her to agree, but she was strong, so they didn't dare to overstep their bounds. Zhuang Weitian and the others gazed at Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran looked up at the demon lord and said, "I would rather die than live in disgrace." Zhuang Weitian and the others' faces instantly became unsightly when they heard her. The demon lord gazed at her for a short while, and then he said, "What a pity." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand. In an instant, huge expanses in the starry sky above him started to tremble, and it didn't take long for thousands to appear in the sky above the continent. There were 6 old men behind the demon lord, and all of them were deities. Besides that, there were around 70 semi-deities behind the 6 old men. As for the rest, the weakest amongst them were voiders. So many voiders and semi-deities had naturally not come from celestial demon stellar region alone. There were experts from other stellar regions as well. The expressions of everyone from clouds of heaven stellar region became unsightly when they saw the forces of celestial demon stellar region. It was overwhelming. Celestial demon stellar region was fully capable of crushing clouds of heaven stellar region. The demon lord's gaze descended onto Zhuang Weiran. "Zhuang Weiran, I'll give you one last chance. If you refuse, then I'll slaughter everyone in clouds of heaven city once the formation is destroyed. I always keep my word." "Weiran." Zhuang Weitian and the others looked at her when they heard him. Actually, everyone here was looking at her. So long as she nodded, then war could be avoided. Zhuang Weiran remained silent for a short while, and then she suddenly chuckled. "How sad. I never expected that there would be no one in my stellar region who has the courage to fight when the final battle is finally upon us." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up into the sky. "I'm sorry. I'm going to break my promise." As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of faint red light suddenly surged out from within her. Soul ignition. Everyone here was shocked. Chapter 1406. Because she would be dead. Was she being selfish? Some felt that she was absolutely selfish. After all, she just had to agree, and the war could be avoided. As far as they were concerned, it was very worth it to sacrifice one for the good of all. Moreover, they felt that regardless of whether she married into Wildland's stellar region or the celestial demon lord, it wasn't a sacrifice. Because regardless of whether it was the residents of clouds of heaven stellar region or Zhuang Weiran's own parents, all of them were resentful because she kept refusing. However, all of them, and even her parents, had never tried to think about it in her shoes. She was a proud person. As far as she was concerned, Marrying someone to save the stellar region wasn't just a disgrace to her. It was a disgrace for the entire clouds of heaven stellar region, and it was a pathetic thing to do. Wasn't it pathetic to use a woman to gain peace? Moreover, her own belief in the path of cultivation was to die rather than live in disgrace. Once she agreed, then it represented that she would be going against that belief of hers. How severe was it if one's beliefs collapsed? Simply speaking, it was impossible for that person to improve further in their lifetime. Zhuang Weiran didn't want to suffer disgrace or be pathetic, but the residents of clouds of heaven stellar region and her own parents were forcing her to. In the end, she had chosen to ignite her soul and fight one last time for her stellar region. Regardless of what the outcome was, it wouldn't be important, because she would be dead. The others here were shocked when they saw her ignite her soul, and even the demon lord and his forces were shocked. They hadn't expected her to act so resolutely and ignite her soul. Suddenly, Fan Sangyan appeared on the city wall and immediately went over to Zhuang Weiran's side. He spoke anxiously, "Young miss, stop right now. I've received news from a mysterious person that Yang Yi and 3 other mysterious deities have breached celestial demon continent. At this moment, Yang Yi is slaughtering the entire city. We've destroyed their base." Everyone here was stunned. Zhuang Weiran frowned slightly while the flames she emanated were gradually extinguished. She stared fixedly at Fan Sangyan and asked, "Are you sure?" Fan Sangyan hurriedly replied, "Absolutely." Zhuang Weiran looked up into the sky and said, "Are you telling me that I'm not fighting alone?" Fan Sangyan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her stop. Had really been horrified just now, because if that madman, Yang Yi, found out that clouds of heaven stellar region had forced her to ignite her soul and die, then Yang Yi would definitely aim his sword at everyone in clouds of heaven stellar region. Yang Yi would definitely annihilate everyone here. He didn't doubt that at all. Fortunately, the news had arrived in time. Actually, he wasn't sure if it was true, but he couldn't be bothered about that. It was fine so long as she didn't ignite her soul. Suddenly, the space before the demon lord trembled, and it didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. His gaze descended onto Zhuang Weiran as he said, "I never expected you to have a backup plan. I'm really quite curious. Who is it that dares to help you at a time like this?" Zhuang Weiran paid no attention to the demon lord. She gazed at the others from her stellar region. "If you don't choose to fight, then choose death." After she found out that Yang Yi was fighting on celestial demon stellar region, she had no further tolerance for these people from her stellar region. Of course, she wouldn't choose to surrender or agree to their marriage proposals now, because wouldn't she be hurting Yang Yi by doing that? Moreover, if the people of her stellar region still had such thoughts, then it would be equivalent to trying to hurt Yang Yi, and she would absolutely not allow that. Weiran. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weitian seemed to intend to say something, but she interrupted him. "He hasn't betrayed me, so I definitely won't betray him. If you want me to marry someone to gain peace, then he'll leave right now. He'll head to celestial demon continent to fight by his side." Why was Yang Yi there? It was because of her. There was no enmity between Yang Yi and celestial demon stellar region. Yang Yi didn't have to get swept into this conflict, but had charged in without hesitation because of her. So if she were to choose to marry the demon lord now, then wouldn't it be like betraying Yang Yi? Zhuang Weitian and the beautiful woman exchanged glances. In the end, Zhuang Weitian spoke solemnly, "Well, do as you say." She was the pillar of support for their stellar region, and she was its future. If she abandoned clouds of heaven stellar region, Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan didn't dare think about the consequences. That was the main reason why they hadn't dared to make her marry into Wildland's stellar region or celestial demon stellar region. Zhuang Weiran possessed formidable strength, so unless she did so willingly, no one could force her to do anything. She nodded, and then she turned to look at the demon lord. "Celestial demon lord, if you want to fight, then let's fight." The demon lord stared fixedly at her. Meanwhile, an old man by the demon lord's side said, "Demon lord, should we send some of our forces back?" Celestial demon continent was the main world of their stellar region. If anything were to happen to it, then the consequences would be very severe. The demon lord shook his head and said, "It's fine. If the continent is gone, then this continent will be our main continent. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and said, "Attack! Leave no one alive." The forces behind him immediately dived down towards the city. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran grasped her halberd tightly and said, "Activate the formations. Fight until your last breaths." Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of dazzling golden light suddenly shot up into the sky, and then almost 150 golden figures that held spears appeared in the sky. They weren't real people, but were energy condensed into human form. But even then, they were all at the semi-deity realm. 150 semi-deities. At the same time, beams of energy were ceaselessly shooting up from the city and surging into the golden figures. The golden figures grew more and more solid as the energy surged into them, and their auras grew stronger as well. They became even stronger than those semi-deities who were charging towards clouds of Heaven City. Besides the golden figures, there were two violet figures that emanated a violet glow standing before the golden figures. Those violet figures made out of energy were deities. It was the War God formation. It was a formation that Zhuang Weitian had obtained when he obtained the War God's inheritance all those years ago, and it was Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region's final line of defense. The formation was exactly why Celestial Demon Stellar Region had left Clouds of Heaven Continent as the last world to attack. The formation could only be activated once in 30 years because it exhausted too many divine crystals. Just activating it once exhausted all the divine crystals that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had. The War God formation? A cold smile curled up on the corners of the Demon Lord's mouth. He flipped his right hand slightly before pressing his palms together and pulling them apart. A huge hole was instantly torn open in the space before him. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, two furious roars resounded from within the black hole, and then the space and ground in a huge area started to quake like an earthquake was rumbling through it. It didn't take long for two completely black and wolf-shaped colossi to appear in the sky above the city. They looked exactly the same. They looked like wolves, were completely pitch black, and had eyes that were as large as an adult's head. Their eyes were dark too, and simply seemed like two black balls. As for their appearance, it was vicious. They had a pair of extremely sharp and long fangs, and even space was instantly sliced apart along with every slight movement they made. Besides that, both of them had very long fur, and it was so long that their fur could sweep the ground. Zhuang Weitian and the others had solemn expressions on their faces when they saw those colossi. Even Zhuang Weiran had a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Celestial demon wolves. Ominous beasts. True ominous beasts. Since time immemorial, there have been auspicious beasts in this universe like the spatial mink, Qilin, and various others. Since there were auspicious beasts, there were ominous beasts as well. The celestial demon wolves were such ominous beasts of this universe. They were ominous beasts that instilled horror in others. Zhuang Weiran had an extremely solemn expression on her face. Those beasts were comparable to peak deities, so she naturally didn't dare act careless at all. The demon lord spoke indifferently. "Celestial demon wolves, don't both of you like to eat? Kill those fellows down there, and you can eat everyone on this continent." Roar! Roar! A ferocious glow instantly surged within their eyes, and then they roared with fury and charged down towards the city. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran flipped her palm and transformed into a beam of white light that shot up into the sky. The battle began. Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Celestial Demon City. Oh! Numerous shrill cries were resounding from the city. At this moment, the entire city was covered in corpses while blood flowed like rivers through the streets. Besides that, a thin layer of blood-red mist covered the sky. It was a mist of blood that had been formed because of the abundance of blood here. After Yang Yes Group of 4 attacked the city, they were instantly besieged by all the experts of Celestial Demon Continent. Obviously, it was much stronger than Sky River Continent, and it was much more orderly as well. So, once they found out that Yang Yes Group had invaded their continent, all the experts in the city and in the vicinity had rushed over, and countless people started to besiege them. In the beginning, the experts of Celestial Demon Continent were filled with the spirit to fight, but it didn't take long for fear to start appearing in them. Once the only deity in the city was killed by the joint forces of Yang Ye's group, no one on the continent could stop them. It was a slaughter, an insane slaughter, especially Yang Yi. Yang Yi was clearly immersed in the slaughter. He killed everyone on sight, and countless streams of blood surged incessantly into heaven's gravestone and the heart of slaughter within him. This made Yang Yi seem like he was made of blood. Actually, he didn't seem like it. He was actually covered in blood. Heaven's gravestone wanted to absorb all the blood, but there was too much. So, a huge amount of it was absorbed by the heart of slaughter within Yang Yi. Corpses covered the ground and blood flowed into rivers. It was hell on earth. That was a true description of the current state in the city. After a long time passed, bang, a pillar of blood shot up into the sky, and then the entire sky turned blood red. At the same time, a wave of terrifying slaughter and tint appeared out of thin air in the sky above the city, and then the slaughter and tint extended to every corner of the city. In an instant, the entire city was covered in blood-red mist. Some comparatively weaker cultivators were instantly corrupted by the slaughter and tint and became machines of slaughter. Rebirth rank slaughter and tint. Someone had attained rebirth rank slaughter and tint, and it was still growing stronger at an extremely terrifying rate. It didn't take long for Elder Yuan and the others to stop, and then they looked in Yang Ye's direction while astonishment filled their eyes, because that slaughter and tint could even corrupt them. However, the slaughter and tint was still growing stronger and stronger. Chapter 1407 Sorry. Chapter 1407 Sorry. The slaughter and tint was growing thicker and thicker. Bang! Around half an hour later, a pillar of blood that was almost 3 kilometers wide pierced the sky and shot high above it before dyeing the entire expanse of space blood red. Meanwhile, at the instant that pillar of blood shot up into the sky, a wave of seemingly material blood-red energy enveloped the entire city. In an instant, the entire city seemed like it was within an ocean of blood. Besides Elder Yuan's group of 3 and some comparatively strong-willed semi-deities, every surviving person in the city was corrupted by the slaughter and tint, and they were transformed into utter machines of slaughter. Elder Yuan and the others were absolutely shocked. Even though they hadn't been corrupted and became puppets of the slaughter and tint, it was capable of affecting them. Just like this very moment, they actually felt like killing, and it was a very strong feeling. They hurriedly circulated their profound energy to keep their minds clear. A few breaths of time passed before their desire to kill was finally alleviated tremendously, and then they looked towards Yang Yi, who was at the center of the city. At this moment, he seemed like a vortex of blood, and countless streams of blood were converging swiftly towards him from all over the city. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint. The 3 old men exchanged glances, and they saw shock in each other's eyes. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint. Actually, to a certain extent, quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint was much more terrifying than quasi-returnal rank sword and tint. This wasn't in terms of strength. Regardless of whether it was quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint or quasi-returnal rank sword and tint, there wasn't a huge difference between them when it came to strength. If one really wanted to determine which was strong, it actually depended on their owners. The reason quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint was more terrifying than sword and tint was because someone who'd comprehended quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint was definitely someone ferocious and ruthless. It was absolutely impossible for someone who wasn't matchlessly ruthless to comprehend quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint. The most terrifying part was that Yang Ye's sword and tint was at the rebirth realm. Based on the natural talent he possessed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to attain quasi-returnal rank sword and tint in the future. 2 quasi-returnal rank and tints. Just thinking about that caused a chill to run down their spines. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint was actually capable of posing a threat to deities like them. If quasi-returnal rank sword and tint was included as well, then just those 2 intents were sufficient to suppress a deity's strength by 50%. Actually, just quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint was extremely terrifying, especially when dealing with those who possessed comparatively weaker strength or willpower. Quasi-returnal rank slaughter and tint could instantly transform them into puppets of slaughter, just like this very moment. All living people in the city had practically been transformed into puppets of slaughter, and they were fighting each other right now. Meanwhile, one of the old men by Elder Yuan's side said, "He's still absorbing blood." Elder Yuan and the other old man looked up. Sure enough, Yang Yi was still absorbing blood like a madman. Elder Yuan watched for a while, and then he spoke solemnly, "No, he isn't absorbing it. It's the sword in his grasp." Sure enough, Yang Yi wasn't the only one in the blood-red vortex. There was a blood-red sword floating above him. At this moment, the blood in the surroundings were surging madly towards it, and it was trembling violently while growing more and more solid. Moreover, blood was surging like waves within it. Elder Yuan spoke solemnly, "It's about to advance." The other old men were visibly moved when they heard this. Yang Ye's sword was at the peak of the void rank, so if it advanced further, it would attain the origin rank. The origin rank. Even they didn't have such a precious treasure. But even if Yang Yi gave it to them, they would dare not accept it. Why? Because it was an unparalleled sword of slaughter. Only a matchlessly ruthless person like Yang Yi could make it acknowledge him. If they tried to subdue it by force, it would only yield opposite results. While the sword could never be a match for them, if they couldn't make it fully submit to them, then they would be in trouble if it suddenly turned on them at the critical moment in a battle. Just like the sword spirit. If she wasn't willing to stay by Yang Ye's side, then would Yang Yi dare to subdue her by force? If she were to turn on him at the critical moment in a battle, then Yang Yi would die before he even knew it. Of course, it would be a different story if he possessed absolute strength. Around 15 minutes later, bang! A ray of blood-red light erupted from Yang Yi's location, and then it swept towards the surroundings like a wave. All the buildings in its path were obliterated, and it took less than 10 breaths of time for around 2/3 of the buildings throughout the city to be destroyed. As for the people here, actually, besides Elder Yuan's group of 3 and Yang Yi, there weren't any others in Celestial Demon City. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to walk out from the vortex of blood, and there was a sword by his side. A blood-red sword. But unlike before, Heaven's gravestone was completely blood-red. It wasn't scarlet red but dark red now. Besides that, there were 2 black, thumb-sized vortices on its blade, and there were countless resentful spirits within the vortices. They were the souls of those that had been killed earlier, and there were over 10 million of them. Of course, Yang Ye's group had killed far more than that. After all, many had been instantly wiped out of existence. 10 million resentful souls. These souls were naturally not there just to be decorations on Heaven's gravestone. They could be released at a suitable moment, and even deities would have to keep their distance if 10 million resentful souls swarmed them. However, Yang Yi didn't dare rashly release them. There were too many of them, and their resentment was too strong. Even he who possessed quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent and rebirth rank sword intent didn't dare underestimate them. However, he didn't fear them as well, because they'd been shackled by Heaven's gravestone, and Heaven's gravestone possessed full control over them. So long as Heaven's gravestone didn't betray him, those resentful souls would dare not turn on him. Since he had the sword spirit and primordial pagoda, Heaven's gravestone would absolutely not dare to betray him, nor did it have a reason to. The facts proved that it had a future if it stayed by Yang Ye's side. Actually, both Heaven's gravestone and the sword spirit were extremely strong on their own. However, their true strength could only be revealed in the hands of a cultivator. They couldn't fight deities if they were separated from Yang Yi, but deities wouldn't be able to resist them while they were in Yang Ye's hands. If they wanted to grow, the only way to accomplish that swiftly was to stay with Yang Yi. The sword spirit relied on Yang Ye's sword intent to improve herself. But because her level was too high, Yang Ye's current sword intent wasn't of much help to her. Of course, she'd gone through thick and thin with Yang Yi throughout this time, so they weren't using each other. Heaven's gravestone relied on killing to grow, and Yang Yi just happened to kill frequently. It could be said that it was a perfect match with Yang Yi. When Yang Yi arrived before Elder Yuan's group, the smell of blood instantly assaulted them, and it made them frown. At the same time, the fierce slaughter intent which Yang Yi and Heaven's gravestone emanated caused them to be slightly dazed. They were quite shocked and hurriedly circulated their profound energy while emanating their auras to resist it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, who seemed like a figure made out of blood, had gradually started to return to normal. However, Heaven's gravestone was still emanating a bloody aura. Moreover, the slaughter intent it emanated was growing stronger and stronger. It seemed to want to slaughter another city. Obviously, it was addicted to slaughter. Suddenly, an ear-piercing howl resounded from Heaven's gravestone, and then a blood-red ray of light shot up into the sky. After that, Heaven's gravestone transformed into a beam of blood-ray light that shot towards the sky. Obviously, it wanted to go kill even more. Get back here. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's voice resounded. Elder Yuan and the others watched as the blood-red beam of light in the sky suddenly turned back and appeared before Yang Yi. All three of them were speechless. Heaven's gravestone had transformed Yang Ye's heart into the heart of slaughter, and that meant that it was one with Yang Yi. It had done that because it wanted Yang Yi to be hesitant to act against it. However, it hadn't expected that Yang Yi had the primordial pagoda, so Yang Yi didn't fear it at all. So, while Heaven's gravestone had advanced, it didn't dare to be disrespectful or disobey Yang Yi. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and grabbed Heaven's gravestone, and then he gazed at Elder Yuan and the others. Seniors, let's go. They glanced at him, nodded, and then vanished into the sky. Yang Yi turned around and glanced at Celestial Demon City. After that, he swung Heaven's gravestone horizontally before transforming into a ray of blood-red light that shot up into the sky. Once Yang Yi vanished, a wave of blood-red sword energy swept forward in all directions from where Yang Yi had stood. In an instant, a deafening explosion resounded from the city. Celestial Demon City was gone. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Clouds of Heaven Continent. At this moment, the battle was at its peak. Zhuang Weiran was fighting a celestial demon wolf, while Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan were fighting the celestial demon lord. However, they were at an absolute disadvantage right now. Zhuang Weiran was barely able to resist the celestial demon wolf, but her parents were suppressed in battle with the demon lord. As for the last celestial demon wolf, it was assisting the forces of celestial demon stellar region against the deities and semi-deities created by the war god formation. More than half of the golden figures had been destroyed under the celestial demon wolf's lead. It was a one-sided battle. Since the beginning, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was completely suppressed. Bang! Suddenly, Zhuang Weitian and Tian Yaochan were blasted around 10 kilometers away. The demon lord paid no further attention to them. He appeared behind Zhuang Weiran, and then slammed his fist towards her back. So long as he dealt with her, it would be equivalent to defeating Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Zhuang Weiran hadn't expected a surprise attack from the demon lord, but her reaction wasn't slow. She instinctively turned around and raised Peacekeeper before herself. Bang! The powerful force of the collision blasted her far away. She just stopped when a mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth. Suddenly, the celestial demon wolf appeared in front of her and slammed its body against her. She couldn't dodge it. Her pupils constricted, and she instinctively raised Peacekeeper before herself again. Bang! Numerous mouthfuls of blood sprayed from her mouth as her figure flew backwards. It's over. A cruel smile arose on the corners of the demon lord's mouth, and then he shot towards her. Zhuang Weiran. I'll hang your corpse outside the walls of Clouds of Heaven City for a year, so that others know the consequences of going against my celestial demon stellar region. The celestial demon wolf didn't stand by idly and had transformed into a ray of dark light that shot in Zhuang Weiran's direction as well. Zhuang Weiran's figure was still flying backwards. She glanced at the demon lord and celestial demon wolf that were getting closer and closer, and then she slowly closed her eyes. I'm sorry. I'll have to break my promise. That promise she spoke of was naturally the agreement she had with Yang Yi to meet him in 3 years. Suddenly, the sky above Clouds of Heaven City turned dark red. Chapter 1408. You're so full of crap. The sky seemed like it was drenched with blood, and it was completely dark red while the smell of blood and boundless slaughter intent rained down like a storm. Everyone was shocked. The celestial demon lord frowned, but he didn't stop and even sped up. He knew that someone had definitely come to help, and it was not to help him, of course. However, he didn't care because the battle would be over once Zhuangweran was killed. The celestial demon wolf received his command and sped up its charge towards Zhuangweran. Right when both of them were around 30 m away from Zhuangweran, a figure had appeared before her, and it was a completely blood-red figure. It was Yang Yi, of course. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's blood-red eyes as he gazed at the demon lord and celestial demon wolf in front of him, and then he grabbed sword precursor's hilt and swung it. The true form of Heaven Rend. The demon lord's pupils had constricted when Yang Yi drew his sword, and a wisp of shock had flashed through his eyes. Obviously, this attack had surpassed his expectations. He didn't dare act carelessly. He stretched out his right hand, and a black ball of energy suddenly appeared in front of him. After that, the ball of energy suddenly emanated a ray of dazzling black light that slammed against Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! A huge explosion resounded like a thunderclap, and it caused sharp pain to shoot through the eardrums of many. At the moment the sword energy and black ball of energy shattered, countless strands of black energy and sword energy shot madly towards the surroundings, and they even sliced apart the space before them. In just an instant, the entire sky was covered in a dense expanse of spatial rifts. It didn't take long for the surroundings to return to normal. At this moment, the Demon Lord and the Celestial Demon Wolf were over 3 kilometers away. The Demon Lord shot a glance at his right hand, and he saw a bone-deep injury there, causing his face to instantly turn gloomy. When he looked up and gazed at Yang Yi, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. As for the wolf by his side, it had a ferocious glow in its eyes and seemed ready to swallow Yang Yi up. The battle in the sky had stopped. The battle below was still going on. Once Elder Yuan's group of 3 joined the battle, the army of clouds of Heaven Stellar region gradually stopped being pushed back and turned the situation around slightly. Most importantly, hope blazed once more in their hearts when they suddenly received reinforcements. At this moment, all of them were fighting more desperately than they ever had. No one wanted to die. In the sky, "You're Yang Yi." The Demon Lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi as he spoke. He naturally knew of Yang Yi because Yang Yi was the reason that Skyriver Stellar region had retreated. However, he would have made them leave even if Yang Yi hadn't forced them to leave. He didn't want to share too much of the benefits from this conquest, and that was also one of the reasons why he hadn't launched a full-scale attack while the forces of Skyriver Stellar region were still by his side. Yang Yi glanced at the Demon Lord, and there was a solemn expression in his eyes. Very strong. The Demon Lord was even stronger than Jiansu. After all, had executed the true form of Heaven Rend. However, the Demon Lord had forcefully withstood it and merely suffered light injuries. Even Jiansu had lost an arm to his Heaven Rend, but the Demon Lord had merely suffered a light injury. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze and turned around to look at Zhuangweran. She was still the same, but she wasn't composed and indifferent as she had been. Not only was her countenance pale right now, it was covered in extreme exhaustion. It was obvious how it had been for her throughout this time. She had to face a formidable enemy on the outside while the people by her side tried to force her to get married. Moreover, it was even her loved ones who were doing that. Only someone who'd experienced it for themselves could understand how it felt. She was looking at him while he looked at her. Yang Yi seemed much more mature than he had been, and the only thing that remained the same was his gaze. It was still filled with confidence. Suddenly, Yang Yi stretched out his arm and wrapped it around her soft waist, and then he pecked her slightly pale lips. Zhuangweran's delicate figure stiffened. Yang Yi didn't kiss her for long, and their lips parted just a moment later. He grinned and said, "You always protected me in the past. Now, I can finally protect you for once." If it wasn't for her, he would have died many times by now. Especially during that last battle on the Radiant Dimension, it had truly been a hopeless situation, and he might have really died if it wasn't for her. As a man, it sounded really bad to always be protected by a woman. Now, Yang Yi felt quite proud that he could protect her for once. She gazed at him for a while before she said, "I knew that you would come. If you don't, then you are dead." Yang Yi grinned. "This isn't the time for that." As he spoke, he turned to look at the Demon Lord and said, "Do you want the man or wolf?" She replied, "You choose." Yang Yi nodded and didn't refuse. He immediately gazed at the Demon Lord and said, "Demon Lord, I really admire you. Even Celestial Demon City is gone, yet you are still so calm and composed. You're even more ruthless than I am." The Celestial Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. "Celestial Demon City is gone?" Yang Yi was stunned. "What? You don't know?" The Demon Lord frowned. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for that. When Yang Yi's group arrived at Celestial Demon Continent, Yang Yi had killed one of the deities there right away, and then they joined forces and practically instantly annihilated the other deity there. It wasn't just that deity who had been instantly annihilated. Practically all the other semi-deities had been annihilated in an instant as well. After all, Yang Yi and Elder Yuan's group was comparable to 4 deities. So, no one had been able to send the news to the Demon Lord before they died. As for the others, they were too weak and weren't qualified to send transmissions to the Demon Lord. So, they couldn't notify him even if they wanted to. The Celestial Demon Lord waved his right hand, and then a transmission talisman shot forward and exploded in midair. However, he received no reply after a breath of time passed. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly. It didn't take long for him to slowly close his eyes, and then a strand of his divine sense pierced through space and shot towards Celestial Demon Continent. Yang Yi didn't stop him because Yang Yi had transformed into a ray of blood-red light that charged into the army from Celestial Demon Stellar region. Once he charged into the army, a wave of terrifying slaughter intent instantly swept towards the surroundings and enveloped everyone from Celestial Demon Stellar region. Besides deities and semi-deities, everyone else was corrupted by the slaughter intent and became machines of slaughter. They attacked anyone they saw. As for the semi-deities, they were severely affected by the slaughter intent, causing their strengths to suffer a sharp decline. The situation had been instantly turned around once Yang Yi joined the battle. Right when Yang Yi was about to slaughter his way through the army, the Demon Lord suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, ferocity filled his eyes while strands of terrifying aura surged out incessantly from him and cracked apart the space in its path. Obviously, Head found out about the state of Celestial Demon Continent. Yang Yi. His gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and his face was covered in madness and ferocity. "Yang Yi, you actually slaughter everyone in my city. Good. Very good. Don't worry, I won't kill you later. It'll make you watch as everyone you know dies miserably before you. I won't spare anyone who's related to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched his right hand forward, and then a huge black palm pierced through space and clawed at Yang Yi. Zhuang Weiran frowned slightly. She was about to help when Yang Yi instantly transformed into a ray of blood-red light that shot at the Demon Lord. Zhuang Weiran glanced at Yang Yi, and then she transformed into a ray of white light that charged at the Celestial Demon Wolf. Bang! When Yang Yi collided with the Demon Lord's attack, a deafening explosion resounded through the sky, and the space there collapsed in an instant. However, Yang Yi and the Demon Lord didn't stop, and they started to fight within the expanse of collapsed space. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly through the sky. The space around them was collapsing incessantly and being destroyed without end, and then it was being constantly repaired. However, it would collapse right after it was repaired. They were too strong. Meanwhile, because of the effects of Yang Yi's slaughter intent, the situation in the battle on the ground below had become one-sided. Because practically 90% of the experts from Celestial Demon Stellar region had been corrupted by Yang Yi's slaughter intent, so they attacked anyone they saw, even if those people were their own comrades. Thus, most of the experts from Celestial Demon Stellar region had started to fight and kill each other. As for the semi-deities and deities, while they hadn't been completely corrupted, they were still affected. Their minds weren't able to stay clear, and their strengths suffered a sharp decline. Under such circumstances, Celestial Demon Stellar region was naturally no match for Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. However, it was the battles in the air that really decided the outcome of the war. If Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran couldn't defeat the Celestial Demon Lord and the Celestial Demon Wolf, then the outcome wouldn't change even if all the deities and semi-deities on the ground below were killed. It was the same for Celestial Demon Stellar region as well. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded in the sky, and then Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away. The demon lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, I'll make you live out your life in pain. I'll make everyone you care about suffer every single form of torture in this world while you watch. You're so full of crap. Yang Yi interrupted the demon lord, stomped his right foot down, and transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively in the demon lord's direction. Chapter 1409, Fight to the Bitter End. Chapter 1409, Fight to the Bitter End. Yang Yi was extremely swift and instantly arrived in the air above the demon lord. The sword god's seal lit up on his forehead, and his sword-intense strength instantly multiplied. Meanwhile, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. The true form of Heaven Rend. It was even enhanced by quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent and rebirth rank sword intent. Bang! As soon as his sword was drawn, the space around it seemed to be unable to endure the energy within the sword and collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, the demon lord's pupils constricted. Yang Ye's sword technique had already been formidable, and now it was even enhanced further by 2 types of intents. Especially Yang Ye's slaughter intent, it was at the quasi-returnal rank, and that was something which even he didn't dare underestimate. Yet now, there wasn't just quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent in the attack, it even carried rebirth rank sword intent. The demon lord didn't dare to act carelessly at all, and he immediately slapped his palms forward. Bang! A huge black ball of energy appeared before him, and then it emanated dazzling black light that instantly slammed against Yang Ye's sword energy. Bang! As soon as they came into contact, the space throughout the area collapsed in an instant. The black light and huge black ball of energy had shattered along with the space there, but Yang Ye's sword energy hadn't shattered. It had merely dimed down slightly, and it hadn't even slowed down as it slammed down towards the demon lord. Bang! Another explosion resounded through the sky, and then the demon lord was blasted over 6 kilometers away. Yang Yi was just about to follow up with another attack when a huge black palm emerged from the space in front of him, and then it slammed down towards him. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He shook his left hand slightly, and the sword precursor within the ancient sheath was exchanged for Heaven's Gravestone. He took Heaven Gravestone in his grasp and drew it. A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward and instantly collided with the palm. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as both the sword energy and palm vanished simultaneously. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack. He withdrew some divine crystals and swallowed them instead. He'd missed the best opportunity to follow up with another attack, so it was meaningless to try now. It was more beneficial to recover his profound energy. At the same time that he was replenishing his profound energy, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region's forces were being led by Elder Yuan's group, and they were completely crushing the experts of Celestial Demon Stellar Region. However, the remaining Celestial Demon Wolf was quite troublesome, and it was keeping 2 of their deities busy, Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan. Moreover, they didn't really have the strength left to resist that Celestial Demon Wolf. Of course, the main reason was that they'd been injured by the Demon Lord during the previous battle. Even then, the Celestial Demon Wolf's strength was beyond doubt. As for Zhuang Weiran, there wasn't much of a problem on her side. She was capable of dealing with a Celestial Demon Wolf on her own, but it was quite difficult for her to defeat it. The Celestial Demon Wolf was extremely strong. It could be said that even the Celestial Demon Lord couldn't go against both the Celestial Demon Wolves at once. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and looked at the Demon Lord. No matter what happened in the battle below, his battle with the Demon Lord would be the battle that decided the outcome of the entire war. If he won, Clouds of Heaven's Stellar Region would have won. If he lost, it would lose with him. The Demon Lord glanced at his hands. Only half of his palms remained. Moreover, the aftershock from the sword energy had even injured him, but it wasn't very serious. The Demon Lord looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, he truly started taking Yang Yi seriously. Earlier, even though he was slightly shocked by Yang Yi's strength, he didn't really take Yang Yi seriously. Because Yang Yi was just an emperor, and he was a deity. Would a deity have to take an emperor seriously? He felt that he didn't need to, yet now, he felt that he had to. There were a certain type of people called monstrous geniuses. They couldn't be judged based on their realms of cultivation. Obviously, Yang Yi was such a person. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or the Demon Lord, both of them didn't speak. Their gazes met in midair, and then they vanished on the spot. Bang! As soon as their figures vanished, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, and then Yang Yi was blasted 3 kilometers away, while the Demon Lord merely moved 300 m back before he stopped himself. However, there was an extremely obvious hole on the Demon Lord's chest, and blood was seeping out of it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked down at his own chest. There was a black palm print there, and it was ceaselessly emanating mysterious energy that destroyed his skin. In next to no time, the skin on Yang Ye's chest had turned dark, and it was swiftly spreading to his entire body. Meanwhile, a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the Demon Lord's mouth. Yang Yi, that was my celestial demon palm, and it was fused with the energy of the dead that I've comprehended. Even deities will definitely die from it. Did you think I let you strike me for no reason? How laughable. But don't worry, I'll keep your soul intact and keep you from dying. Because I'm going to make you watch as everyone close to you is tortured before your eyes. The Demon Lord's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Ye's chest was healing at a visible rate. It didn't take more than 2 breaths of time for Yang Ye's chest to return to normal, and even the palm print had vanished without a trace. The Demon Lord's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could that be possible? Yang Yi looked at the Demon Lord and said, "That's the energy of the dead which you spoke of? Isn't it a little too lousy?" Actually, Yang Yi still had some lingering fear in his heart. The energy of the dead was terrifying indeed, and it had even shocked him, because it was too dense and pure. The death energy he'd encountered in the past couldn't compare to it at all. Fortunately, even such a terrifying form of energy couldn't resist his primordial violet energy. Or it should be said that primordial violet energy was a counter for death energy. Actually, his body was immune to all evil because he had primordial violet energy within him. Regardless of whether it was death energy of poison, they were useless against him. The Demon Lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, "All right, I still underestimated you. No wonder you were able to attain such strength at such a young age. Let me see how strong you really are." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot up into the air, and then he waved his hands. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out from within him like the tide. After that, he pressed his right palm forward. It didn't take long for a black vortex of energy to appear on his palm, while waves of terrifying pressure surged out incessantly from it. A moment of silence ensued before a wisp of ferocity arose in his eyes, and then he twisted his palm and slapped it down at Yang Yi. Celestial Demon Palm. Numerous black energy palms flashed out incessantly, and they slammed down towards Yang Yi in succession. Space didn't ripple at all as they passed through it. Deities had transcended the 5 elements, so they could make their techniques transcend the 5 elements as well. Just like these energy palms, they were capable of disregarding all defenses. Even if someone made space collapse or overlapped space, it still wouldn't make a difference, because they transcended the 5 elements and transcended space. There was only one way for Yang Yi to destroy these energy palms, and it was by force. Because he wasn't a deity, so he couldn't transcend the 5 elements like the Demon Lord. He could only destroy it by force. In other words, he had to make his own strength surpass the 5 elements. Yang Yi had no choice but to execute the true form of Heaven Rend. Yang Ye's left hand shook slightly before a sword howl resounded, and then he stomped his right foot down. His figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the energy palm. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he arrived before the first energy palm, and then he grabbed the sword precursor's hilt and drew it. Oem! A sword howl resounded, and then the entire sky cracked apart before it. Rumble! When Yang Yi swung his sword, the energy palm right at the front was instantly shattered, and then the others behind it shattered as well. Incessant rumbling resounded through the sky. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's figure to crash down from the sky, while accompanied by a loud explosion. Zhuang Weiran's pupils constricted at the sight of this, and she was about to lend him a hand. However, Yang Yi suddenly stopped in midair, and then he transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. Bang! Another loud explosion resounded in the sky. Around 2 breaths of time later, Yang Yi and the Demon Lord stopped attacking. The Demon Lord had stopped attacking because of the battle down below. The situation down there was extremely disadvantageous to Celestial Demon Stellar region. Yang Ye's slaughter intent had already caused almost 70% of Celestial Demon Stellar region's forces to perish in battle, and the remaining 30% were still killing each other like madmen. If it wasn't for the Celestial Demon Wolf and those deities from Celestial Demon Stellar region, his forces would have been wiped out by now. The Demon Lord slowly closed his eyes. He knew that if he allowed the battle to drag on, then he would become a general without an army. A moment of silence ensued before the Demon Lord looked up into the sky, and he spoke coldly, "If my Celestial Demon Stellar region loses, then you'll have to return everything you've obtained and everything I promised all of you. So, are you still going to watch the show?" As soon as he finished speaking, just a few breaths of time passed before the space in the sky started to tremble. After that, 7 old men appeared in the sky. Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he saw them. At the same time, the fierce battle on the ground below had stopped. The expressions of everyone from Clouds of Heaven Stellar region had become unsightly, because all 7 of those old men were deities. Chapter 14:10 Even being a dog wasn't bad. 7 deities. Such a number was sufficient to instantly turn the situation around. Once 7 deities joined the battle, regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Elder Yuan's group on the ground below, they would all be defeated in an instant. That was definitely beyond any doubt. The 7 deities didn't attack immediately. Everyone here had stopped fighting, and Zhuang Weiran had returned to Yang Ye's side. Nether Blue Stellar region, Darklight Stellar region, Skywave Stellar region, Starcloud Stellar region, Bright Flame Stellar region, and Blue Salvation Stellar region, Zhuang Weiran explained, they are from 7 different stellar regions. All of them are 2-star stellar regions, and they are the powers that were assisting Celestial Demon Stellar region from the shadows. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Why aren't they attacking?" She replied, "There's no benefit. They wanted to use us to weaken Celestial Demon Stellar region. Now, they are waiting to negotiate with Celestial Demon Stellar region and divide up the benefits of this conquest against us." Yang Yi chuckled and remained silent. He withdrew some divine crystals, swallowed them, and then took Zhuang Weiran's hand. She turned to look at him. Shed thought that he just wanted to take advantage of the situation and hold her hand, and she was just about to speak when a strand of pure energy flowed through her hand. It flowed along her hand and into her body, and then it spread throughout her body and repaired her injuries at an alarming rate. A wisp of shock flashed through her eyes because the speed of recovery was truly too swift. She asked, "What profound energy is that?" Yang Yi smiled. "They'll tell you in the future. Now, recuperate first." The reason he hadn't attacked was naturally so that they had time to recover their profound energy and recover. This was a rare opportunity. If the Demon Lord and the others found out that Yang Yi had such heaven-defying recuperative abilities, then they would definitely attack immediately. Unfortunately, they didn't. At the same time that he recovered his profound energy, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, Clouds of Heaven Stellar region had 3 deities, Zhuang Weiran and her parents. If Elder Yuan's group and Yang Yi were included, then they had 7 deities on their side. As for the deities created by the War God formation, they'd been dispersed. As for Celestial Demon Stellar region's forces, besides the Demon Lord and those 2 Celestial Demon Wolves, they had 6 other deities. But one of those deities had perished during the battle, so they had 8 left in total. Actually, the deities of Celestial Demon Stellar region had the upper hand. However, their experts beneath the deity realm were in a disadvantaged situation. That was naturally because of Yang Yi. The cultivators beneath the deity realm were affected by Yang Ye's slaughter intent, so most of them weren't fighting against Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. They were attacking and killing their own companions instead. That was why the Demon Lord didn't dare to let the battle drag on. If it dragged on, then besides the deities of Celestial Demon Stellar region, all its other cultivators would probably be annihilated. At that time, even if they still won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, and it wasn't an outcome that he wanted. So, he had to seek help from the other stellar regions. But he would have to pay a certain price. The demon lord glanced at those 7 old men, and then he said, "All of you've obtained around 100 worlds from clouds of heaven stellar region. I presume all of you don't want to just give it back, right?" Meanwhile, the violet-robed old man who led the group smiled. "Celestial demon lord, we will naturally not give it back. However, Wed wanted to send our forces to help you attack clouds of Heaven City. Unfortunately, you refused. Yet now, you've called out to us and asked for help." That, the demon lord stared fixedly at the old man. But the old man didn't fear him at all and met his gaze. If it was before this, they would naturally not dare to offend the demon lord. After all, Celestial Demon Stellar Region was a 3-star stellar region, and its strength far surpassed theirs. Yet now, Celestial Demon Stellar Region's forces were either dead or heavily injured. Its strength was far inferior to what it had been, so they naturally didn't have to fear it any longer. A short while passed before the demon lord spoke. "My Celestial Demon Stellar Region will give up half of the worlds we've obtained before this. I presume all of you are satisfied with that, right?" The old man looked the demon lord in the eyes and said, "We have a little too many people on our side." The demon lord's eyes narrowed slightly. He gazed at the old man for a long time before he said, 60%, that's my limit. Besides that, one shouldn't be too greedy, don't you think so too?" The old man gazed at the demon lord for quite a while, and then he smiled, of course. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned to look at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. His gaze paused on Yang Yi for a moment, and then he gazed at Zhuang Weiran. "Zhuang Weiran, Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is finished. If we continue fighting, it'll only end with both sides suffering tremendous losses. We don't like to go too far, so you just have to agree to 2 conditions, and then retreat and give all of you a chance to live." Zhuang Weiran was about to speak when Yang Yi tightened his grasp on her hand. She glanced at him, and he grinned at her before he gazed at the old man. "Go on." The old man glanced at Yang Yi. He naturally wouldn't dare to look down on Yang Yi. After all, Yang Yi was a peerless genius who could fight the Celestial Demon Lord. The old man pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said, "It's very simple. The one condition is that from this day onward, Clouds of Heaven Continent will seal itself. No one is allowed to leave. Of course, it's not forever. 100 years. Everyone within Clouds of Heaven Continent, including Zhuang Weiran, can't leave the continent within the next 100 years. The tuned condition is that Clouds of Heaven Continent must give us 500,000 divine crystals every year." Zhuang Weitian and the others' expressions turned unsightly when they heard the old man. They intended to ruthlessly squeeze Clouds of Heaven's stellar region for everything it had. The old man wasn't giving them a chance to live. He just wanted to squeeze Clouds of Heaven's stellar region dry over a long period of time. It was like raising a pig and slaughtering it once it had grown nice and fat. Even though they could obtain a short period of peace, it was peace that was full of humiliation and disgrace. True disgrace. Moreover, once Clouds of Heaven stellar region was weakened, they would definitely strike the final blow. Not to mention Zhuang Weiran. Even Zhuang Weitian and the others wouldn't agree to those conditions. Actually, anyone with a little courage wouldn't agree to it. The demon lord glanced at the violet-robed old man and didn't try to stop them, because regardless of whether Clouds of Heaven stellar region agreed to those conditions, it wasn't disadvantageous to him. If Clouds of Heaven stellar region agreed, that would be good because he could fatten them up before killing them. If they refused, that wasn't a problem as well, because there was only one consequence for that, and it would be war. At this moment, his side had an absolute advantage over Clouds of Heaven stellar region. After he finished speaking, the old man gazed at Zhuang Weiran. He was very well aware that she was the one who could make the decision. Just like the Celestial Demon Lord, he wasn't afraid if she refused. That would be fine, they could just fight. In any case, they possessed absolute strength. However, he hoped she would agree because he could gain everything without a battle. After all, Clouds of Heaven stellar region still had some strength, and his side would definitely lose quite a few experts if they fought desperately. Zhuang Weiran didn't answer. She gazed at Yang Yi instead. What do you think? Yang Yi chuckled, and then he took her hand and went up into the sky above the city. He looked down at the city with her. At this moment, it was covered in corpses, and the horrifying scene here was only slightly better than how Celestial Demon City had been before he left. Actually, it was much better because the word horrifying wasn't sufficient to describe how Celestial Demon City had been. The old man and the others didn't attack. All of them were looking at Yang Yi as they wanted to know what he was going to do. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the living people in the city. All of those people were looking at him right now, and he could see something in their eyes, despair. Indeed, clouds of Heaven's stellar region had no hope right now. At the very least, they didn't think there was any hope. Even though Yang Yi had revealed extremely formidable strength, he couldn't fight 6 deities on his own, right? Yang Yi glanced at the and said, I'm sure all of you heard him. Let me ask you something. Are all of you willing to live like dogs without any dignity? They didn't answer him. Actually, so long as they could survive, then not to mention being a dog, they were willing to be anything. Everyone was afraid of death. No one wanted to die. None of them replied to him. Yang Yi rubbed his nose and felt rather embarrassed. Had almost forgotten that it wasn't Doomsday City, and they weren't from the Sword Alliance. If he was at Doomsday City, the entire city would fight with him if he told them to. Unfortunately, this was Clouds of Heaven's stellar region, so no one here knew him. Yang Yi's skin had become quite thick, so he didn't mind and continued, 500,000 divine crystals. Do you know what that represents? It represents that all of you will become slaves. Slaves that earn divine crystals for other stellar regions. You'll have to give all the divine crystals you earn to them. Are you willing to do that? Of course not. Someone suddenly howled furiously from below. No. No. It didn't take long for Countless to start shouting. Divine crystals were the resources they needed to cultivate. If they had to hand all of it over, then it would be worse than taking their lives. How could they possibly be willing to let that happen? The Demon Lord and the others' expressions turned gloomy at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Yang Yi howled, Since you're not willing, then follow me and kill them. Kill them. Kill. Countless roared with fury, and their voices shot up into the sky. Once he saw that their spirits were roused, he turned to look at Zhuang Weiran and smiled. Promise me something if we survive today, all right? She gazed at him for a long time before she said, all right. She didn't know what he wanted, but it wasn't important anymore. At this moment, all of that really wasn't important anymore, because she was prepared to die in battle. All of you will definitely die today. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord spoke abruptly, Yang Yi, no one will save you, nor would anyone dare to try. As soon as he finished speaking, the Celestial Demon Lord didn't waste his breath and immediately waved his right hand. The 2 celestial demon wolves instantly transformed into rays of dark light that pounced at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. Viciousness flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he saw them pounce at him, and then he tore open his shirt and howled with fury, Xiong Qi, it's time to eat. Chapter 14:11 Xiong Qi, Celestial Demon Wolf? Chapter 14:11 Xiong Qi, Celestial Demon Wolf? The reason he was so composed was naturally because he had a trump card, and it was Xiong Qi, of course. Many people felt that his strength rose extremely swiftly, and he was advancing by leaps and bounds. However, Xiong Qi was actually the fast one. Xiong Qi's strength rose at a truly terrifying rate. Actually, it couldn't be said to be rising, it was recovering. How strong was Xiong Qi at his peak? Yang Yi didn't know. In any case, he knew Xiong Qi was very strong. Even Zhuang Weiran was probably unable to restrain Xiong Qi, and only experts at Blind Maiden's level might be able to suppress him. As for how strong Xiong Qi was, it wasn't important. All that mattered was summoning Xiong Qi. Even if he couldn't kill everyone here, Xiong Qi could still act as a shield for him. The Demon Lord and the others frowned when they heard Yang Yi. He is help? They didn't dare act carelessly and became vigilant. At the same time, their divine sense swept incessantly through the surroundings as a precaution against sudden attacks. However, Nothing happened after around 5 breaths of time passed. Yang Ye's face couldn't help but darken. Why can't that fellow give me face for one? How laughable! Meanwhile, a wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of the demon lord's mouth, and then he waved his right hand. The celestial demon wolves that had stopped on the spot earlier immediately transformed into 2 rays of dark light that charged in Yang Ye's direction. Roar! Suddenly, a furious roar resounded from Yang Ye's chest, and then a ray of black light emerged from there. It shot forward at an alarming speed and slammed against the celestial demon wolves. Bang! The others watched with shock as both wolves were blasted over 5 kilometers away. This shocked all the spectators, and they immediately gazed at the ball of black light near Yang Yi. It didn't take long for the black light to disperse, and then Qiongqi appeared before them. Just like the celestial demon wolves, Qiongqi's entire body emanated a ferocious aura. However, it was even purer than those 2 wolves. An ominous beast. Everyone here had quite the discerning eye. Even though they didn't know what type of demon beast Qiongqi was because of his strange appearance, they knew that he was definitely an ominous beast, and he was an extraordinarily ominous beast. After all, he was capable of blasting both celestial demon wolves away with a single attack. The demon lord and the others' expressions became solemn. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to be hiding such a beast in his body, and it was no ordinary ominous beast. Meanwhile, the 2 wolves in the distance revealed terror in their eyes. Danger. Qiongqi felt dangerous to them. However, it didn't take long for the fear in their eyes to transform into ferocity, and then they howled with fury before transforming into rays of dark light and charged at Qiongqi. They were ominous beasts comparable to peak deities, so they would naturally not be afraid of Qiongqi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Qiongqi's eyes as the wings on his back suddenly unfolded. After that, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the wolves when his figure appeared again. Qiongqi didn't use any flashy moves, and he just slammed his figure against one of the celestial demon wolves. A vicious glow flashed through that wolf's eyes, and it didn't dodge and sped up to slam its body against Qiongqi as well. Bang! The celestial demon beast that collided with Qiongqi was blasted away. After he blasted that wolf away, Qiongqi turned around swiftly and slapped his claw at the other wolf which was behind him. Bang! An explosion resounded as that celestial demon wolf was blasted backwards, and there was an almost 2 long gash on its forehead. Suffering an injury from Qiongqi's attack made a vicious glow flash through that celestial demon wolf's eyes, and then ferocity covered its face while a dazzling ray of dark light erupted from within it. Its hairs instantly stood on end like numerous black needles, causing the celestial demon wolf to seem even more ferocious. At the same time, the hairs on the other wolf had stood on end as well. Moreover, their bodies had become more than 3 times larger. Roar! Roar! They didn't waste any time. They immediately howled with fury and transformed into dark rays of light which shot explosively in Qiongqi's direction. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly charged off in Qiongqi's direction. Qiongqi, let me help you. If he joined forces with Qiongqi, his heaven-rend strength would rise to a new height. So, dealing with those 2 celestial demon wolves would only take 2 swings of his sword. However, Qiongqi waved his claw at Yang Yi and said, "I'll do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiongqi's body gradually grew larger and larger. It didn't take long for his body to become more than 5 times larger than before. After that, he flapped his wings and transformed into a beam of black light that slammed against the celestial demon wolves. Suddenly, the demon lord shouted, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot explosively in Yang Ye's direction. The violet-robed old man and the others didn't just stand by idly. All of them charged at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran as well. When she saw them charge, Zhuang Weiran turned to look at Yang Yi, who was standing by his side. "It's my fault for dragging you into this situation." Yang Yi turned to look at her, took her hand and grinned. "Why speak of such things between us?" She nodded, "Right?" The Demon Lord's group was growing closer and closer. 8 formidable auras smashed down upon Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. At this moment, even his rebirth rank sword intent and quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent were on the verge of being unable to resist their auras. Yang Ye's gaze gradually turned icy cold, and it didn't take long for the stellar sword diagram to appear in his grasp. Right when Yang Yi was about to activate it, roar, roar. Two furious roars resounded from afar, and those roars carried extremely obvious pain. The demon lord was shocked because those roars had come from the celestial demon wolves. The demon lord and the others stopped before turning around to look towards the source of the roars. The two celestial demon wolves were suffering a flurry of attacks from Qiongqi. Qiongqi's claws were too short, and they were much sharper than the claws of the celestial demon wolves. Every single swipe of his claw left a huge gash on the celestial demon wolves. The two celestial demon wolves were actually stronger than the demonic dragon Yang Yi had encountered on Dark Hell Continent. However, their defenses couldn't compare to the demonic dragon, and even that demonic dragon couldn't resist Qiongqi's claws. Qiongqi wasn't just swift, he was strong, and his claws were extremely sharp. While his defenses weren't especially strong, ordinary people were utterly incapable of harming him because of his speed. The demon lord and the others were astounded when they saw that both celestial demon wolves were in a disadvantaged situation. All of them exchanged glances, and it didn't take long for the demon lord and the violet-robed old man to charge towards Qiongqi. As for the remaining 6 deities, they shot towards Yang Yi instead. Suddenly, Qiongqi grabbed a celestial demon wolf's tail with both his claws, and then he dragged it along as he transformed into a ray of dark light that shot towards Yang Yi. Everyone here was stunned. Even Yang Yi was stunned. What's that fellow trying to do? Yang Yi watched with astonishment as Qiongqi dragged that celestial demon wolf into his chest. Yang Ye's figure instantly stiffened on the spot. Suddenly, Qiongqi emerged from Yang Ye's chest, and then he charged at the remaining celestial demon wolf that had a gaze filled with bewilderment. The other celestial demon wolf had a ferocious glow in its eyes when it saw Qiongqi charge at it, and then it charged at Qiongqi. However, Qiongqi didn't go head-on against it. He just went around the celestial demon wolf, grabbed its tail with both claws, and then repeated the same thing he'd done earlier. He dragged the wolf along as he transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Ye's chest. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Where did those two celestial demon wolves go? All of them were bewildered. Others didn't know where they'd gone, but Yang Yi naturally did. Qiongqi had dragged them into the first level of the primordial pagoda. After he'd dragged the second celestial demon wolf in there, Qiongqi glanced up into the sky. He seemed to fear something, so he didn't dare to stay and immediately transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the celestial demon wolves were stunned for a while, and then they intended to leave like Qiongqi had. But a wave of terrifying pressure suddenly appeared out of thin air, and then it pressed down upon them. Bang! Bang! Both of them were slammed flat on the ground. They were shocked, and they looked up towards the surroundings. They seemed to be looking for something, but there was nothing around them. They exchanged glances and intended to stand up again. However, the pressure suddenly appeared out of thin air again and slammed down upon them. Bang! Bang! The celestial demon wolves were pressed flat on the ground again. This time, the pressure didn't vanish, and it just constantly pressed down upon them. It didn't take long for them to start shivering beneath it, and they howled with sorrow. Their howls were filled with pain and a trace of despair. In the end, it even seemed like they were pleading. Meanwhile, the corners of Yang Ye's mouth had curled up slightly. The primordial pagoda's strength was limited in the outside world. But if it was inside the primordial pagoda, then not to mention those two celestial demon wolves, even Qiongqi would fear it. After all, Qiongqi hadn't dared to enter it until now. He'd been using a special method to stay on Yang Ye's chest and not within Yang Yi. Why? Because while there was abundant spirit energy within the primordial pagoda and it would be very beneficial to stay within it, Qiongqi was afraid of the primordial pagoda. The primordial pagoda couldn't do anything to him while he was outside of it. At the very least, the primordial pagoda couldn't do anything to him for now. But if he were to enter it, then if it acted against him, the consequences he faces would be exactly like what the two celestial demon wolves were suffering right now. The primordial pagoda was almighty within its territory. What did you do to them? The demon lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi. He hadn't signed an agreement with the celestial demon wolves, because even he wasn't qualified to make them submit to him. They were just working together. So, he had no idea whether they were dead or alive. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on the demon lord. He gazed at Xiongqi and said, "Lend me your back." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi hung the ancient sheath on his waist and then sat on Xiongqi's back. After that, he grabbed one of Xiongqi's horns with his left hand while his right hand grasped the hilt of his sword. He glanced coldly at the violet-robed old man, the demon lord, and the others. "Spare no one." Chapter 14:12 Celestial Demon Hegemon Body. Do you think him a horse? Xiongqi was quite displeased. As a ferocious beast and even one from the ancient times, how could he possibly be willing to let others ride him? As far as he was concerned, it was a humiliation. However, he didn't make Yang Yi get off him. After all, Yang Yi had rode him once, so it didn't make a difference if Yang Yi did it again. Moreover, Yang Yi had no intention to humiliate him. Even then, Xiongqi was still displeased when he saw how Yang Yi acted. Yang Yi shook Xiongqi's horn and said, "Don't be so intolerant, and I'm riding you for a while." "All right, let's cut the crap and deal with them first." As soon as he finished speaking, his profound energy circulated madly. At the same time, the sword precursor was exchanged for heaven's gravestone. Now that he had Xiongqi's help, even the might of an ordinary heavenrend was comparable to the true form of heavenrend. So, Yang Yi didn't have to use the true form of heavenrend. After all, that would be overkill. Yang Yi didn't attack the celestial demon lord. He just gazed at the violet-robed old man's group instead. One naturally had to target the weakest link first. He didn't waste his breath at all and tapped Xiongqi lightly with his foot. Xiongqi understood what he meant and immediately flapped his wings, and then he vanished on the spot with Yang Yi on his back. "Watch out." The demon lord was shocked and hurriedly warned the others. He wanted to lend a hand, but Xiongqi was truly too quick. Moreover, Zhuang Weiran had appeared in front of him. She would immediately attack if he did. Meanwhile, Xiongqi instantly brought Yang Yi to a deity, and then Yang Yi immediately drew his sword and swung it. That deity hadn't even been able to react before his body was sliced into two. Once he killed that deity with a single blow, Yang Yi pressed heaven's gravestone against his forehead, and then both he and Xiongqi transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. "Ah!" A shrill cry suddenly resounded at the instant they vanished. Everyone looked towards the source of the cry, and they saw an old man start to become ethereal, and it only took an instant for the old man to vanish on the spot. Two deities had been killed in an instant. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. However, Xiongqi and Yang Yi didn't stop. Once they killed the second deity, they'd vanished on the spot again. However, all the deities had recovered from their shock now. So, at the moment they vanished, the violet-robed old man and the others had moved backwards and simultaneously slapped their palms in Yang Yi and Xiongqi's direction. It took time to execute techniques, but they didn't have such time right now. So, they could only execute ordinary attacks. 5 energy palms slammed against the ray of light that Yang Yi and Xiongqi formed. However, it was instantly obliterated upon coming into contact with them, and then a ray of light flashed through the center of an old man's forehead. A moment of silence ensued before that old man's figure turned ethereal and vanished. Another deity was dead. At this moment, horror appeared in the violet-robed old man's eyes. They were deities. Deities. However, they were killed with such ease. In less than 10 minutes, the violet-robed old man's side had lost almost half of its forces. Regardless of whether it was the violet-robed old man or the others by his side, all of them didn't have the intent to fight anymore, nor did they dare to fight. Presently, they had no advantage against Yang Yi and Xiongqi. "My nether blue stellar region will withdraw." One of the old men disregarded the demon lord and violet-robed old man, and he immediately vanished once he finished speaking. "My darklight stellar region is withdrawing as well. My skywave stellar region is withdrawing." It didn't take long for 2 more old men to turn around and leave. So, Only the violet-robed old man, the demon lord, and the experts of celestial demon stellar region remained. Yang Ye's face was quite gloomy when he saw them leave. If it was possible, he naturally wanted to kill all of them. However, those old fellows had split up, and they fled extremely swiftly by traveling directly through space. If he were to pursue them, he would definitely succeed, but it would make him leave the battlefield. It would be extremely disadvantageous to Clouds of Heaven stellar region if he left. But it didn't matter because he could get even with them after this battle. Fools! The demon lord couldn't help but curse when he saw them flee. At this moment, all of them were a single group. If celestial demon stellar region was crushed, then all the stellar regions that participated in this battle would definitely suffer Clouds of Heaven stellar region's revenge. So, the best choice was to work together and crush Clouds of Heaven stellar region, not run. The violet-robed old man's face was quite unsightly as well. He hadn't expected the remaining experts would actually flee. Enmity had already been formed, so fleeing now was absolutely foolish. Even though they'd lost 3 deities, they still had an advantage, because the deities on the demon lord's side were still alive. Moreover, they just had to notify the powers standing behind them to send more reinforcements, then it wouldn't be a problem for them to crush Clouds of Heaven stellar region. Yet now, kill, kill. Suddenly, the demon lord's voice resounded. He was very well aware that it was impossible for this battle to end peacefully. It would only end with one of their deaths. So, had decisively given the order because the longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Once they heard the demon lord give the order, all the experts from celestial demon stellar region didn't hesitate to charge at the forces from Clouds of Heaven stellar region. Meanwhile, the demon lord stretched both his hands forward, and then a vortex of black energy appeared above his palms. Threads of violet were frequently flickering through the vortex. Zhuang Weiren's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and there was solemnness in her eyes. Because they were cosmic rays, she had accidentally allowed them to come into contact with her, and it made her cultivation drop. If it wasn't for Yang Yi, she would have never been able to recover. Yang Yi had noticed this from afar, so he rode Xiongqi over to Zhuang Weiren and said, "You deal with that violet-robed geezer." She glanced at him and said, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot towards the old man. A wisp of viciousness flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw her charge at him, and he didn't waste his breath and immediately charged at her as well. Meanwhile, once the black vortexes of energy appeared on the palms of the demon lord, a black vortex of energy actually emerged from his body as well. It was like a black hole that ceaselessly flickered with dark light. Besides that, violet threads were ceaselessly flashing around his body. Cosmic rays. They weren't something new to Yang Yi because he had 3 within his body. However, once the primordial pagoda recovered, those cosmic rays had vanished. He hadn't noticed how they vanished, but it was definitely the primordial pagoda's doing because only it had the ability to make such terrifying things vanish. Xiongqi suddenly said, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded, had experienced how terrifying they were, so he naturally didn't dare to act carelessly. He shook his wrist slightly, and the sword within the ancient sheath was changed to the sword precursor. After that, Xiongqi stomped down and transformed into a ray of light that shot at the demon lord. Xiongqi had clearly not held back, so his speed had risen to an indescribable level. It could be said that only the demon lord was probably the only one here capable of seeing Yang Yi and Xiongqi. The demon lord slowly closed his eyes. When Yang Yi and Xiongqi arrived around 3 m away from him, he suddenly opened his eyes again. At this moment, his eyes had become 2 black vortexes, and a wave of terrifying black energy suddenly surged out from him when his eyes were opened. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had drawn his sword and swung it. Bang! An explosion resounded as the space throughout the sky collapsed. But it only took an instant for the space there to be restored. At this moment, Yang Yi and Xiongqi were around 10 kilometers away, while the demon lord hadn't moved an inch from where he stood. There were strands of black energy flowing around him while threads of violet flashed through them. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or Xiongqi, both of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. It was the one time. It was the one time Yang Yes Heavenrend had been forcefully stopped by the demon lord. Be careful. That's the celestial demon hegemon body. It's a technique that an ancient celestial demon was renowned for. Once cultivated to an advanced stage, one's body is protected by lightning and immune to all techniques. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiren's voice resounded in Yang Yes' mind. He's invincible in this state. You have to delay until that state wears off. He can only execute it once in 10 years. Because he has to absorb demonic lightning after every single time he executes it, and it can only be executed once he has demonic lightning within him. Besides that, watch out for his cosmic rays. That's the truly lethal attack. The celestial demon hegemon body. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze descended onto the energy flowing around the demon lord. Sure enough, if he looked carefully, he noticed that it was actually divine lightning. He's immune to all techniques. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists while his profound energy surged madly. The demon lord took a deep breath and said, Yang Yi, only 2 people have forced me to use this in the last 10,000 years. The laughable thing is that both of them were of the younger generation. Needless to say, both of you are very formidable and extraordinary geniuses. Unfortunately, it's over now. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon lord waved his hands. In an instant, lightning flashed and rumbled through the sky. Countless bolts of black lightning had appeared out of thin air, and they flickered through the sky. Meanwhile, the demon lord unfurled his fist and made a chopping motion in Yang Yes' direction. Bang! A pillar of lightning tore through the space in the sky and shot down towards Yang Yi. It was so swift that it instantly arrived above Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yes' eyes as he gazed at the pillar of lightning. The celestial demon hegemon body? I have one too. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of crystal blue light suddenly descended from the starry sky. It instantly pierced through space and arrived above Yang Yi before surging into him. Bang! A wave of terrifying stellar energy surged out from within Yang Yi, and then his entire body crystallized. Chapter 14:13 Kill Her First. Chapter 14:13 Kill Her First. The Stellar Ward Technique. Yang Yi had thought that there would be no need to execute it, since he had Xiongqi's help. But now, it would seem like he'd underestimated the celestial demon lord. The demon lord's strength was much more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. But that made sense, because if he had trump cards, others would definitely have them too. Now, both sides had revealed their trump cards, and it just depended on whose trump card was superior. Once the Stellar Ward Technique was there to protect his body, Yang Yi could cooperate with Xiongqi without any fear. Earlier, while Xiongqi had cooperated with him to kill a few deities, his body had been torn open with every deity they killed. After all, Xiongqi's speed was much superior to his, and his body couldn't endure it completely. But now, he had the Stellar Ward Technique to protect himself, so he didn't have to fear Xiongqi's speed even if it doubled. Moreover, now that he had stellar energy flowing within him, he didn't have to be so conscious about his use of profound energy when executing sword techniques. The demon lord's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Yang Yi's figure crystallize, and then his figure shot at Yang Yi. Demonic lightning flickered and space rippled in his wake. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath as well. He just patted Xiongqi lightly, and then Xiongqi transformed into a ray of dark light that shot at the demon lord. When they were almost in front of the demon lord, Yang Yi grasped his sword's hilt tightly, and then he drew his sword and swung it down. Meanwhile, a dazzling pillar of black lightning surged out from within the demon lord. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as both Yang Yi and the demon lord were blasted backwards. The demon lord moved around 300 m back before he stopped moving, while Yang Yi and Xiongqi were similarly pushed 300 m back before they stopped. They'd been pushed so far back during the first collision because Yang Yi and Xiongqi had been careless. They hadn't expected the demon lord to possess the celestial demon hegemon body technique. They'd been caught off guard. Yet now, they were mentally prepared, so they would naturally not suffer such a loss. However, his Heavenrend had still been unable to cause any real harm to the demon lord. Of course, The demon lord hadn't harmed him at all too. Yang Yi glanced coldly at the demon lord, and then he looked down at Xiongqi. Can you pierce his defenses? A moment of silence ensued before Xiongqi shook his head. If I absorb all the energy within that demonic dragon, then I would be able to kill him on my own. However, I've only absorbed less than half of that energy, so my strength hasn't recovered much. Even I can't do anything to him while he's in that state. Yang Yi asked, You haven't finished absorbing it? Obviously. Xiongqi spoke angrily. That's a demonic dragon. It has lived for countless years, so how could it be absorbed that easily? If you weren't about to die, I would really be unwilling to come out here and waste time. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Xiongqi continued, Kid, you have to be careful of those violet threads around his body. They are cosmic rays. They are extremely dangerous. I don't know how he took control of them, but if you get it by it... Xiongqi suddenly stopped speaking, and then he continued, Actually, it wouldn't be a problem even if it hits you. Yang Yi hurriedly asked, Why? Because of that thing within you. Anything that enters your body is trash before it, including those cosmic rays. Xiongqi spoke solemnly, Trust me. Anything that enters your body will be nothing more than trash. However, you still have to be careful. Because if it doesn't enter your body and attacks your body directly, then it can still kill you. These cosmic rays are extremely powerful, and they are strong enough to obliterate you. Yang Yi nodded and didn't pursue further answers, because the demon lord didn't give them time to talk, and he transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot towards them. Let's join forces against him. Yang Yi tapped his right foot lightly against Xiongqi, and his figure shot towards the demon lord. Meanwhile, Xiongqi leaped forward and charged at the demon lord as well. 2 against 1. Actually, there was a huge gap in strength between Yang Yi and the demon lord. It couldn't be helped. The gap between their cultivations was huge. If it wasn't for his quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent, rebirth rank sword intent, and the stellar ward technique, he wouldn't be able to fight the demon lord at all. Especially when the demon lord had activated his celestial demon hegemon body. Presently, even 20 deities couldn't harm the demon lord in his current state. It could be said that the demon lord's current strength was much stronger than the strength Blind Maiden revealed that day. Of course, Blind Maiden hadn't used her true strength in that battle. If it was based only on the strength that she'd revealed that day, the demon lord's strength far surpassed her. However, if Blind Maiden revealed her true strength, then she would definitely be able to kill the demon lord. After all, she'd reincarnated, and she'd been from the large world. Her strength at that time was definitely not something that the residents of the lower dimensions could compare to. Even though it was 2 against 1, Yang Yi and Xiongqi still weren't able to gain the upper hand. However, they weren't at a disadvantage either, because the demon lord couldn't pierce their defenses as well. Xiongqi's physical defenses were extremely formidable, and he possessed extraordinary speed as well. So, even though the demon lord had hit Xiongqi a few times, it hadn't caused any real harm to him. As for Yang Yi, Yang Ye's body was at the peak of the epic realm, and it was further enhanced by the stellar ward technique now. So, his physical defenses were absolutely abnormal. As for the demon lord's celestial demon hegemon body, it was even more terrifying. Even Heavenren couldn't pierce his defenses. So, how terrifying was that? The current situation in the battle was one where none of them could harm each other. However, when it came to the battle on the ground below, clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had completely suppressed the forces of Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Even a deity of Celestial Demon Stellar Region had been surrounded and killed. As for the violet-robed old man who was in battle with Shuang Weiran, he'd been suppressed in battle. So, regardless of whether it was the violet-robed old man or the other forces of Celestial Demon Stellar Region, defeat was only a matter of time for them. Now, it all depended on the outcome of Yang Ye's battle. Regardless of whether it was Yang Yi or the Demon Lord, both their techniques had time limitations, so the first one to have their technique vanish would be the first to die. Both sides were buying time. Yang Yi had the stellar sword diagram, but he didn't dare utilize it unless he had no other choice, because the slightest mistake might cause him to die before he could even kill his enemies. Losing lifespan wasn't the same as losing his cultivation. If his lifespan was completely exhausted at once, then even the primordial pagoda couldn't save him. Even though the primordial pagoda was heaven-defying, it wasn't that heaven-defying to the point of being able to undo death. It was probably impossible for anyone in this world to resurrect the dead. After all, it wasn't something that a human could accomplish. So, even if he had the stellar sword diagram, he didn't dare utilize it rashly. Yang Yi and Xiongqi were buying time because Zhuang Weiran and the other experts of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had firmly gained the upper hand. If they delayed further until all the experts of Celestial Demon Stellar Region were annihilated, then it wouldn't be a battle of 2 against 1. It would be a group besieging the Demon Lord. It was the Demon Lord who couldn't allow the battle to drag on. He naturally understood that, so his aura started growing stronger and stronger a short while after the battle began. Obviously, he didn't want to let it drag on anymore. Meanwhile, Xiongqi's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. "Kid, be careful." Yang Yi nodded. After all, people would always fight desperately when they were forced into a corner. The stellar energy within Yang Yi surged incessantly while the sword in his ancient sheath was exchanged for the sword precursor. However, he hadn't put Heaven's gravestone away, and he was holding it in his right hand. Besides that, his sword energy had grown countless times stronger with the help of his quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. Unfortunately, the quasi-returnal rank intent he possessed was slaughter intent. Slaughter intent was mainly used to corrupt the mind, and not to improve sword energy. If it was sword intent, then he might have been able to pierce the Demon Lord's defenses. Even though slaughter intent could enhance sword energy as well, the boost it provided was limited. But it was different for sword intent. The boost sword intent provided to sword energy was unparalleled. After all, he was a sword cultivator, so his strength relied on sword intent. Roar! Suddenly, the Demon Lord's furious howl resounded through the air, and then a bolt of lightning surged out of the Demon Lord. Yang Yi and Xiongqi were instantly blasted over 1 kilometer away. The Demon Lord didn't stop with that. He immediately stretched his hands forward and twisted them slightly. In an instant, the violet threads around him started to move, and it didn't take long for them to converge on his hands. However, once they converged on his hands, his face had instantly warped with pain. Yang Yi and Xiongqi's faces turned solemn at the sight of this. Their instinct told them that the violet threads were a threat to them, especially Yang Yi. He'd come into contact with cosmic rays, but the 3 cosmic rays he'd encountered that day were much inferior when compared to the cosmic rays on the Demon Lord's hands. The Demon Lord's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. He didn't waste his breath because it was pointless to say anything right now. He immediately stomped his right foot down and shot forward in Yang Ye's direction. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and his stellar energy circulated madly. However, when the Demon Lord arrived less than 30 m away from Yang Yi, he suddenly turned around and shot rapidly in Zhuang Weiran's direction. His goal was to kill her first. Chapter 14:14. What the hell is that? The reason the Demon Lord had launched this sudden attack against Zhuang Weiran was because of the situation Celestial Demon Stellar Region was in. Its forces were completely suppressed, and it would take an hour at most for them to be completely defeated. At that time, it would be pointless even if he could kill Yang Yi and the others. A stellar region couldn't have just one deity. So, had decisively chosen to launch a surprise attack on Zhuang Weiran. So long as he could kill her, the violet-robed old man could help Celestial Demon Stellar Region's army or help him instead. At that time, the situation would be turned around. As for why he didn't target Yang Yi, it was because he wasn't confident that he could kill Yang Yi with a single blow. Yang Yi was too mysterious and definitely had some sort of trump card. So, for safety's sake, had chosen to kill her first. Moreover, Zhuang Weiran was locked in battle with the violet-robed old man, so she would definitely be unable to defend herself against him, and he would have a very good chance to kill her. Yang Ye's face instantly became savage when he saw the Demon Lord launch a surprise attack against Zhuang Weiran. However, his gaze seemed quite calm. He didn't hesitate to charge at the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was extremely swift and instantly arrived near Zhuang Weiran. But right when he was about to attack, Zhuang Weiran suddenly abandoned the violet-robed old man, and then she clenched tightly onto Peacekeeper as she turned around and stabbed it at the demon lord. Bang! A ray of white light sprayed out of Peacekeeper and instantly arrived before the demon lord. So the demon lord was taken by surprise and was struck by it before he could even attack. Bang! An explosion resounded as the demon lord was blasted over 1 kilometer away, and he hadn't even stopped his figure before Yang Yi had arrived behind him. Yang Yi swiftly swung Heaven's gravestone at the demon lord and blasted him back. Meanwhile, the violet-robed old man would naturally not let the opportunity slip by. He was about to attack when Qiongqi suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man was shocked by the sight of Qiongqi. After all, Head witnessed how terrifying Qiongqi was, and he immediately decided to avoid Qiongqi. However, Qiongqi didn't give him the chance and immediately transformed into a ray of black light that collided with the old man. Bang! The old man was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Qiongqi naturally didn't give up the opportunity to continue striking the old man without any mercy, and he immediately pounced forward and slammed his figure against the old man again. Bang! The violet-robed old man was blasted away once more, and he spat out numerous mouthfuls of blood in midair. When he saw Qiongqi charging at him again, the old man hadn't hesitated to turn around and tear space open, and then he leaped into the spatial rift Head created. In an instant, his aura had vanished completely. Head fled. Actually, Head wanted to flee a while ago. He hadn't fled in the beginning because he knew the Celestial Demon Lord still had a trump card. So, once the Demon Lord utilized that trump card and he helped the Demon Lord annihilate Yang Yi and the others, then he and his stellar region would definitely obtain tremendous benefits. Moreover, he and his stellar region would gain the shares of those fellows who'd fled earlier. But after fighting for a while, he noticed that the Demon Lord wasn't able to do anything to Yang Yi's group even after the Demon Lord utilized his trump card. At this moment, the violet-robed old man had wanted to flee. However, he was a little reluctant to give up until the Demon Lord's surprise attack on Zhuang Weiran failed. The last shred of hope within him had vanished then, so he had no intention to fight Qiongqi and fled immediately. Qiongqi didn't chase the old man. He just turned around and charged at the Demon Lord. Bang! Meanwhile, a circle of lightning suddenly erupted from the Demon Lord, and it blasted Yang Yi, Zhuang Weiran, and Qiongqi back. You knew that I would launch a surprise attack. The Demon Lord stared fixedly at Zhuang Weiran. It was obvious from how Shed attacked him that she knew he was going to launch a surprise attack against her. He really couldn't figure out how she knew. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Of course she knew. Actually, while Qiongqi and him fought the Demon Lord earlier, had expected that the Demon Lord would launch a surprise attack on Zhuang Weiran. Why? Because the Demon Lord couldn't pierce through Qiongqi and his defenses, but Zhuang Weiran didn't possess such defenses. So, it was very likely for the Demon Lord to target her first. After all, Head frequently utilized similar tactics. For safety's sake, Head warned Zhuang Weiran. So, even though she was in battle with the violet-robed old man, her attention was always on the Demon Lord. Thus, she didn't seem to panic when the Demon Lord suddenly attacked her, and she even took him by surprise. Zhuang Weiran didn't answer the Demon Lord. She just glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and shot towards the experts of Celestial Demon Stellar Region. The Demon Lord's defenses were absolutely impenetrable, so she wouldn't be able to harm him even if she stayed. Moreover, she might be a burden to Yang Yi and Qiongqi, because her defenses weren't as strong as theirs, so the Demon Lord would definitely target her. So, Shed decisively chosen to help the forces of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. Now that Zhuang Weiran had joined the battle, it was like adding fuel to the flame that was burning the forces of Celestial Demon Stellar Region. It didn't even take long for them to lose another deity. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and the violet threads that had vanished from his hands earlier had appeared there once more. Once they appeared on his hands, the Demon Lord's face warped. A moment later, his figure vanished on the spot, and he was already before Yang Yi and Qiongqi when his figure appeared once more. After that, he swiftly slapped down his palms at Yang Yi and Qiongqi. Bang! A black energy palm that carried violet threads flashed out from his palms, and it instantly arrived in the air above Yang Yi and Qiongqi before descending upon them. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He immediately sat on Qiongqi's back, and the heaven's gravestone within the ancient sheath was exchanged for the sword precursor. Qiongqi immediately leaped up under Yang Yi's orders, and he shot towards the energy palm. Once they arrived before it, Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword and swung it. Bang! Yang Yi's sword struck the energy palm, and it shook violently while countless cracks instantly appeared on it. However, the black energy palm didn't shatter. Conversely, Yang Yi and Qiongqi were pushed around 3 kilometers back. Moreover, the black energy palm didn't slow down at all and continued down towards Yang Yi and Qiongqi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a wisp of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. A moment later, both he and Qiongqi vanished on the spot. Bang! Another explosion resounded, and then the black palm shattered while Yang Yi and Qiongqi were blasted away again. Both Yang Yi and Qiongqi's expressions changed drastically while their figures were blasted away. Because once the black palm shattered, the violet threads had actually not vanished and were shooting towards them. Cosmic rays. Seriousness filled Yang Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected that Qiongqi, a true heavenrend, and him wouldn't be able to destroy those cosmic rays. Their strength had exceeded his expectations a little. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, nor did he dare to hold back. The sword god seal suddenly glowed brilliantly on Yang Yi's forehead, and it didn't take long for his sword intent to rise madly. Bang! A wave of sword intent suddenly appeared around Yang Yi, and then the space in his vicinity instantly started to ripple. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent. Meanwhile, the cosmic rays had arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then swiftly drew it and swung it again. Once it was enhanced by quasi-returnal rank sword intent and slaughter intent. How terrifying was Yang Yi's heavenrend now? Bang! The cosmic rays in front of Yang Yi were slashed into bits. However, Yang Yi didn't stop once they were slashed into bits. He sheathed his sword once more, and then Qiongqi leaped forward under his command and shot towards the demon lord. A wisp of disbelief flashed through the demon lord's eyes when he saw the cosmic rays being slashed into bits. He hadn't expected that Yang Yi's sword intent would actually attain the quasi-returnal rank at this moment. 2 quasi-returnal rank intents. Is he trying to defy the heavens? The demon lord didn't have the time to linger on this, because Yang Yi had arrived in front of him. A wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes as his body suddenly started to tremble violently. After that, countless pillars of black lightning surged out from within him. It only took an instant for the entire sky to be covered in pillars of lightning, and they'd even enveloped Yang Yi and Qiongqi within them. Slash! Suddenly, Yang Yi's furious shout resounded from within the lightning, and then an ear-piercing sword howl resounded through the continent. The ocean of lightning shook violently, and then a brilliant beam of sword energy flashed through it. 2 overlapped heavenrends. Yang Yi hadn't held back at all. Head used all the profound energy and remaining stellar energy within him to execute 2 overlapped heavenrends. Bang! Everywhere it passed, it destroyed everything in its path and sliced open the ocean of lightning. Bang! The demon lord was blasted away, and his figure flew for over 30 kilometers. The experts from Celestial Demon Stellar region turned ghastly pale at the sight of this, because they hadn't just seen the demon lord being blasted away, they'd even seen his celestial demon hegemon body vanishing. Has he lost? Has the demon lord lost? Suddenly, Qiongqi emerged from the ocean of lightning while carrying Yang Yi on his back. Why was he said to be carrying Yang Yi? Because Yang Yi was lying flat on Qiongqi's back. That attack had really reached his limit. Fortunately, he had the Stellar Ward technique to support him, so he didn't fall unconscious. Yang Yi looked up towards the demon lord, and then he didn't hesitate to pat Qiongqi. Qiongqi understood what he meant and charged at the demon lord. Actually, that attack the demon lord executed had been his last attack as well. Head released all the black demonic lightning within him, so his hegemon body technique had vanished as well. However, His stronger attack had lost against Yang Ye's strongest attack. So, not only had his technique vanished, he had even suffered heavy injuries. Yang Yi would naturally not let this opportunity slip by. Right when Yang Yi and Xiong Qi arrived around 300 m away from the Demon Lord. How presumptuous! Suddenly, the Demon Lord looked up at Yang Yi and Xiong Qi. But at this moment, his expression was quite strange. After that, an ethereal figure appeared above him. The figure was completely pitch black and ethereal, and there was a pitch black character at the center of its brows. Once the ethereal figure appeared, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared here, and it was even stronger than the Demon Lord's aura. "What the hell is that?" asked Xiongqi. Yang Yi replied, "Who cares what the hell it is? Let's kill it first." Chapter 14:15, An Ancient Celestial Demon. Chapter 14:15, An Ancient Celestial Demon. Right. Xiongqi nodded and was about to charge forward. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran suddenly obstructed their paths. She shook her head and said, "That might be an ancient celestial demon." "An ancient celestial demon?" Yang Yi frowned. "What's that?" She spoke solemnly. "No one knows where they came from, and we just know that there's a character on their foreheads. They are ethereal yet actually exist, and they rely on illusions, the spirit, and the soul to attack. They are exceptionally skilled in creating illusions and attacking the minds of cultivators, causing cultivators to lose control of themselves before they occupy the cultivator's body instead. They can use the body to cultivate and continuously strengthen themselves." Zhuang Weiran paused for a moment at this point, and then she continued, "We've investigated the Celestial Demon Lord. While he possessed exceptional natural talent in the past, it wasn't very outstanding. But for some unknown reason, his strength rose rapidly, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. It only took him a short while to conquer countless worlds. We guessed that he'd obtained some sort of inheritance, but I never imagined that he obtained the inheritance of a celestial demon, and he even had one within him." Suddenly, the ethereal figure spoke. "Little girl, you know quite a bit about us." Zhuang Weiran turned to look at the ethereal figure and said, "We have no intention to become enemies with you, so you can leave. But you must leave the Celestial Demon Lord behind." Meanwhile, Yang Yi withdrew some divine crystals and swallowed them before looking at the Celestial Demon. He knew that there was naturally a reason why Zhuang Weiran hadn't allowed him and Xiongqi to attack. So, he didn't attack impatiently. In any case, the Celestial Demon Lord was almost crippled. As for him, while he didn't have the strength to fight anymore, he still had Xiongqi and Zhuang Weiran by his side. As for the battle on the ground below, there was no need to worry about it, because the forces of Celestial Demon Stellar Region were almost completely annihilated, and their remaining forces were barely holding on. "Become enemies with me?" The Celestial Demon laughed coldly. "All of you?" Zhuang Weiran was about to say something, but Yang Yi stopped her and patted Xiongqi's back. "Kill him?" Xiongqi clearly didn't like the Celestial Demon as well, so he immediately pounced at the Celestial Demon and the Demon Lord. "You're courting death." A savage expression instantly appeared on the Celestial Demon's face when he saw Yang Yi and Xiongqi attack, and he waved his right hand and claws at Yang Yi from afar. Bang! A terrifying wave of force slammed against Xiongqi. While it was very strong, it was quite weak to Yang Yi and Xiongqi. So, they shot forward and slammed against the Celestial Demon and Demon Lord. "No!" A shrill cry resounded as the Celestial Demon exploded apart and transformed into a ball of mist that rained down towards the surroundings. He died just like that? Yang Yi and Xiongqi were stunned. That so-called Celestial Demon was that weak? Yang Yi turned around to look at Zhuang Weiran. Her brows were knit together slightly, and there was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes as well. Meanwhile, Xiongqi said, "Kid, something feels off." Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and remained silent. A short while passed before Zhuang Weiran walked over to Yang Ye's side and said, "Since he's dead, then let's forget it and annihilate the others from Celestial Demon Stellar Region." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to take Yang Ye's hand. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. Yang Yi suddenly grabbed Heaven's gravestone's hilt and swung it at her. Zhuang Weiran was instantly obliterated. Everyone down below was stunned, especially the forces of clouds of Heaven's stellar region. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would suddenly attack Zhuang Weiran. So, their minds were completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Needless to say, this illusion of yours is really not bad. It seems real yet is fake, seemed fake yet is real too. Even I was almost deceived by you. Unfortunately, I don't just possess the enlightened sword heart." As soon as he finished speaking, around 2 breaths of time passed before the scene around Yang Yi suddenly started transforming. After that, Zhuang Weiran, whom Yang Yi had killed, had once again appeared not too far away from him, and both the celestial demon and the demon lord had appeared where they had been. An illusion. Everything had been an illusion. Actually, Yang Yi had almost been deceived in the beginning, because his enlightened sword heart hadn't allowed him to discern anything unusual. However, once Qiongqi warned him, Yang Yi had activated his sword domain for safety's sake. As soon as he did that, he instantly noticed the illusion that surrounded them. The space around him didn't belong to him, so he couldn't sense it. However, once he activated the sword domain, the space around him had merged into one with his mind and spirit, so he could clearly sense anything unusual within it. Simply speaking, all illusions were useless before the combination of sword domain and enlightened sword heart. Perhaps some even greater illusions could even deceive his sword domain, but the celestial demon's illusion couldn't. Zhuang Weiran instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Yang Yi. She'd been in an illusion as well. Fortunately, her combat strength and mental strength were extremely good. While she hadn't been able to discern that it was an illusion, she'd been able to sense something was off, just like Qiongqi had. So, she was vigilant at all times and didn't give the celestial demon any opportunity to take advantage of. "I underestimated you." Suddenly, the celestial demon said, "I never expected you to see through it with such ease. I'm truly quite surprised." Yang Yi looked up at the celestial demon and demon lord. At this moment, the demon lord's gaze was blank, and he'd lost the imposing aura he used to have. He simply seemed like a puppet. Yang Ye's gaze merely paused on the demon lord before he gazed at the celestial demon. "I don't like to waste my breath. The demon lord must die. As for you, you can leave whenever you want." Killing the celestial demon wasn't very important. In any case, the celestial demon was using the demon lord as well. So long as the demon lord was killed, celestial demon stellar region would be finished. Actually, it was completely finished. However, so long as the demon lord was alive, it had a chance to rise up once more. So, the demon lord had to die. "He's my vessel, so he can't die." The celestial demon stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "Of course, if you're willing to be my vessel, then his fate doesn't matter. Besides that, all of you wouldn't be able to stop me if I wanted to leave with him. Trust him, even that beast by your side can't hope to catch up to me." "Your vessel?" Yang Yi frowned. "What's that?" "He means that he will live within you." Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran suddenly said, "He will use your body to cultivate." Actually, it's just like Qiongqi. But Qiongqi is relying on himself to cultivate, and he will rely on you instead. For example, if you cultivate, you have to share some of your profound energy with him. Besides that, regardless of whether your cultivation, soul, or spiritual energy improve, you'll have to share it equally with him. Simply speaking, you cultivate on your own, but you have to give half the fruits of your cultivation to him. Yang Yi was astounded. That fellow actually agreed to something so stupid? Zhuang Weiran spoke solemnly. "There are benefits, of course." "Of course there are." Meanwhile, the celestial demon suddenly said, "Yang Yi, what do you think about the celestial demon Hejim embodied from before?" Yang Yi told the truth. It was very strong. It really was strong. It could be said to be much stronger than the stellar ward technique. If the demon lord hadn't possessed insufficient offensive strength, then both Yang Yi and Qiongqi would have been in danger. "I taught it to him." The celestial demon continued, "Yang Yi, so long as you agree to be my vessel, then regardless of whether it's formidable cultivation techniques or combat techniques, you'll have them all. Besides that, I can guide you in your cultivation and make your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Moreover, you'll gain even more benefits once you get to the large world, because I know of some ancient ruins there. Those ruins haven't been discovered at all, so all the treasures there will be yours." The celestial demon's voice was filled with temptation. Yang Yi remained silent and seemed to be quite moved by it. Zhuang Weiran glanced at him and remained silent. She felt that Yang Yi was no fool. Or it should be said that Yang Yi was much smarter than many, and he would absolutely not allow himself to suffer a loss. Meanwhile, the celestial demon added, "Yang Yi, your natural talent is superb. If you join forces with me, then you'll definitely be able to shock the entire large world in the future. Moreover, it's very likely for you to become the future owner of that large world and command all the worlds in this universe. It's an opportunity for me, and it's an opportunity for you as well." At the same time, Qi's voice resounded in Yang Ye's mind. "Kid, that fellow is using a mental assault technique on you. Be careful." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he looked up at the celestial demon. "Do you really have that technique?" "Of course." The celestial demon hurriedly said, "I don't just have the celestial demon hegemon body technique. So long as you agree to be my vessel, then I'll even give you stronger techniques than that." Yang Yi fell silent. But based on his outward appearance, he really seemed to be quite tempted. The celestial demon continued, "See this fellow over here? He was just a person with comparatively good natural talent. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to attain his current accomplishments. However, he didn't just become a peerless expert with my help. He even took control of over 100 small worlds and a medium world. If you hadn't appeared here, then he would have conquered clouds of heaven's stellar region as well." Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Fine, I agree." Zhuang Weiran glanced at Yang Yi, but remained silent. "Good." The celestial demon's voice carried extraordinary excitement. "Lower your mental defenses. I'm going to enter your body and live within your sea of consciousness. Don't worry, it won't affect you at all. However, you might feel slightly uncomfortable in the beginning, but it's a normal reaction, and it'll go away quickly." Yang Yi seemed to be afraid that the celestial demon would go back on his word and said, "Remember your promise to give me the celestial demon hegemon body technique." "Don't worry, I won't forget." As soon as he finished speaking, the celestial demon transformed into a ray of dark light that entered the center of Yang Ye's forehead. Once he entered Yang Ye's sea of consciousness, the celestial demon suddenly roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha! Yang Yi, congratulations on becoming my new slave." A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth instead. Even though the trick he used was old, all that mattered was that it worked. Chapter 14:16 Here's to propose a marriage? It didn't take long for the celestial demon's voice to stop abruptly. After that, the celestial demon's terrified voice arose in Yang Ye's mind. "What's that? What is that? No." The celestial demon's voice gradually weakened until it vanished. A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. After all, the celestial demon had courted death. As for what the celestial demon had said earlier, he naturally didn't believe it. After all, just look what happened to the demon lord. The demon lord wasn't dead, but he was completely crippled. At the moment that celestial demon had left his body, the celestial demon had taken away all the vitality and energy within the demon lord. But the demon lord couldn't resist at all and stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the celestial demon did that. It was the price he paid. Strength that was obtained through relying on others was like an illusion in the end, and it couldn't be relied on. After the primordial pagoda killed the celestial demon, the scales made of stellar energy around Yang Yi had gradually vanished, and then a feeling of weakness and emptiness swept through Yang Yi. Yang Ye's head felt like it exploded, and then he collapsed on Qi's back. Zhuang Weiran's trembling voice resounded, "You." Once the demon lord and celestial demon were killed, the forces of celestial demon stellar region immediately fled or died in the process. Nothing unexpected occurred after that, and clouds of heaven stellar region was victorious. Countless people cheered and howled throughout clouds of heaven city. They were excited and venting. People who had never faced death would never know how great it was to be alive. Only by experiencing a near-death experience would one cherish life even more. Clouds of Heaven City. Within a room. The room wasn't very luxurious, but it was quite exquisite. Even though the decorations here were simple, it wasn't difficult to realize the owner was a woman. It was Zhuang Weiren's room. Yang Yi was lying on the bed with his eyes closed tight. His face was extremely warped while sharp slaughter intent and sword intent frequently arose from within him. At this moment, his sword intent and slaughter intent were very violent. Backlash. Overexhausting the body would cause one to be weak at the very most, and it wasn't a huge problem. But forcefully improving sword intent would make one suffer from backlash, and that backlash was definitely very painful. If it was possible, Yang Yi wanted to shout out a little or slam the ground to vent his pain. But he couldn't, because Zhuang Weiran was by his bed, and he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of her. Wasn't it just some pain? He just had to endure it. Endure it. Zhuang Weiran stared at him without blinking. She knew that Yang Yi was in extreme pain, but she was helpless. Her strength wasn't sufficient, and it wasn't enough to forcefully suppress Yang Yi's quasi-returnal rank sword intent that was in a violent state. She could only let it gradually return to normal. If she tried to suppress it by force and failed, then it would put Yang Yi in an even worse state. So, she could only watch and do nothing. A short while later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. He gazed at her and revealed a smile that looked even worse than someone crying. "You should leave for now. I'm afraid that I might lose my composure." The pain he experienced from the backlash of his sword intent was truly painful beyond words. It was also why he had only improved his sword intent at the critical moment, because he really didn't want to suffer this backlash. Actually, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure such pain at all. Only someone who'd experienced all sorts of torture like Yang Yi could remain conscious while suffering backlash from their intent. Yang Yi really wanted to just lose consciousness, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that his sword intent would go berserk if he fell unconscious. It was very unstable right now, and it might even attack him if he wasn't careful. It was an extremely likely possibility. It wasn't because his sword intent wanted to attack him. It was because his sword intent was in such an unstable state. So, he had no choice but to forcefully hold on. Zhuang Weiran shook her head, took his hand and said, "I'll accompany you." Yang Yi smiled bitterly. He wanted to shout, "How will I shout while you're here?" But he didn't say anything. He flipped his palm and grabbed her hand before he said, "Don't worry, I've gone through this a lot. It's fine. I'll go away in a while. Actually, that agreement we had." Meanwhile, she suddenly spoke softly, "If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been swept into this, and you wouldn't have almost lost your life. Do you blame me for this?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "What do you think?" She shook her head and fell silent. Yang Yi chuckled, "I told you earlier, it really isn't necessary to consider all of that when it's between us. If you do that, it makes me feel like you're treating me as an outsider, and that makes me quite uncomfortable. Don't say things like that again, all right?" She looked up at him, nodded, and replied, "All right, I want." Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he said, "Weiran, what do you plan to do from now?" She shook her head and said, "I don't know." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "What about you?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm going to the large world." Men endeavor to reach higher places. He naturally wanted to go to the large world of legend and see it for himself. Most importantly, Snowy and Zir were there. However, he had many things to do before he went there. For example, making arrangements for Su Qingshi and the others, and going to see in Nanjing. Zhuang Weiran nodded, "I understand." She paused for a moment once she finished speaking, and she seemed like she was hesitant to say something. Yang Yi asked, "What's on your mind?" She shook her head and said, "Let's wait until you've recovered." Yang Yi nodded. Indeed, the most important matter at hand was to recover. Yang Yi stopped talking, closed his eyes slowly, and then absorbed spirit energy to repair his body. He wasn't just suffering backlash from his sword intent, his body was overexhausted as well, so it needed to recover as well. Just like that, around 2 days passed while Yang Yi slowly recovered. Zhuang Weiran had never left his side during this time. Once he recovered, Yang Yi opened his eyes, gazed at her, and grinned. I'm almost fully recovered. Come, let me take you somewhere. As soon as he finished speaking, he took her hand and entered the once level of the primordial pagoda. Zhuang Weiran glanced at the surroundings once she entered the primordial pagoda. Besides curiosity, there was a trace of shock in her eyes. What is this place? Yang Yi smiled. This is that treasure you wanted to take from me. Yang Yi's gaze suddenly became gentle when he spoke up to this point. At that time, it was very likely that she would have succeeded, but she hadn't done so. She shook her head and said, It belongs to that senior. It's at a level that even I can't understand. If I killed you and took it, I can't be certain that it wouldn't attack me. Yang Yi smiled. No matter what, if you hadn't shown mercy, then I wouldn't be living in this world anymore. She gazed at him. You were really weak then. Yang Yi replied, What about now? She answered, You're still very weak. Yang Yi's face darkened. She's getting mischievous. Meanwhile, she said, I never expected you to grow to such an extent in just a short 2 years. You possess great karmic luck, but great karmic luck is usually accompanied by a path filled with difficulties and disasters. You might have to suffer even more in the future. However, it's normal. Life has always been filled with suffering. Yang Yi suddenly took her hands and said, Are you filled to take that path with me? She gazed at him in silence. Yang Yi's face dimmed down slightly. You're not willing? Suddenly, she embraced him and spoke softly. When I heard you went to Celestial Demon Stellar Region, I knew that I would have to use my entire life to repay you. Of course, that's all I can do. He wrapped his arm around her waist and laughed bitterly. You make it sound like a business deal. He naturally didn't think that she was just repaying him. She wasn't a person like that, and he wasn't such a person as well. They hadn't known each other for long, but there was a vague relationship between them. That was why Shed made that agreement with him all those years ago. If she really felt nothing for him, she would have definitely not made that agreement with him. She didn't say anything, and Yang Yi remained silent as well. They just hugged each other like that. A long time passed before Yang Yi took her hand and said, Come, let's go visit 2 fellows. He brought her to the celestial demon wolves that Xiong Qi had dragged in here. At this moment, they were shivering while lying flat on the ground. It seemed like they'd encountered something terrifying. Both of them seemed to be visibly pleading to him when they saw Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran arrive. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face. He really didn't understand why the primordial pagoda was so deterring to demon beasts, and even Xiong Qi didn't dare enter it rashly. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts. No matter what, the primordial pagoda was his. Yang Yi gazed at them and said, One condition, submit to me. Otherwise, die. There's no other option. He would naturally not release them. Even though they weren't as strong as Xiong Qi, they were ferocious beasts comparable to peak deities. Moreover, he couldn't really rely on Xiong Qi, because Xiong Qi refused to help unless he was really about to die. So, these 2 celestial demon wolves would be 2 peak deities for him to use. Thus, they had to submit to him no matter what. There was a trace of hesitance in their eyes when they heard Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi just pulled Zhuang Weiran along as he turned around and started walking away. They instantly became anxious when they saw Yang Yi leave, and then they immediately chased after Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. They really didn't want to stay here anymore. They were willing to do anything if they could leave. Zhuang Weiran helped Yang Yi take control of their souls. So, besides Xiong Qi, Yang Yi had 2 more ominous beasts by his side. Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran didn't stay for long within the primordial pagoda because they had many things to deal with. They'd only just left the primordial pagoda when Fan Songyan appeared before them and said, Young Miss Yang, Young Master Yang, we have visitors from Wildland Stellar Region. They said that they are here to propose a marriage. Yang Yi's face instantly became gloomy. Chapter 14:17, Why don't you teach after me how? Chapter 14:17, Why don't you teach after me how? A proposal. Even though Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region had defeated Celestial Demon Stellar Region, it had suffered heavy losses. Just like this very moment. Besides the medium world, Clouds of Heaven continent, it still hadn't reclaimed its other worlds. It wasn't that it didn't want to. It was that clouds of heaven stellar region didn't have the ability to do so right now. After all, Yang Yi and the reinforcements he brought had been the reason why they'd been able to defeat celestial demon stellar region. Besides Yang Yi, Qiong, and Elder Yuan's group of 3, clouds of heaven stellar region didn't have any other experts. Because regardless of whether it was Zhuang Weitian or Qin Yaochan, they were all heavily injured, and it was impossible for them to fight another battle for some time. But Wildland's stellar region had sent a group over at a time like this. Moreover, they were here to propose a marriage. What a good plan. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. Even though clouds of heaven's stellar region had suffered severe losses, it was a treasure trove. If Zhuang Weiran married the young master of Wildland's stellar region, then it could instantly take clouds of heaven's stellar region as its own. Most importantly, it can rightfully swallow celestial demon stellar region's territory. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So long as Zhuang Weiran married into their stellar region, it would be equivalent to obtaining 2 medium worlds and a few hundred small worlds. In other words, he and the others had fought desperately, yet Wildland's stellar region wanted to reap the rewards. Yang Ye's face became icy cold when he thought up to this point. Fan Songyan's heart shook when he noticed the change in Yang Ye's expression, and he didn't dare speak another word. Yang Ye's character was really quite terrifying, especially when he was angry because he would become an utter madman. The most terrifying part was that this madman possessed terrifying strength as well. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran took Yang Ye's hand and said, Wildland's stellar region is a 3-star stellar region that isn't weaker to celestial demon stellar region. But it's fine. We'll face it all together. Yang Yi nodded. Let's go and see what they want. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi held Zhuang Weiran's hand and walked off. Fan Songyan laughed bitterly as he watched them. One storm after another. War God Hall. Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan sat at the seats of the host. Besides the forces of clouds of heaven stellar region, there were 2 comparatively striking men and a woman. The men were extremely robust. They were much larger than ordinary people, and their entire bodies seemed to be filled with energy. Even though the woman was quite huge as well, her face was very pleasing to the eye, and she was uniquely attractive when compared to ordinary women. Obviously, they were from Wildland's stellar region. Suddenly, the leader of their group, a man in a luxurious robe, stepped forward. He cupped his fist towards Zhuang Weitian and smiled. Congratulations, clouds of heaven stellar region, for defeating a formidable enemy. From now onwards, no power in our lower dimensions will dare to underestimate your stellar region. Zhuang Weitian glanced indifferently at him and said, Manji, if you're here to congratulate us, then my stellar region welcomes it. However, if you're here to propose a marriage, then don't even mention it. Weiran is a stubborn woman. If she refuses, then even I can't force her to do it. He naturally didn't dare to force her to marry into Wildland's stellar region. He hadn't dared to in the past, and he was even more afraid of doing so now. Because Fan Songyan had talked to him in private, and Fan Songyan had told him that he should absolutely not use Zhuang Weiran to make a deal with Wildland's stellar region or use her for any other things. Otherwise, if Yang Yi turned against them, the consequences of that were absolutely not something their stellar region could bear. Actually, he was really afraid of Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi was someone who'd comprehended quasi-returnal rank slaughter intent. Moreover, he'd heard about what had happened on Celestial Demon Continent. Or it should be said that many had heard about what had happened there. A man called Yang Yi had slaughtered an entire city. He was no fool. He could naturally discern that there was definitely something between his daughter and Yang Yi. Otherwise, how could Yang Yi have possibly slaughtered a city for her? Moreover, Yang Yi even fought the celestial demon lord who was seemingly unparalleled to them. He was very well aware that if he continued trying to force Zhuang Weiran to do things as he'd done in the past, then he wouldn't just lose his daughter, he would offend Yang Yi. The man called Manji chuckled and replied, Senior Zhuang, if I'm not wrong, you agreed to it in the past. You said that you would marry her to my young master, yet you're going back on your word now? If news of this were to spread, clouds of heaven stellar region's reputation would be adversely affected. So be it. Zhuang Weitian spoke indifferently. Manji, we're all intelligent people. So let's be frank. I agreed in the past because I hoped to obtain the help of your stellar region. However, your stellar region didn't come to our aid. So I don't think that I owe your stellar region anything. Manji nodded. I'm sure all of us understand that a union by marriage is actually for the sake of mutual interests. However, I'm not here today to talk about that. What I'm trying to say is that my young master holds sincere feelings for your daughter, and he wishes to be united with her. Senior Zhuang, with your daughter's natural talent, our wildland stellar region will definitely foster her well once she is married to our young master. Moreover, it's very likely that the joint forces of Clouds of Heaven stellar region and my wildland stellar region will become a 4-star or even 5-star stellar region. Moreover, it isn't impossible for us to try and enter the large world. The large world. Zhuang Weitian slowly clenched his fists. Entering the large world was definitely the dream of all cultivators and stellar regions, especially those who were at the deity realm, because the only way to advance further in their cultivation was to enter the large world. It was extremely difficult for experts at their levels of cultivation to advance further outside of the large world. It wasn't impossible, but they didn't dare to try, because if they advanced, then the worlds outside of the large world, the worlds they considered to be the lower dimensions, wouldn't be able to endure their strength at all, so forcefully advancing would cause heavenly wrath to descend upon them. Going head-on against the Heaven Tao wasn't unprecedented, but those who dared to do so were peerlessly ferocious and rarely appeared even in 10,000 years. So, they had no other choice but to advance in the large world. Even though the Heaven Tao would still try to stop them when they advanced there, it would be an ordinary tribulation. Conversely, if they tried to advance in the lower dimensions, it wouldn't be an ordinary tribulation but a legendary tribulation of death. Simple speaking, it was a tribulation that guaranteed death. Zhuang Weitian remained silent for a long time before he shook his head and said, Weiran won't agree to the proposal, and neither will I. If there's nothing else, then please leave. Even though he knew that what Manji spoke of might be realized. After all, Wildland's stellar region was very strong, and its strength would rise a level higher if Clouds of Heaven stellar region joined it. So, it wouldn't be impossible for them to enter the large world. However, he didn't want to lose his daughter, and he was even more afraid of offending Yang Yi. Besides that, when Clouds of Heaven stellar region was in danger, Wildland's stellar region completely disregarded its fate because there were no benefits to helping it. However, Yang Yi had never thought of that and had resolutely helped them. Even an idiot knew how to choose between Yang Yi and Wildland's stellar region. The smile on Manji's face gradually vanished when he heard Zhuang Weitian. A short while passed before he spoke indifferently, Senior, do you think the danger your stellar region is facing has been resolved? Zhuang Weitian's face fell. What are you trying to say? Manji chuckled, Senior. You should be very well aware of the situation your stellar region is in. Even though you've defeated Celestial Demon stellar region, you've suffered heavy losses. Even both of you are heavily injured while the other semi-deities and voiders have grown much fewer. Clouds of Heaven stellar region can be said to be very weak right now, and many powers are eyeing your stellar region. Zhuang Weitian spoke coldly. That includes your Wildland stellar region, right? Manji shook his head and replied, Senior, just like before, we truly hope to be united in marriage with Clouds of Heaven stellar region. So long as your daughter agrees to marry our young master, then Clouds of Heaven stellar region's business is our Wildland stellar region's business as well. Moreover, our stellar region will help your stellar region reclaim everything it has lost. What if I refuse? Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. After that, Zhuang Weiran and Yang Yi walked into the hall. Manji's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at them. The expressions of everyone from Manji's group changed when they saw Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran holding hands. Manji's gaze lingered on Yang Yi for a moment, and then he gazed at Zhuang Weiran. Our young master holds sincere feelings for you. Zhuang Weiran replied, What does that have to do with me? Manji spoke in a low voice. Our young master has feelings for you, but it doesn't mean that you can look down on him. He represents our stellar region. So looking down on him is equivalent to looking down on everyone from our stellar region. I'm looking down on Wildland's stellar region? Zhuang Weiran shook her head. I don't want to waste my breath on you. My stellar region didn't rely on your stellar region in the past, and it won't start now, nor will it ever do that in the future. We'll deal with our own business. Besides that, you have no right to try and interfere in my own business. Manji replied, Is this your decision? She replied, It is. Manji glanced coldly at her and said, You should always think before you act. Otherwise, it'll bring calamity to you and everyone around you. Don't you think so too? Zhuang Weiran gazed at him and asked, Are you threatening me? Manji replied indifferently, If that's what you think, I have no power to change your mind. Zhuang Weiran's face became cold. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly looked at her and shook his head. Let me deal with such things. She glanced at him and nodded. Yang Yi turned to look at Manji and said, We don't want to offend Wildland's stellar region, but that doesn't mean we fear your stellar region. Understand? Manji gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of solemnness in his eyes. You're Yang Yi. Obviously, he'd heard of Yang Yi. Yang Yi replied, Who I am isn't important. Just as Weiran said earlier, Clouds of Heaven stellar region will deal with its own business, and it has nothing to do with your stellar region. Understand? Manji glanced at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran, and then he said, Looks like you really don't want to accept the good intentions of my Wildland stellar region. All right, since that's the case, I'll be bidding my farewells. Allow me to say a few more words before I leave. Zhuang Weiran, we respect you now, so you're noble and distinguished. But once we stop respecting you, allow me to be honest, even if you come yourself and willingly offer yourself up, whether our young master accepts you will depend entirely on his mood. As soon as he finished speaking, Manji and the others turned around and started walking away. Suddenly, Yang Ye's voice resounded. Wait. Manji turned around and gazed at Yang Yi. What? Yang Yi looked Manji in the eyes and said, Take back what you just said. Manji stared at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, I've never done that. Why don't you teach me how? Chapter 14:18 I'll kill anyone who forces you to do anything. My pleasure. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Manji when his figure appeared again. Manji was clearly prepared, and he immediately swung his fist forward. How could Yang Yi possibly fear him? Yang Yi immediately slammed his fist forward as well. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Manji was blasted backwards and slammed against the wall behind him. Bang! The entire hall shook. As for Yang Yi, he was pushed back a few meters as well. Yang Yi glanced at his fist, and then he gazed at Manji. You have some strength. No wonder you're confident. A moment later, he shot towards Manji. Yang Yi didn't like to cause trouble, but most of the time, even if you didn't cause trouble, it didn't mean that trouble wouldn't come looking for you. The reason Head attacked was because Manji had insulted Zhuang Weiran. He was absolutely unable to tolerate that. When Yang Ye's figure appeared again, he was in front of Manji, and he didn't waste his breath at all and just immediately slammed his fist forward. The Brink Laws. As soon as his fist shot forward, a terrifying wave of force surged out from his fist, and Manji was instantly blasted back and slammed once more against the wall. Bang! After that, a loud explosion resounded. Manji's figure smashed straight through the wall and flew off. Meanwhile, Yang Yi didn't stop and instantly chased after Manji. Suddenly, the other man from Wildland's stellar region had finally recovered from his shock, and he hurriedly chased after Yang Yi. OM! A sword howl resounded, and then a ray of light suddenly shot into the hall from the outside. It flashed, and then the man's arm instantly flew up into the air. The woman who was about to chase after Yang Yi as well was stunned by this scene. It wasn't just her. Everyone else besides Zhuang Weiran was stunned. Even though Manji had spoken disrespectfully, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually attack. After all, Manji's group represented Wildland's stellar region. Yang Yi suddenly walked into the hall before the others could recover from their shock, and then he tossed Manji over to Zhuang Weiran. I haven't taken back something I've said, so I can't really teach you how. However, I believe that you definitely know how to do it now. Go on, do it until I'm satisfied. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, that woman from Wildland's stellar region suddenly said, Do you realize what you're doing? We represent Wildland's stellar region. Doing this will... Shut up. Yang Yi suddenly gazed at her. I don't want to waste my breath on you. Speak another word, and he'll cut off your tongue. She was visibly livid, and her body was even trembling slightly. However, she didn't dare say anything. Yang Yi clearly wasn't afraid of Wildland's stellar region, so she would be courting death if she spoke further. Yang Yi didn't pay any further attention to her and gazed at Manji instead. They'll count to 3. If you don't take it back, then I'll twist off your head and make it my ball. Zhuang Weitian seemed to want to say something when he heard Yang Yi, but he didn't say anything in the end. He naturally didn't want Yang Yi to kill Manji. After all, Manji was representing Wildland's stellar region. It was already slightly hostile towards Clouds of Heaven's stellar region. So if Yang Yi killed Manji, then wouldn't he be giving them an excuse to attack? However, he didn't say anything because Yang Yi was clearly furious, so saying anything would be meaningless. The only person who could dissuade Yang Yi was Zhuang Weiran. So, Zhuang Weitian gazed at her. Zhuang Weiran naturally understood the consequences. When Yang Yi was about to count, she gazed at Manji and said, just an apology is sufficient. Once Yang Yi started counting, it would represent that Manji wouldn't be able to survive. After all, how could Manji take back what Head said? It could be said that Yang Yi actually wanted to kill Manji when he raised such conditions. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he didn't say anything. He would naturally not argue with her about something so trivial. Manji clearly didn't want to die, so he immediately said, I'm sorry. Zhuang Weiran spoke indifferently. Tell Wildland's stellar region that my Clouds of Heaven stellar region will deal with its own problems. Besides that, we don't want to offend Wildland's stellar region, but it doesn't mean that we're afraid. Manji glanced at her and said, they'll pass the massage. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and started walking away with the other one-armed man and the woman. He suddenly stopped when he arrived at the entrance to the hall, and then he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. If you dare to say a single word, all 3 of you don't have to leave today. Manji's face instantly became unsightly. Meanwhile, the woman by his side seemed to be absolutely afraid that he would say something and hurriedly dragged him away. Once all of them left, Zhuang Weiran gazed at Yang Yi and spoke softly. Why did you suddenly get so angry? Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at her. I just suddenly felt that it's really difficult for you. Don't worry, I dare not guarantee that no one will try to force you to do something again. However, I guarantee that it'll kill anyone who tries. Zhuang Weishan's face instantly became quite unsightly when he heard Yang Yi because he felt like Yang Yi had intentionally said that for him to hear. She gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she said, no matter what it is, we'll face it together. Yang Yi nodded. Of course. Cough. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weitian coughed lightly. After all, they'd completely disregarded him, and he had to remind them of his presence. Zhuang Weiran glanced at Zhuang Weitian, hesitated for a moment, and then she brought Yang Yi over to them. She introduced them to Yang Yi, my father and mother. Yang Yi would naturally not act rashly. He immediately bowed slightly to them and said, Uncle, Auntie. Zhuang Weishan's face eased up slightly when he saw Yang Yi act so respectfully. He nodded and said, even though we've never met before this, I've heard of you from Weiran. To be honest, I didn't believe that you would be able to help my stellar region. But the facts prove that I was wrong. Her judgment is extremely good. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Yang Yi was an absolutely extraordinary genius made him completely worthy of Zhuang Weiran. However, Zhuang Weitian was quite worried about Yang Yi's temper. Yang Yi's temper made it easy for trouble to arise. Fortunately, while Yang Yi had a very bad temper, he was extremely strong as well. And overall, Zhuang Weitian was quite satisfied. Meanwhile, Fun Sangyan suddenly walked in. City Governor, someone who claims to be Yang Yi's friend is here to pay you a visit. Zhuang Weitian gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's divine sense swept out, and then he nodded a moment later. Let them in. Fun Sangyan nodded, and then he left. It didn't take long for 2 women to walk in under Fan Kanjian's lead. They were none other than Yi Luyun and Nangong Qin. City Governor Zhuang. Nangong Qin cupped her fist to Zhuang Weitian and said, Congratulations on defeating Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Zhuang Weitian nodded. Thank you. Nangong Qin nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. "Young Master Yang, it's nice to see you again." Yang Yi smiled. He naturally knew why she was here. He immediately gazed at Zhuang Weitian and said, "This is the eldest young miss of Azure Cloud Merchant Group, Nangong Qin. She was the one who sent those 3 deities that helped us in the battle." Zhuang Weitian was visibly moved when he heard this, and then he stood up and cupped his fist to her. "Thank you." She smiled. "Don't mention it." Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Uncle, young Miss Nangong Qin hoped to open stores throughout Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Right? I promised her that her stores wouldn't have to pay any fees for 30 years. That's not a problem at all." Zhuang Weitian continued, "But our stellar region only has Clouds of Heaven continent." Everyone here fell silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stepped forward and said, "I think that we should reclaim our lost territory and the territory of Celestial Demon Stellar region." A slight smile curled up on the corners of Zhuang Weishan's mouth. Had actually wanted to do that a long time ago. However, Clouds of Heaven Stellar region's strength had declined tremendously, so it was utterly unable to reclaim those worlds that the other powers had taken, let alone the territory of Celestial Demon Stellar region. So, the only way to accomplish that was to rely on Yang Yi's strength. Now that Yang Yi had said that, it represented that he was willing to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. A smile appeared on Nangong Qin's face as well. She was naturally not smiling because Yang Yi was going to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Actually, she didn't really attach much importance to the benefits that she would gain from Clouds of Heaven Stellar region any longer. She attached even more importance to Yang Yi. The stronger Yang Yi was, the more benefits she would receive in the future. Based on the potential Yang Yi had revealed, so long as he didn't perish, he would definitely grow to become a peerless expert. At that time, she just had to say the word, and she would be able to change Azure Cloud Merchant Group's fate. Or she just had to let others know that Azure Cloud Merchant Group was connected to Yang Yi, and then no one would dare to bully them. Suddenly, Yi Luyun stepped forward and said, "Those worlds naturally have to be taken back. But what about after that's done?" Everyone gazed at Yi Luyun. Zhuang Weitian gazed at Yang Yi instead. Yang Yi said, "Yi Luyun, the counselor of my Sword Alliance, and one of the people I trust the most." Only now did Zhuang Weitian recall that Yang Yi was the master of the Sword Alliance as well, and he represented a medium world. Zhuang Weitian seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on his face gradually vanished. He fell silent for an instant before he gazed at Yi Luyun. "Miss Luyun, feel free to be frank." Yi Luyun smiled and said, "City Governor Zhuang, forgive me for asking this, but will you be handing Clouds of Heaven Stellar region over to Zhuang Weiran or your son?" Everyone gazed at Yi Luyun once they heard her. Chapter 1419, He Doesn't Stand a Chance. Chapter 1419, He Doesn't Stand a Chance. Zhuang Weitian spoke solemnly. "What are you trying to say?" Yi Luyun restrained her smile and said, "If it's given to Zhuang Weiran, then I wouldn't have any problems. But if it isn't being handed down to her, then I think that our Sword Alliance has to have a good discussion with your Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. As for what we're discussing, it's naturally about how we'll divide up the worlds that once belonged to Celestial Demon Stellar region and Clouds of Heaven Stellar region." Everyone instantly understood her when they heard this. If Zhuang Weitian was going to give the Stellar region to Zhuang Weiran, then there would naturally be no need to discuss anything. Because only an idiot wouldn't be able to discern the relationship between Yang Yi and her. So, if Zhuang Weitian gave the Stellar region to Zhuang Weiran, then to a certain extent, it would be given to Yang Yi. But if Zhuang Weitian wasn't giving it to her, and was giving it to his son instead, then Yang Yi would just be reclaiming those worlds for the benefits of others, while Yang Yi and the Sword Alliance gained nothing. Perhaps Yang Yi wouldn't mind doing something like that, but she was the Sword Alliance's counselor, so how could she not care? She had to think for the interests of the entire Sword Alliance. If it was looked at from her perspective, then regardless of how many favors Yang Yi owed Zhuang Weiran, saving Clouds of Heaven Stellar region and Zhuang Weiran was sufficient to repay all the debts he owed. But Zhuang Weitian still wanted Yang Yi to help reclaim the worlds which belonged to Celestial Demon Stellar region and Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. He wanted Yang Yi to risk his life for the sake of him and his son. Why should Yang Yi risk his life if all the benefits were being taken by clouds of heaven stellar region? Perhaps Yang Yi didn't mind. After all, his relationship with Zhuang Weiran wasn't something that could be measured with possessions. However, even if he didn't mind, it didn't mean that clouds of heaven stellar region could use Yang Yi like that. Yang Yi was about to speak when Zhuang Weiran took his hand and shook her head. Actually, she had similar thoughts as Yi Luyun. Yang Yi had done enough for her. If it was possible, she hoped that Yang Yi would stop getting involved with the business of clouds of heaven stellar region. But she knew that clouds of heaven stellar region needed his help right now, and even she needed his help. Moreover, she was very well aware that so long as she remained here, Yang Yi would not stand by idly if clouds of heaven stellar region was in danger. Just like Yi Luyun, she didn't hope that Yang Yi would always be putting in effort, and she hoped that he could gain something as well. Because she didn't want to use him, and she didn't want to be the reason that allowed her father to use him. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then didn't say anything. Actually, so long as Zhuang Weiran asked it of him, he could disregard everything. After all, their relationship wasn't something that could be measured by any benefits or interests. But he understood that he represented the Sword Alliance, and the Sword Alliance's interests were tied to him. It wasn't just the Sword Alliance. There was Nangong Qin as well. For example, why had Nangong Qin helped him this time? Because of benefits. It was a very real thing. He didn't mind, but it didn't mean that others wouldn't mind as well. Zhuang Weiran glanced at Yi Luyun, and then she gazed at Zhuang Weitian, whose face was quite unsightly. She said, "Both of you discuss it yourselves." As soon as she finished speaking, she took Yang Ye's hand and walked out of the hall. Once they left, Yi Luyun gazed at Zhuang Weitian and said, "Senior Zhuang, let's discuss the matter." At the back of War God Hall, Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran were walking side by side. Yang Yi said, "I don't want our relationship to have such things mixed in with it." She nodded and said, "I understand. But there are things that you deserve to get, and they are things that your subordinates deserve to get. Only then would others follow you. If others found out that you abandoned the interests of the Sword Alliance because of a woman, what would the members of the Sword Alliance think of you?" The Sword Alliance had sent its forces to help as well. For example, Lin Shan and the others. Even though they weren't really useful on their own, don't forget that they were with Yang Yi, and they'd helped. They had no connection to Zhuang Weiran. So if they were made to risk their lives yet didn't gain anything, then would anyone be willing to fight such battles? Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, "There are probably few sword cultivators that have to deal with so many trivial matters." She replied, "This is the path you chose." Yang Yi nodded. He had too many people to protect, and it was impossible for him to always be by their sides. The only way was to form a huge power that made others dare not bully them. Even though the Sword Alliance was still quite weak now, its potential was huge. He was confident that the Sword Alliance would have a spot in both the lower dimensions and the large world. There is strength in numbers. Yang Yi really agreed with that saying. Just like the previous battle. If he didn't have the help of Elder Yuan's group, then not only would he have been unable to slaughter Celestial Demon City, even Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region would have been finished. If those three deities hadn't been there during the battle, then the Demon Lord wouldn't have been the one who fell into a disadvantaged situation. It would have been him and Zhuang Weiran. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran said, Wildland Stellar Region might not let the matter rest. It isn't just them. The other stellar regions that took those worlds of ours might not let the matter rest as well. They'd taken all those worlds, so it would definitely be difficult to make them return those worlds. She suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi and continued, "Are you really determined to grow the Sword Alliance?" Yang Yi nodded. "I understand." She continued, "You can tell Lu Yun that there's no need to discuss matters with my father anymore." Yang Yi gazed at her with a puzzled gaze. "What do you mean?" She looked him in the eyes and said, "I'll take control of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region from now on." Yang Yi was stunned. Quite some time passed before he said, "Your father?" Zhuang Weiran shook her head and said, "I wasn't interested in taking control of the stellar region in the past, but I am now. So long as I'm interested, then my younger brother won't stand a chance against me, nor would he dare to fight me for it. My influence in this stellar region is something that even my father can't compare to." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time before he said, "Don't force yourself if you really don't like managing such a power." He naturally knew why she was doing this. It was for him. If she took control of the stellar region, then she would definitely side with him. So, at that time, clouds of heaven stellar region could be considered to be his. She shook her head slightly and replied, "It's not entirely because of you. This incident allowed me to realize that my stellar region is inadequate in many aspects, and it allowed me to realize that my stellar region has to grow stronger so that no one will bully it. But my father is old. He doesn't have the courage that he once had. He isn't suited to manage the stellar region anymore. As for my younger brother, if he's given control of the stellar region, then clouds of stellar region would fall in his hands." Yang Yi remained silent for a while, and then he laughed bitterly. "Your father and mother are probably going to blame me for this, because they'll definitely think that you suddenly changed your mind because of me." She grinned. "You are the main reason." Yang Yi suddenly took her hand and said, "Weiran, you actually look quite good when you smile." The smile on her face stiffened slightly, but it didn't take long for her face to return to normal. "I've only smiled in front of you." Yang Yi smiled. "It's my honor." She glanced at him and said, "Let's go and tell my father about my decision." As she spoke, she took Yang Ye's hand and vanished on the spot with him. War God Hall. Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weitian were discussing the split of territory between the Sword Alliance and Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Actually, it was going very smoothly because she was intentionally compromising. After all, Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran's relationship was obvious, and Zhuang Weiran was Zhuang Weitian's daughter. So, she naturally wouldn't be too harsh because she didn't want to make things difficult for Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran walked into the hall. Everyone in the hall gazed at Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran. Zhuang Weiran walked over to Zhuang Weitian and said, "I want to take control of Clouds of Heaven Stellar region." She was forcing him to give his position to her. Zhuang Weitian and Qin Yaochan were stunned. It didn't take long for their faces to become slightly unsightly. Zhuang Weitian remained silent for a long time before he laughed bitterly. "Is it because of Yang Yi?" She nodded and said, "It is, but not completely. I think that I'm more suitable to do it than my younger brother." Zhuang Weitian fell silent for a long time before he nodded. "Good. Very good. You can have control of the stellar region." As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to grow older. Actually, it was obvious that once Clouds of Heaven Stellar region was given to Zhuang Weiran, then it was equivalent to giving it to Yang Yi. It was a stellar region that he'd fought for and formed himself, yet he was giving it away for free. So, it felt horrible. But even though he was really unwilling, he had no other choice. Nor could he do anything about it. Because Zhuang Weiran's influence was the most prestigious figure in Clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Zhuang Weiran's current prestige could be said to have even surpassed him. As for his son, Zhuang Weiran's younger brother, he wasn't even qualified to compete with her. Actually, everyone throughout the stellar region supported her. Especially after the battle with Celestial Demon Stellar region, her prestige in their hearts had risen to an extremely great height. Because she was the one who'd stepped forward and led them in battle when Clouds of Heaven Stellar region was in danger. Moreover, she was also the reason why their stellar region had gained help and had been able to overcome the danger it faced. Most importantly, she was the strongest in their stellar region. So, when Zhuang Weiran wanted to become the owner of Clouds of Heaven Stellar region, Zhuang Weitian couldn't refuse her at all. Suddenly, Zhuang Weitian suddenly added, "I have a condition. The future owner of Clouds of Heaven Stellar region must be your child with him." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. But Zhuang Weiran's face remained calm as she nodded. "All right." Zhuang Weitian's face eased up slightly when he heard this. The child between Yang Yi and Zhuang Weiran would have his bloodline, so thinking like that made him feel much more comfortable. Besides that, he was very well aware that she was much more suited to manage Clouds of Heaven Stellar region than her younger brother. Actually, he'd thought of handing it down to her. However, she didn't have the intention to manage the stellar region, and he wasn't able to overcome his feelings about how it would be like giving the stellar region away to her future husband. Yet now, he had to overcome that feeling no matter what. Meanwhile, a smile curled up on the corners of Yi Liyun's mouth. "I can save a bunch of effort now." Chapter 1420 then will take them. It didn't take long for Zhuang Weitian to officially announce that Zhuang Weiran was the new master of clouds of Heaven Stellar region. There was naturally no one who objected to it, nor did anyone dare to. Her strength was clear for all to see, and she could be said to be more suitable than Zhuang Weitian. After the war, there naturally were many problems to be addressed. Fortunately, she had Yi Luyan's help, so the messy state clouds of Heaven Stellar region was and had gradually become orderly once more. Zhuang Weiran and Yi Luyun dealt with the matters of the stellar region, while Yang Yi went into closed-door cultivation. Battle was the best way for someone to grow. Since he attained the Emperor realm, had been fighting practically every single day. So, regardless of whether it was his body or cultivation, they'd been growing at an alarming rate. Now, he had to charge into the Voider realm. His enemies were growing stronger and stronger, so the Emperor realm wasn't sufficient anymore, especially in terms of profound energy. While he had the Worldmen's Stone, if he encountered an expert like the Demon Lord, then not to mention just the profound energy within the Worldmen's Stone, even stellar energy as well wouldn't be sufficient. He had to attain the Voider realm. On the 3rd level of the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged while madly absorbing the profound energy around him. He didn't have to use divine crystals anymore because the spirit energy within the Primordial Pagoda was too dense. After all, there were 11 divine-grade spirit veins and 35 saint-grade spirit veins here. He was immersed in spirit energy. Thinking about spirit energy made Yang Yi think of Snowy, and it made his gaze gradually become icy cold. Presently, he was most worried about Snowy and Zir. Since the Divine Phoenix clan had taken Snowy and Zir, their objective was definitely not to just become friends with Snowy, because they wouldn't have done that if they just wanted to form a friendship with Snowy. After all, doing so would make Snowy feel resentful towards them. It could be said that the Divine Phoenix clan definitely had other intentions when they captured Snowy and Zir. If Snowy and Zir are harmed in the slightest, then he'll definitely annihilate your Divine Phoenix clan. Yang Yi took a deep breath, restrained his thoughts, and started absorbing profound energy. It didn't make a difference no matter how much he thought about it right now. The important matter at hand was to improve his strength. The Divine Phoenix clan's strength was absolutely not something that Celestial Demon Stellar region could compare to. Based on his current strength, he couldn't fight them even if Qiongqi assisted him. So, he had to improve his strength. As Yang Yi started absorbing profound energy like a madman, his aura started growing stronger and stronger. Xiao Yushi opened her eyes and glanced at Yang Yi, remained silent for a long time, and then slowly closed her eyes before continuing her cultivation. At this moment, the Primordial Pagoda could be said to be a paradise of cultivation. Not only was the spirit energy here dense, only a year passed in the outside world after cultivating here for 10 years. The results one gained while cultivating here was multiple times greater than cultivating in the outside world. If everyone from the Sword Alliance was brought here to cultivate, then their strength would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. However, besides the people he trusted the most, Yang Yi wouldn't let anyone else in here. He wasn't stingy. It was mainly because the Primordial Pagoda was too heaven-defying. If others were to find out about it, then he would definitely be plagued by endless problems. Just the ability of the 3rd level was something that no one could refuse. So, besides those who were closest to him, Yang Yi would absolutely not reveal the Primordial Pagoda to anyone else. Cultivating was boring and dull, and it was lonely as well, especially when cultivating like this in a meditative state. Yang Yi had never liked cultivating like this, nor did he have the time to cultivate like this. But it couldn't be helped. He had to consolidate everything. Time flowed swiftly during cultivation, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, only 3 days had passed in the outside world. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the 3rd level like a statue, and his aura was growing stronger and stronger. Besides that, he was absorbing more and more spirit energy at an increasing pace. War God Hall. At this moment, only Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weiran were here. Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weiran sat together at the seat of the host. Space was ceaselessly trembling in front of them, and then voice after voice emerged from there before entering their minds. A short while after that, They kept withdrawing transmission talismans and crushing them, and then their orders were sent out incessantly. Just like that, around 2 hours passed before the amount of trembling in space started to reduce. Around an hour later, the space there finally calmed down completely. Thank you. Zhuang Weiran turned to gaze at Yi Luyun. After the war between her stellar region and celestial demon stellar region, there were too many things to deal with here. She would have definitely been unable to resolve it all if she were by herself. After all, such things were even more tiring than cultivating. Moreover, she wasn't very skilled in it. But Yi Luyun was very suited for it, and she managed all of it much better than Zhuang Weiran. Yi Luyun turned to look at Zhuang Weiran and smiled. Don't mention it. If Zhuang Weiran wasn't the one in control of clouds of heaven stellar region, then Yi Luyun would naturally not go to such lengths to help. However, it was Zhuang Weiran, and the relationship between Zhuang Weiran and Yang Yi was obvious. Simply speaking, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that clouds of heaven stellar region belonged to Yang Yi. So, helping clouds of heaven stellar region was equivalent to helping Yang Yi, and it was equivalent to helping the Sword Alliance. You're more suited to this than I am. Zhuang Weiran continued. How about you stay here and help me manage this stellar region? Yi Luyun smiled. Are you trying to steal from him? Zhuang Weiran replied. Helping me is helping him. Yi Luyun gazed at her and said, Are you really going to just give it all to him? Zhuang Weiran stood up slowly and looked out of the hall. Many people think like that, including my father and mother. Luyun, it's actually wrong to think like that, because he doesn't care about clouds of heaven stellar region. Both the Sword Alliance and this stellar region can't keep up with him. Trust me, it won't be long before both the Sword Alliance and this stellar region will be beneath him. Yi Luyun fell silent because Zhuang Weiran was absolutely right. Yang Ye's footsteps were too quick. Regardless of whether it was the Sword Alliance or clouds of heaven stellar region, they couldn't keep up. Once he left them far behind, then not only would they be of no help to him, they would be a burden to him. Yi Luyun remained silent for a moment before she spoke. The reason you took control of clouds of heaven stellar region was to resolve the conflict of interest between the Sword Alliance and clouds of heaven stellar region. Zhuang Weiran nodded and said, If I take control of clouds of heaven stellar region, then all the conflicts of interest between it and the Sword Alliance will vanish. But if I don't, then numerous problems will arise between the Sword Alliance and my stellar region. Because the Sword Alliance would feel that my stellar region is using Yang Yi. Actually, it's right. My father did hope to rely on Yang Ye's forces to reclaim the worlds that our stellar region lost. Your decision was a wise one. Yi Luyun continued. Once you became the master of clouds of heaven stellar region, everyone from the Sword Alliance, including me, would feel that it was only right and just for Yang Yi to help clouds of heaven stellar region. In that way, we'll be able to avoid a lot of trouble for both sides. Unfortunately, my parents and younger brother feel like I'm siding with an outsider, and that I'm going to give the stellar region to Yang Yi. Zhuang Weiran spoke indifferently. They've never thought about how Yang Yi isn't obligated to help us. As for the favors he owed me in the past, they were actually repaid when he saved clouds of heaven stellar region. Of course, both him and I wouldn't make a fuss about those so-called favors. But your respective subordinates will. Yi Luyun smiled. Actually, even I would make a fuss about it. But I want now. Your decision really was wise. Of course, most importantly, your decision will save Yang Yi from a lot of problems in the future. Otherwise, if conflict arises between the Sword Alliance and clouds of heaven stellar region, then he'll be the most troubled person. Zhuang Weiran gazed at Yi Luyun and said, You're one of the people he trusts the most, so just call me Weiran. From this moment onward, you're my stellar region's counselor, and you are authorized to manage everything in the stellar region. Yi Luyun fell silent for a while and said, Clouds of heaven stellar region needs to be reformed. Especially many of the systems in the city, they have to be changed. But changing all of that will affect the interests of many. You have Yang Yi and my support. Zhuang Weiran looked Yi Luyun in the eyes. Regardless of whose interests are affected, just go ahead and do it. Yi Luyun shook her head and said, I'm not worried about myself. I'm worried that it'll be difficult for you. I've looked into it. The people close to you, especially your younger brother, have too many special privileges. That's extremely unfair. Of course, the city belongs to your family, so it's fine to have some special privileges. However, too much of the resources are being taken by those in high positions, so it's difficult for those in lower positions to grow. If that continues for long, the strong will grow stronger while the weak will grow weaker, and the stellar region's ability to expand will be severely restricted. Zhuang Weiran fell silent for a moment before she said, "He should head out and temper himself." Yi Luyun glanced at her and said, "Then he'll do as I see fit." In the next few days, Yi Luyun started to reorganize the city. She definitely encountered all sorts of problems during this process, but she had Zhuang Weiran's full support, so those problems were resolved with ease. After all, no one would dare to say anything when facing absolute strength. Half a month later, Fen Songyan suddenly walked into War God Hall. He gazed at Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weiran, who sat at the seat of the host, and said, "My lord, Miss Luyun, I've just received news that Wildland Stellar Region and some other stellar regions are taking control of the worlds which belong to Celestial Demon Stellar Region. Celestial Demon Continent and more than 30 worlds have been taken by them, and that even includes those worlds that Celestial Demon Stellar Region took from us." Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weiran's faces fell when they heard this. Because Wildland's stellar region has really acted. What was it like to reap the benefits? This was exactly it. They'd waited for Celestial Demon Stellar Region and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region to be heavily injured in battle, and the Wildlands Stellar Region reaped the benefits. Yi Luyun gazed at Zhuang Weiran and asked, "What should we do?" The latter remained silent. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly appeared in the hall. "Get them back, of course." Zhuang Weiran and Yi Luyun looked forward and saw Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in the hall. Yi Luyun asked, "What if they refuse?" "Then we'll take them back." Yang Yi continued, "We won't just take what was ours, we'll even take what they have." Chapter 1421 We Can't Shrink Back. Chapter 1421 We Can't Shrink Back. Yi Luyun fell silent, and so did Zhuang Weiran. Take it. What did that represent? It represented war. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region needed time to recover, so another war, and especially one with an opponent like Wildland Stellar Region, a 3-star stellar region. Moreover, Wildland Stellar Region wasn't the only stellar region they would have to face. It was very unwise to enter into a war right now, and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region couldn't afford to enter into one. Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked over to them and said, "I know that it isn't a good time for Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region to go to war. However, have all of you thought about whether Wildland Stellar Region and those other stellar regions will leave us alone even if we don't take the initiative to strike back? They won't. Once they openly take our worlds, yet we don't react to it, they'll act even more brazenly. We can't shrink back at a time like this because we won't seem imposing anymore, and they will think that we're easy to bully." Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point and continued, "Moreover, Wildland's stellar region has acted itself. Obviously, we're their target. Moreover, for the sake of preventing us from taking revenge on them, the other stellar regions who took our territory will definitely target us as well. In other words, regardless of whether we exercise forbearance or not, they still won't spare us." He understood human nature very well. Most people in this world like to bully those who were easy to bully. The nice were bullied, and he really agreed with that. Moreover, Wildland Stellar Region would definitely not spare Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region because Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was the easiest to bully. At this moment, the experts of Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region were either dead or injured, and it didn't even have the strength to reclaim its worlds. So, who else would they bully? In other words, a battle would break out sooner or later. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he would choose to attack when battle was inevitable. The one who attacks first would seize the initiative, and the last to attack would have to passive react to the attacks of the side who'd seized the initiative. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran suddenly asked, "You've attained the Voider Realm?" Yi Luyun and Fen Songyan gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi dispersed the sword domain around him, and then he nodded. Fen Songyan gasped when he saw Yang Yi nod. Yang Yi, who was at the Emperor Realm, was already extremely terrifying. Now that he'd attained the Voider Realm, how terrifying would he be? Fen Songyan didn't know the answer. All he knew was that ordinary deities would definitely be of no threat to Yang Yi. Yi Luyun was delighted, because ordinary deities wouldn't be a threat to Yang Yi now that he'd attained the Voider Realm. especially in the lower dimensions. Yang Yi could practically remain invincible with the help of Qiong Qi. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly while happiness could be seen in her eyes. Your strength should have improved tremendously now, but don't underestimate your opponents. There aren't many in the lower dimensions who are stronger than the Celestial Demon Lord, but there aren't few as well, especially in the 4-star stellar regions. They have many living fossils who are extremely strong. 4-star stellar regions? Yang Yi asked, why haven't they tried to take advantage of the situation here? Zhuang Weiran shook her head and said, it isn't necessary. They don't need the little territory that we or Celestial Demon Stellar region have, because the worlds they have are sufficient for them to enter the large world. Yang Yi frowned. Then weren't they invited to enter it? Zhuang Weiran spoke solemnly. Besides possessing at least 10 medium worlds and countless small worlds, there's another condition to enter the large world, and it's to pass the large world's test. That test is usually a test of strength. Someone will come down here from the large world to give the test, and they can enter the large world if they are able to defeat that person from the large world. If they can't, then they have to wait until they can. Yang Yi said, that's very harsh. She nodded. It's extremely harsh. The large world actually does that to limit the amount of people who are able to head in there. After all, every single stellar region that enters the large world represents that the resources there will have to be shared by another stellar region. But if they don't allow anyone to enter, then that wouldn't work as well, because then their forces could dream of coming down here as well. In any case, those above the deity realm can't come down here. As for those below it, they would definitely die if they descended into our lower dimensions. Moreover, if they destroy the hopes of everyone from the lower dimensions, the lower dimensions will definitely rise up against them. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun spoke, even though the strength of the lower dimensions is definitely weaker than the large world. What about if all the stellar regions here joined forces? Moreover, if an expert like Jin Wuji appeared, then if such an expert led the joint forces of all the stellar regions here, they would definitely be able to shake those powers in the large world. Even if they couldn't obtain victory, it would definitely end with both sides suffering severe losses. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly. So, they have to give the people of the lower dimensions some hope. If there's hope, they won't feel despair, and they won't go to extremes unless they feel despair. That's their true goal. Yang Yi shook his head. Forget about them. Let's talk about the current situation. I suggest we take the initiative to attack. What do both of you think? He wasn't a headstrong person, and he had to obtain Zhuang Weiran's agreement before he acted. After all, it would drag clouds of Heaven's stellar region into a dangerous situation again. Zhuang Weiran fell silent for a long time and said, our strength isn't sufficient. Yang Yi replied, Wildland's stellar region is the leader. It'll be easy to resolve once we deal with Wildland's stellar region. Zhuang Weiran looked him in the eyes and said, Wildland's stellar region isn't weaker to Celestial Demon stellar region, and it might even be stronger. Yang Yi replied with a question. Then what do you think we should do? Zhuang Weiran fell silent. If they chose to fight, they didn't have the strength to do so. If they didn't choose to fight, then the consequences would be just as Yang Yi had said. Wildland's stellar region and the other stellar regions would definitely not spare clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Simply speaking, a battle couldn't be avoided. If clouds of Heaven's stellar region took the initiative to attack now, then it would have seized the initiative, and it would be more beneficial to them. However, it might cause a chain reaction. Attacking might bring calamity to clouds of Heaven's stellar region. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, actually, we're not as weak as you think. Have you forgotten that I have 2 celestial demon wolves? Moreover, I can seek help from Nangong Qin. If Elder Yuan's group is included, while the number of deities we have will still be inferior to Wildland's stellar region and the other stellar regions, it wouldn't be very inferior. Besides that, numbers aren't the only thing that are important in war. Zhuang Weiran looked up at Yang Yi, remained silent for a long time and said, you decide? Yang Yi laughed bitterly. It's not that I like to fight, and I want peace more than anyone else. However, it can't be helped. There are many occasions where we can only fight to stop more fighting, because we're actually in a hopeless situation. If we want to escape it, then forbearance or seeking peace will not work. The only way is to kill our way out of it. Zhuang Weiran nodded and said, I understand. She naturally understood because Clouds of Heaven stellar region was actually still in a hopeless situation, and the only way to survive was to do as Yang Yi said. They had to kill their way out. After he obtained her agreement, it was practically decided. Yi Luyun said, I'll send a transmission to Nangong Qin and ask her to send Elder Yuan's group. Yang Yi nodded. They were deities, and they were true deities who hadn't relied on external forces to attain their current cultivation. So, they were definitely a huge help to Clouds of Heaven stellar region at this time. War couldn't just be started because one wanted to. Yang Yi wanted to, but there were many things to prepare and arrange before that could be done. Otherwise, Clouds of Heaven stellar region would fall into chaos before the battle even began. Yi Luyun and Zhuang Weiran started preparing for the war while Yang Yi went back to cultivate. He'd broken through to the Voider realm, but he'd only just completed the advancement, so it wasn't that stable. So, he wanted to further consolidate his cultivation. Yang Yi was a Voider now, so regardless of whether it was his body or every other aspect, they'd attained huge improvements, especially his profound energy. Based on the current volume of profound energy he could store, he could execute 5 heaven rends in succession without even utilizing the profound energy within the Worldman's Stone and stellar energy. His profound energy had doubled. As for his body, while it was still at the epic realm, it had arrived at the peak of the epic realm. He just needed the right opportunity, and he could attain the undying realm. Of course, he was very well aware that it was extremely difficult to find such an opportunity, unless he gained some sort of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, if he cultivated normally and suffered attacks normally, it would be utterly impossible to advance to the undying realm. So, he could only put it aside for now. 10 days later, Yang Yi left his cultivation room. 10 days and there was only a single day in the outside world. War God Hall. Besides Zhuang Weiran, Yi Luyun, and Zhuang Weiran's parents, Yang Yi saw Elder Yuan's group of 3 there as well. All 3 of them nodded slightly to Yang Yi while a trace of happiness could be noticed in their eyes. They'd gained huge amounts of wealth when they went to Celestial Demon Stellar region with Yang Yi. So, they immediately rushed over when they heard that Yang Yi needed their help. Yang Yi hadn't asked for a single spirit vein that they'd obtained that day, and all of it had been theirs. So, they had a very good impression of Yang Yi, and they were really satisfied with how he did things. Yang Yi nodded to them and glanced at the others here. All the deities of Clouds of Heaven stellar region were here as well. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He was about to speak when a terrifying aura suddenly assaulted War God Hall. After that, a ferocious voice resounded, Yang Yi, get the fuck out here and die. Everyone looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi frowned because he didn't recognize the voice. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran frowned and spoke softly, it's him. Chapter 1422, not very strong but extremely strong. Yang Yi gazed at Zhuang Weiran. You recognize that voice? Zhuang Weiran nodded. The young master of Wildland's stellar region, Man Tian. I met him once while tempering myself outside the stellar region. I joined a temporary mercenary group, and he was one of them. Yang Yi asked, that fellow who wanted to propose to you? She glanced at Yang Yi and said, yes. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Looks like he refuses to give up. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant and smiled. Since he's here for me, how can I not meet him? Come, let's go meet that young master of Wildland's stellar region. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked out of the hall. Zhuang Weiran seemed to want to say something as she watched Yang Yi leave. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun shook her head and said, since he has come here to look for Yang Yi, then he clearly refuses to give up. So, it's pointless no matter what you say. It's better to just leave it to him. In any case, it's something he should be doing. Zhuang Weiran nodded and said, come on, let's go see what happens. As soon as they finished speaking, all of them left the hall. Beneath the stairs outside the hall was an extremely wide square. 2 people were standing at the center of it. One of them was naturally Yang Yi, and the other was Man Tian. Man Tian was from the Man clan, just like Man Ji and the others who were here before. His figure was very huge and much larger than Yang Yi. You're Yang Yi. Man Tian stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and his gaze was calm yet gloomy. Yang Yi nodded. I am. Bang. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Manji suddenly stomped his foot down, and then he transformed into a beam of yellow light that shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes instantly narrowed slightly when he saw Manji attack, and a cold glow flashed through his eyes. He didn't waste his breath, and he just clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Their fists had just come into contact when a huge expanse of space around them trembled violently, and then they shot backwards. Man Tian moved less than 300 m back before he stopped himself, and then he transformed into a pillar of yellow light again and shot at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was still moving backwards. Obviously, Yang Yi's physical strength was inferior. Man Tian's speed was extremely swift, and even space shook in his wake. Once he arrived in front of Yang Yi, he did the same thing had done earlier. He clenched his right fist and slammed it at Yang Yi. Bang! A wave of powerful force sprayed out from Man Tian's fist, and the space around him instantly cracked apart. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He swiftly stomped his right foot down and instantly stopped himself. After that, he similarly slammed his fist at Man Tian. The brink laws. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as soon as their attacks collided, and then both of them were pushed back again. Yang Yi tapped his right foot down after moving around 300 m back, and his figure immediately stopped. He glanced at his fist, and he noticed that it had cracked open. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he looked up at Man Tian. Needless to say, Man Tian was really quite strong. He was a semi-deity just like Zhuang Weiran, but his physical strength had far surpassed Zhuang Weiran. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. He wasn't a real body cultivator, but a sword cultivator. So, if he still insisted on using his physical strength when it was clearly inferior to his opponent, then he would really be an idiot. The reason he didn't use the sword precursor or Heaven's Gravestone was that Head just advanced into the Voider realm, and he wanted to practice on someone. Man Tian slowly clenched his right fist and stared at Yang Yi. You piece of trash. Are you even worthy of her? They'll cripple you today, so she'll understand that you're not worthy of her at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Man Tian stomped his foot down and shot forward like a cannonball. He didn't make any flashy moves or execute any techniques, and he just slammed his fist at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's face was calm. When Man Tian's fist arrived around 1 m away from him, Yang Yi suddenly charged forward and stabbed his sword forward with its blade at a horizontal orientation. Bang! Hiss! Yang Yi moved a few meters back while Man Tian moved almost 300 m back. Moreover, his fist had actually been sliced off. The ability to see through the flaws of an attack and destroy it with one move. Man Tian glanced at his hand, and his face was extremely gloomy. A moment later, a wisp of viciousness flashed through his eyes. He shook his right hand slightly. In an instant, a wave of terrifying force exploded forth from his right hand, and his sleeve was instantly obliterated. After that, a blood-red arm appeared before the eyes of everyone. Meanwhile, that fist he lost had grown back, but it was blood-red as well. The blood arm. A wisp of seriousness appeared in Zhuang Weiran's eyes. Yi Luyun asked, "What's that?" Zhuang Weiran pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Most of the Man clan's members cultivate in the body, and it's the same for Man Tian. For the sake of fostering him, the experts of the Man clan captured a blood ape at the deity realm, and then they fused that blood ape into Man Tian's arm and allowed him to absorb that blood ape strength and blood with a secret technique. Presently, that arm of his is comparable to a deity realm demon beast." A deity? Yi Luyun was visibly shocked. Is Yang Yi in danger? Zhuang Weiran looked up at Yang Yi and said, "Just watch." Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at Man Tian's blood-red arm, and then he stretched out his hand and used a single finger to gesture that Man Tian should come at him. Man Tian's face was instantly covered in fury. A moment later, he roared with fury, and then he transformed into a beam of yellow light that shot at Yang Yi. Once he arrived around 3 m before Yang Yi, he pulled his right arm back, and then slammed his fist at Yang Yi. The space around Yang Yi instantly collapsed, and the force within the punch repeatedly pushed Yang Yi backwards within the black hole. But after moving around 3 m back, Yang Yi tapped his foot down lightly, and his figure instantly stopped before his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Bang! Hiss! As soon as they came into contact, Yang Yi was pushed backwards again. This time, he only stopped after being pushed around 300 m back. As for Mantion, had been pushed over 600 m back. Moreover, there was a hold on his blood-red arm, but it wasn't bleeding. Yi Luyuan heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. Even though she was confident in Yang Yi, she still was quite worried, because Mantion didn't seem weak at all, especially when she heard that Mantion's arm was comparable to a deity. Fortunately, Yang Yi still had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran said, "He's getting more and more skilled at locating his opponent's flaws." "It really is a formidable ability," said Yi Luyuan. She didn't know much about it. All she knew was that Yang Yi had crushed Mantion's technique with ease without utilizing any techniques. It isn't really formidable, it's extremely formidable. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran added, "A true sword cultivator can destroy all techniques. Unless you have an absolute advantage in speed and strength, it's impossible to defeat him. Because no matter what technique or move you use, or even an extremely formidable divine ability, he can crush them all." She gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "He didn't have such ability in the past. In the past, he only knew how to use brute force. Yet now, he has truly grasped some of the essence of that ability. So, unless he encounters a deity like the celestial demon lord, ordinary deities won't be able to harm him at all." Yang Yi waved his sword lightly, and then numerous marks were instantly created in the space around him. They were an extremely beautiful sight to behold. Yang Yi allowed the tip of his sword to touch the ground while he stretched out his hand and provoked Mantion again. Obviously, he was telling Mantion to continue. Mantion stared at Yang Yi. This time, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. Obviously, Yang Yi's strength had far exceeded his expectations. However, he naturally wouldn't shrink back at a time like this. A moment later, Mantion's entire body shuddered, and then numerous thick black scales appeared all over him. Even his blood-red arm was covered in the scales. At the same time, a thin layer of dark light appeared around him. "Dark Turtle Guard." Zhuang Weiran spoke abruptly, but the seriousness in her voice was gone this time. Yi Luyuan was like a curious child and asked, "Dark Turtle Guard?" Zhuang Weiran explained, "The experts of the Man clan found him an inkshell turtle, and they sealed it within him. So, he can use a secret technique to obtain the ability of that inkshell turtle. Even an attack that carried the full strength of a deity can't pierce that scale armor. Thus, he just has to activate the scale armor, and he'll be invincible in battle." I suddenly noticed that independent cultivators are really sad. Yi Luyuan shook her head. Yang Yi was like an independent cultivator and had to rely on himself to gain any equipment. But Mantion didn't have to at all. He just had to cultivate because others would get the equipment for him. Zhuang Weiran nodded slightly, but independent cultivators have something that the disciples of big clans and powers don't, and it's their ability to endure hardships and their character, especially their mentality. Do you know which part of Yang Yi was the most attractive to me in the past? He never accepted defeat and never compromised. He was ruthless to others, but you'll notice that there are many occasions when he's even more ruthless to himself. Zhuang Weiran paused for a moment and continued, "That's how a real man is." Yi Luyuan fell silent, because Zhuang Weiran was absolutely right. Yang Yi's ruthlessness and his readiness to risk everything was exactly where his charm came from, and it was one of the things that attracted her too. Suddenly, Mantion gazed at Zhuang Weiran and howled with fury. "Zhuang Weiran, watch closely. He'll let you see how much of a piece of trash that fellow you chose is." As soon as he finished speaking, Mantion flashed over to Yang Yi and pointed at his chest while speaking fiercely. "Trash? Aren't you able to destroy all techniques with a single strike? Come on, why don't you pierce through your grandpa's defenses?" Yang Yi glanced at Mantion and remained silent. "Come on." Mantion walked forward and stopped right in front of Yang Yi, and then he shouted with fury, "I want her to see that your sword and everything you have is trash before me. All of it is trash." Yang Yi nodded, and he didn't waste his breath. He just flipped his left palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. As for the sword in the sheath, it was the sword precursor. Chapter 14:23 Compensation. Chapter 14:23 Compensation. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just drew his sword. At the instant Yang Yi drew his sword, Man Tian's expression had changed. At this moment, he knew that he'd been quite careless. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret it. Bang! Man Tian was blasted away, and he flew for almost 3 kilometers. Scale after scale flew off into the air while his figure flew, and the scales were accompanied by fountains of blood. It was quite a magnificent scene. Zhuang Weiran shook her head. Man Tian's strength was actually not bad. At the very least, it was comparable to a deity. If he didn't act carelessly and look down on Yang Yi, then he could fight Yang Yi. Unfortunately, he was too confident in his dark turtle guard. There were those in the lower dimensions who dared to stand still and take that attack directly, but that absolutely didn't include Man Tian. He was courting death by doing that. After flying for almost 3 kilometers, Man Tian finally crashed to the ground. His scales had vanished, and his entire body had cracked apart. Blood was seeping out incessantly from the cracks that had spread like a spiderweb throughout his body. It only took an instant for blood to cover his entire body. Man Tian laid on the ground without moving at all. He wasn't dead. He just couldn't move. Man Tian had lost the ability to fight after suffering Yang Yi's attack. Yang Yi walked slowly towards Man Tian. Zhuang Weiran glanced at Yang Yi and hesitated to speak. After hesitating for a while, she was just about to speak when Yi Luyun grabbed her hand, and then Yi Luyun shook her head at Zhuang Weiran. Yi Luyun was very well aware that it would be better if Zhuang Weiran didn't say anything in such a situation and when dealing with something like this. Yang Yi arrived in front of Man Tian, and then he looked down at Man Tian. Man Tian was looking at Yang Yi as well, and the ferocity and madness in his eyes was still there. Yang Yi didn't say anything. He just shook his head, and then he turned around and left. Yang Yi! Yang Yi! Man Tian suddenly started howling hysterically like a madman. If Yang Yi just struck him again, then that would be better. After all, he would still have some dignity left. But Yang Yi didn't. The disregard Yang Yi showed, and especially when it was done to him while Zhuang Weiran watched. It made it worse than death to him. When Yang Yi arrived before Zhuang Weiran and Yi Luyun, Zhuang Weiran looked him in the eyes and asked, "Why didn't you kill him?" Yang Yi smiled and answered with a question, "Do you want me to?" She remained silent for a long time, and then she said, "Regardless of what you choose, I'll stand by your side." Yang Yi was amused when he heard this. He thought that she didn't want him to kill Man Tian. It wasn't because she had any feelings for Man Tian, it was because she knew him. Even though she didn't have any feelings for him, they'd known each other. So he felt that she would definitely not want him to kill Man Tian. But he hadn't expected her to say that. Obviously, he was the most important to her. Actually, he wasn't a very magnanimous person. Man Tian had clearly intended to kill him. So, if he acted based on his character, then he would have ended Man Tian's life. However, he felt that it wasn't necessary. Firstly, he really didn't take Man Tian seriously. After all, not to mention that he was a voider now, he could even fight 10 pieces of trash like Man Tian while he was an emperor. Secondly, he felt that it was better to keep Man Tian alive, because living was worse than death for Man Tian right now. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in the sky, and then an old man in a yellow robe appeared by Man Tian's side. A deity! Everyone here gazed at the old man. Obviously, he was an expert of Wildland's stellar region, because his figure was unlike an ordinary person. The old man's face fell when he noticed the miserable state Man Tian was in, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and the others. "All of you did this?" Yang Yi nodded. "To be precise, I did it." The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he had a ferocious expression on his face. "How dare you?" Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a few breaths of time, and then he waved his right hand. "Kill him." Everyone was stunned, and then they gazed at Yang Yi, because they felt like they'd misheard him. Even the old man was slightly stunned. "Kill?" Yang Yi glanced at all the others here, and then he nodded. "No one is doing it, then I'll do it myself." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, His figure shot at the yellow-robed old man. Once he arrived in front of the old man, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all and just drew his sword swiftly. Extreme rage instantly covered the old man's face when he saw Yang Yi attack. But at the moment Yang Yi drew his sword, the old man's expression changed drastically, and then a pitch-black hammer instantly appeared in his grasp before he slammed it at Yang Yi. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then the pitch-black hammer was blasted apart in an instant while Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly. However, he'd stopped after moving around 30 m back. As for the old man, he'd been pushed over 1 kilometer back. Moreover, his right arm that was holding the hammer had vanished. His right arm had been blasted apart along with the hammer. Yang Yi looked up at the old man. Needless to say, this deity before him was quite strong. After all, while the old man had lost an arm from going head-on against him, it wasn't a very serious injury. Meanwhile, the old man was looking at Yang Yi. At this moment, a solemn expression covered his face. Fortunately, he hadn't underestimated Yang Yi at all just now. Otherwise, that attack might have taken his life. Both of their gazes met, and then Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot and shot towards the old man. Meanwhile, Zhuang Weiran had charged forward as well. When they saw Zhuang Weiran attack, Zhuang Weitian, Qian Yaochan, and Elder Yuan's group hurriedly charged at the old man as well. The yellow-robed old man was at a loss for words. How could he possibly resist the joint forces of 7 deities? In just a few breaths of time, the old man was killed. This time, Yang Yi had told them to only kill the old man but not destroy the old man's body. So, Yang Yi obtained the corpse of a deity. Actually, the old man died quite in a grieving death. He hadn't expected Yang Yi and the others would dare to attack him. After all, he was from Wildland Stellar Region. If he'd known that Yang Ye's group was prepared to enter into war with Wildland Stellar Region, then he wouldn't have come. Or it should be said that he wouldn't have dared to come here. Of course, the main reason was because Yang Yi was here. Regardless of whether it was Zhuang Weitian, Zhuang Weiran, or the others, none of them had considered killing the old man. Because killing the old man represented that Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was really going to collide with Wildland Stellar Region. It could be said that both sides had no way out now. But as far as Yang Yi was concerned, the battle was bound to happen. So, why shouldn't they kill one of the enemy's deities right now? Being weak in a war wasn't a problem, but one's morale couldn't be lacking. How would one fight a war without a high morale? The yellow-robed old man had acted high and mighty since he'd arrived, and he acted like they wouldn't dare to touch him because he was from Wildland's stellar region. So, if they really didn't do anything to the old man or didn't dare to do it, then it was obvious how arrogantly the old man would act. As they say, give it a little sunshine and it'll shine brilliantly. Meanwhile, Yi Luyan glanced at Man Tian, who was still lying on the ground, and she asked, "What do we do with him?" Yang Yi glanced indifferently at Man Tian and said, "Help me send a message to Wildland Stellar Region. Tell them that their young master insulted me, and it caused extremely severe adverse effects to my reputation. Moreover, I'm unable to sleep or eat because of his insults. In short, tell them to compensate me with 100,000 divine crystals for emotional damages. I'll take their young master's head as payment if they give me even a single divine crystal less." All the others here felt speechless. Extortion. It was undisguised extortion. Yi Luyan glanced at Yang Yi. She immediately nodded when she noticed that Yang Yi didn't seem to be joking. "All right." Yang Yi glanced at the others and said, "I have something to do. So, we have to delay reclaiming those worlds for a while." Elder Yuan nodded. "We'll just stay in Clouds of Heaven City. You just have to notify us when you want to head out." Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Elder Yuan's group immediately left as well. After that, Zhuang Weitian suddenly laughed bitterly. "Weiran, his character is really quite extreme." Needless to say, he was really quite worried with Yang Yi leading Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, because Yang Ye's character was really not suitable for a leader. After all, he was really too good at causing trouble. Zhuang Weiran shook her head slightly. He has always been like that. But it isn't a bad thing. We lack a domineering leader right now. Zhuang Weitian laughed bitterly. He isn't just domineering. It's fine. Zhuang Weiran shook her head and said, "He seems rash, but he's actually able to see further than most people." "Fine." Zhuang Weitian nodded. "Are you really going to send your younger brother into exile?" Zhuang Weiran gazed at Zhuang Weitian and said, "It's beneficial to him. He'll never grow while he has our protection. If he's unwilling to leave, then ask him to come see me." She walked away once she finished speaking. Actually, Weiran isn't wrong. Meanwhile, Qin Yaochan said, "Ming'er really does lack tempering. Heading out to temper himself will be very beneficial to his future growth. Just take a look at Yang Yi. Regardless of whether it's his strength or mentality, the difference between him and Yang Yi is truly too huge." Zhuang Weitian nodded. "He really is very inferior. Even though Yang Yi frequently goes to extremes, I have to admit that he's really not bad. At the very least, he's sincere to Weiran. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slaughtered Celestial Demon City for her." Qin Yaochan nodded. "We've grown old. Let the young do as they please. All we can do is stand behind them and support them." Zhuang Weitian nodded. "Let's go explain everything to Ming'er and help him understand." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot. Yang Ye's room. Yang Yi went to the third level of the primordial pagoda, and the yellow-robed old man's corpse was in front of him. A sword servant at the deity realm. Chapter 1424. Kill him if you can. Yang Yi had never refined a deity's corpse into a sword servant. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be confident in his ability to succeed. Yet now, he was a voider. Regardless of whether it was his mind or soul, both of them had been improved tremendously. So, refining the corpse of a deity into a sword servant wasn't that difficult anymore. However, it didn't go very smoothly. After all, refining a sword servant didn't just rely on the energy of the spirit and soul. It relied on sword intent as well. But his sword intent was just at the rebirth realm, so he did encounter quite a bit of trouble while refining it. Fortunately, his sword intent strength was sufficient with the help of the sword god's seal. Just like that, around 10 days passed before Yang Yi succeeded. A sword servant at the deity realm. Once he finished refining it, Yang Yi immediately sent it to Dark Hell Continent. Had never been worried about himself. He was worried about Dark Hell Continent. Based on his current strength, ordinary deities couldn't harm him at all. But if a deity headed to Dark Hell Continent, then the experts there wouldn't be able to resist that deity at all. After all, Dark Hell Continent didn't even have a semi-deity. So, for safety's sake, Head sent the deity realm sword servant back there. Now that he had a deity realm sword servant there, it could defend Dark Hell Continent for some time, even if it were attacked by deities. Just that short amount of time would be sufficient for him, because Head given a dimensional teleportation flag to the sword servant. Thus, it would only take a few breaths of time for him to instantly arrive on Dark Hell Continent. Now that he didn't have to worry about Dark Hell Continent, he could finally go all out. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda and arrived at Wargod Hall. Zhuang Weiran, Yi Luyun, Zhuang Weiran, and Elder Yuan's group were all there. Yang Yi glanced at them and was about to speak. Suddenly, everyone looked out the hall, and then they exchanged glances before vanishing from the hall. An old man in a luxurious robe appeared in the sky outside the hall. An expert from Wildland's stellar region. The reason they were able to discern that he was from Wildland's stellar region was that practically all the experts from Wildland's stellar region were huge, and they were much larger than ordinary people. The old man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi's reputation was absolutely resounding right now. It could be said that practically no one within the lower dimensions didn't know him. Head slaughtered a city, and it was even the main city of a medium world. Such an incident hadn't occurred in a long time. After all, too much killing would incur the wrath of the heavens, and it might even cause the eye of the heaven Tao to descend. So, even if two stellar regions went to war, they would usually not slaughter cities and only slaughter the main forces of the enemy stellar region. But Yang Yi had actually slaughtered an entire city. A butcher. Yang the Butcher. It was a new nickname Yang Yi had obtained. Yang Yi nodded and said, "I am." The old man asked, "Where's my young master?" Yang Yi replied with a question, "Where are the divine crystals?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he replied, I don't have them. Yang Yi looked the old man in the eyes and asked, Then why are you here? The old man replied, Our Lord said that we have no divine crystals to give you, and you can kill our young master if you can. Yang Yi glanced at Yi Luyun and said, Bring Man Tian here. Yi Luyun nodded, and then she turned around and left. A short while passed before Yi Luyun brought Man Tian here. At this moment, Man Tian was on the verge of death because his injuries hadn't been treated at all. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and a sword appeared in his grasp. After that, he waved his right hand. A ray of light flashed, and Man Tian's head was instantly separated from his body. Once he did that, Yang Yi waved his left hand and sent Man Tian's head to the old man. See that? The old man gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, As expected of the Yang the Butcher, I represent Wildland's stellar region in proclaiming that clouds of heaven's stellar region will cease to exist from today. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure gradually became ethereal and vanished on the spot. Regardless of whether it was the experts of clouds of heaven's stellar region or Elder Yuan's group of 3, all of them had solemn expressions on their faces. As far as Zhuang Weiran was concerned, from this moment onward, Wildland's stellar region had proclaimed war on clouds of heaven's stellar region. It was a war that they had to win, or they would die. As for Elder Yuan's group, the war between these two stellar regions represented that they were being dragged deeper into this vortex. As far as they were concerned, there were only two possible outcomes. They gained even more benefits, or they died in battle and even dragged down Azure Cloud Merchant Group. The greater the potential benefits, the greater the danger that accompanied it. However, they were bound to Yang Yi, so they could only follow him to the end. Fortunately, they were always confident in Yang Yi, especially because Yang Yi was a voider now. Yang Yi gazed at Zhuang Weiran and said, Which stellar regions have taken control of the two worlds that are closest to us? There were two worlds that weren't too far away from clouds of heaven's stellar region. However, they'd been occupied by other stellar regions. In overall, clouds of heaven stellar region only had the medium world, clouds of heaven continent, left from amongst the over 100 worlds it had. As for the rest of the worlds, they'd fallen into the hands of others. Zhuang Weiran pondered deeply for a moment and said, It's Nether Blue stellar region and Dark Light stellar region. Besides these two worlds, Bright Flame stellar region, Blue Salvation stellar region, Green Demise stellar region, Wildlands stellar region, and the others have occupied some of the other worlds. Yang Yi nodded. Come, let's head to Nether Blue stellar region and Dark Light stellar region. The others were stunned when they heard him, and Zhuang Weiran said, We're going straight for their headquarters? Of course. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. It's too troublesome to reclaim them one by one, and it won't solve the root of the problem. It isn't too difficult for us to crush Darklight stellar region and Nether Blue stellar region's main worlds with the strength we possess. Once we've dealt with their main worlds, let's see if they still dare to occupy our worlds. Moreover, since we're launching a counterattack, we have to make a show of strength. If we're going to attack, we attack to the death. A moment of silence ensued before Zhuang Weiran walked over to Yang Ye's side. I agree. Since she had no objections, the others naturally didn't have any as well. Yang Yi nodded, and then he gazed at Zhuang Weiyan and Qian Yaochan. Uncle, Auntie, please stay and protect Clouds of Heaven City. Leave the rest to us. Clouds of Heaven City was their base of operations, so it had to be protected by deities. After all, if the enemy launched a surprise attack, then wouldn't Clouds of Heaven City be finished? Now that there were two deities protecting it and the dimensional teleportation flags Yang Yi possessed, they could return immediately if something happened. One had to attack with the most ruthless method, but defenses couldn't be overlooked as well. It didn't take long for Yang Ye's group to leave Clouds of Heaven stellar region and enter outer space. This time, Zhuang Weiran, Elder Yuan's group, and the two celestial demon wolves had come with Yang Yi, so they were equivalent to a group of 7 deities. Even though Yang Yi wasn't a deity, his strength wasn't inferior to a deity at all. Most importantly, all 7 of them hadn't relied on external forces to gain their current realms of cultivation, so ordinary deities couldn't compare to them at all. Especially the celestial demon wolves, they were definitely equivalent to ultimate weapons. After all, Even the celestial demon lord couldn't defeat them without activating the celestial demon hegemon body. It could be said that their group was sufficient to crush any 2-star stellar region. They wouldn't even fear to face a 3-star stellar region. They didn't utilize teleportation formations because doing so would definitely alarm the enemy. After all, there usually were experts guarding the teleportation formations in one's worlds, and they were there to prevent surprise attacks. Even Clouds of Heaven stellar region had it, but it had lost too many experts. So, no one was guarding the teleportation formation there. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, waved his right hand, and then a celestial demon wolf appeared before him. Elder Yuan and the others had solemn expressions on their faces when they saw it, because it felt very dangerous to them. Once it appeared here, it seemed to heave a sigh of relief like a heavy burden had been relieved from it. After all, it was always filled with anxiety while within the primordial pagoda. Even though the primordial pagoda didn't suppress it anymore, it would always be worried while it was within the pagoda. Fortunately, Yang Yi had let it out now. The celestial demon wolf glanced at the surroundings before finally looking at Yang Yi. Its eyes had complicated emotions within them. After all, it had never imagined that it would submit to a human. Even the celestial demon lord had only been working together with them. Yet now, it had submitted to a human voider. Needless to say, it was a form of humiliation. However, it didn't have a choice, because Yang Yi had a strand of its soul. Moreover, it was extremely afraid of that mysterious thing within Yang Yi that could suppress it. Besides that, Yang Yi had Xiongqi too. So, it could only dream about turning on Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't care about what the demon wolf was thinking. He just shot up and onto the demon wolf. A wisp of viciousness instantly flashed through its eyes because it had never been mounted by a human. This wasn't just a humiliation. It was an absolute humiliation. If other ominous beasts found out, it would be a shame to live amongst them. But could it stop Yang Yi? It really didn't dare to do so, because if Yang Yi tossed it into that mysterious world to be suppressed again, but if it didn't resist, then how would it live amongst ominous beasts in the future? Resisting or not was a very serious problem for it. Yang Yi naturally didn't care about its dignity amongst ominous beasts. Had even rode on Xiongqi, so what was the big deal now? Once he sat on it, Yang Yi gazed at Zhuang Weiran and stretched out his hand. The latter glanced at Yang Yi, and then flashed over and sat in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't hold back at all and wrapped his arms around her waist. After that, he lightly tapped the sides of the demon wolf with his feet. Let's go. The celestial demon wolf felt completely speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.